Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, World of Pirates 4. In the world of One Piece, the seas are vast, often feeling endless, especially without proper navigation. For the Hell's Prince pirates, this reality was setting in hard. They had been sailing aimlessly for over 2 days, surrounded by nothing but the unbroken expanse of blue. Man, are we seriously just running in circles? Dave asked, looking around in frustration. Everywhere he looked, it was the same, just endless water. Trish, equally irritated, crossed her arms and muttered, "This is so annoying. First, we were stuck on that island, eating nothing but wild boars, and now we're eating nothing but fish. Dave, what kind of adventure is this supposed to be?" Dave, inwardly feeling her frustration but not daring to voice his own, sighed. "I wish I knew how to get us out of this," he thought, glancing helplessly at the horizon. After setting sail, the group quickly realized that none of them actually knew how to navigate the seas. Their solution. Tony decided to use his technical genius to send a satellite up into space, hoping it would help guide them. Plop. Dave turned his gaze towards Tony, who surfaced from the water, still in his scuba turbo mode suit. "Did you find anything useful down there?" Dave asked as Tony climbed aboard, dragging a large bag behind him. "Yeah," Tony said, pulling out a few pieces of metal and strange objects. "This sea is like an untapped treasure chest. I found a lot of useful parts. I think I can salvage some of this stuff and put together something like a satellite. That way, we won't keep getting lost." Dave nodded, appreciating the ingenuity. "Good. Anything to stop us from drifting aimlessly like this." Despite Tony's optimism, Dave couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't in the Grand Line. Everything felt off, the seas were eerily calm, without the unpredictable weather patterns and random storms characteristic of the Grand Line. The environment felt constant, almost unnaturally so. If the weather's this stable, then we're either in one of the 4 seas or the New World, Dave thought, narrowing his eyes as the realization hit him. But which one? Well, it's better this way, Dave thought, reflecting on the current situation. Everyone is still getting used to their powers, and despite having the Dante template, I'm not sure I could handle the powerful pirates here just yet. In the One Piece world, individuals who trained enough could destroy mountains with a single punch. Even with his Dante template, Dave couldn't do that unless he was in his devil form or sin devil form, both of which consumed an enormous amount of energy. He couldn't maintain those transformations for long, especially the sin devil form, which drained all his demon energy in just 5 minutes. Without that energy, he would be left with only his base abilities, making him no stronger than Garp or Roger level, just a superhuman. And it's not enough to help everyone while fighting an equally strong opponents. Not only that, he couldn't even wield his devil arms at full power in this state. "Say, have our bodies synced with this world's power level yet?" Dave asked his system. Say had previously informed him that in any world they entered, his body would adapt to the world's rules and limits. This meant his physical abilities and those of his companions would be enhanced to match the standards of the One Piece world. "Yes, host. Both you and anyone who came with you have had their physical limits expanded to align with this world." Hearing this, Dave nodded, reassured. He removed his shirt, looking out at the sea. "Well, let's salvage some stuff too," he thought, and without hesitation, he dived into the water, ready to gather materials alongside Tony. With their enhanced abilities, this task would be much easier, and they'd need all the resources they could find to face what was ahead. "I will help," Rhodes said as he dived in too. "Speaking of it, don't I have 3 or 2 template draws too, right?" Dave asked as he moved underwater. "Host has 1A grade template draw, it was reward of getting rid of Obadiah threat and the AS grade for getting rid of Kingpin," Say informed as Dave nodded. "I want to use them," Dave thought, reflecting on his abilities, "but there's always the chance of summoning people, though it's very low. And to be honest, in the worlds I've unlocked, the DMC verse and now the One Piece verse, there isn't much I'd want to summon. Well, maybe if I wasn't in the One Piece world." Dave mused as he continued swimming through the depths of the ocean, soon discovering something significant, a shipwreck. Well, considering how deep this is, it makes sense that no normal human would be able to hold their breath long enough to explore it, Dave thought. Even now, he was using his demonic energy to supplement his body's oxygen needs. "Let's see if I can find anything valuable here," Dave considered as he moved toward the wreckage. The entire site was covered in debris and seaweed, making it difficult to inspect. But with his newly enhanced powers, especially his psychokinesis, it wasn't going to be a problem. With his 100% fusion with the Dante template, his psychokinesis had greatly increased in strength, allowing him to lift over 1,000 tons with ease. He began to move the wreckage, but it was harder than he expected due to the immense pressure of the water above. Shifting a sunken shipwreck while submerged in the deep ocean took a considerable amount of effort, even for him. It consumed time as he struggled against both the wreckage itself and the water pressing down from above. Huh. Dave's attention was drawn to something unusual, a clear, glowing object hidden among the debris. Could this be a treasure chest, he wondered. Intrigued, Dave moved toward it, using his psychokinesis to lift the chest and start ascending to the surface, eager to discover what treasures it might hold. Chapter 52, Devil Fruit. Soon, Dave surfaced, carrying a large treasure chest along with some other useful scraps that Tony could likely repurpose. He set the scraps aside and gazed at the treasure chest in his hands. What is that? Emma asked, noticing the massive locker-like chest he was lugging. The others also turned their attention toward him, curious about the find. Dave shrugged nonchalantly and said, I found some buried gold. He placed the large locker down in front of them, piquing their interest even further. Well, let's see what's inside, Tony said, walking over to examine the chest, while the rest gathered around, waiting to see what treasures Dave had discovered. Dave nodded as he handed the locker to Tony, who immediately generated a laser cutter to slice it open. Everyone watched closely, anticipation growing as they wondered what treasures might lie within. Maybe there's gold and jewelry, like pirates usually hoard, Diana speculated, and the others nodded in agreement. After a few moments, Tony successfully cut through the lock, and as expected, the chest contained various gold coins, jewels, and a large sum of berries, the currency of the One Piece world. However, Dave's attention quickly zeroed in on something far more valuable, a devil fruit sitting among the treasures. Ignoring the gold and jewels, he picked up the fruit, his curiosity piqued. What is that weird-looking fruit? Trish asked as she sensed the strange power emanating from it. It's a devil fruit, Dave explained. Whoever eats it will gain special powers, but they also lose the ability to swim. It's a double-edged sword. Rhodes' eyes lit up at this, his excitement clear. Then give it to me. I'm the only one without any special powers, he said eagerly, with Tony chiming in, supporting the idea. Let me see what kind it is first, Dave replied as he activated his system's appraisal ability to identify the fruit. Gora Numi, armor fruit, grants the ability to create different kinds of armor on the user's body. It's a superhuman-type fruit, meaning its development is based on the user's imagination. This is basically like becoming a walking Gundam, Dave thought as he examined the fruit carefully. I'm keeping it, Dave announced, which made Rhodes frown in disappointment. Oh, come on, man. You should give it to him. He's the only one without powers, Tony interjected, trying to help out Rhodes. I could give it to him, Dave responded, but the moment he touches the sea, he'll drown and be weaker than a baby. Do you still want it? Rhodes hesitated at the mention of such a crippling weakness. That's why I'm planning to research it instead of letting anyone eat it, Dave explained. Devil fruits come with great power, but also significant disadvantages. Especially in this world, where the sea plays such a big role. There's really such a weakness? Rhodes asked, concerned, and Dave nodded. Yes. The sea will be your enemy if you eat one of these. But, Dave added, there's a way to overcome it, at least partially. What way? Rhodes inquired, intrigued. It's called hockey, Dave revealed. I don't know much about it myself, but we'll need to find someone who can teach us or a place where we can learn. Not to mention it's not that great fruit, I mean the power it grants is not that powerful, and there are a hell lot of more powerful ones, so let's wait for one or we can also steal one, Dave said as Rhodes nodded. Okay, either I'll learn hockey and eat that fruit, or I'll just wait for a better one, Rhodes replied, to which Dave nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Dave's thoughts wandered. By the way, can I take the devil fruits from those I kill? There were many powerful fruits currently in the hands of others that Dave had his eyes on. Yes, after Host kills someone, Host can take the devil fruit for himself using his demon energy. All Host has to do is encase the area in demon energy, and then kill the current devil fruit user. After their death, the devil fruit's power won't be able to escape the demon cage and will find a suitable host inside the cage. Say's reply made Dave grin. Great, he muttered, glancing ahead at the vast ocean. Also, can I eat multiple fruits? Dave asked, thinking of the immense power that could come from having several abilities at once. Yes, Host's body is shaped by the system to bear multiple templates, which means multiple powers, energies, and abilities can coexist without adverse effects. So Host can indeed consume multiple fruits. Say responded, confirming Dave's suspicions. A wave of excitement washed over Dave. I can already imagine combining the soul fruit, the shadow fruit, and the Logia-type darkness fruit. It'll be insane, Dave thought, fantasizing about the possibilities. Hey! There's someone there. Pepper suddenly shouted, keeping watch on the surroundings. Her eyes were fixed on the horizon, pointing toward the distant shapes approaching them. Dave and the others quickly looked in the direction she indicated and spotted marine ships heading their way. Oh! It seems, Rhodes, your ride is here, Dave said casually, glancing at the familiar sight of marine vessels. Rhodes nodded, showing some interest in how the Marines operated in this world. On board the Marine ship, one of the sailors approached Captain Numi, a corrupt officer of the Marine 16th branch. "Captain Numi, there's a pirate ship ahead," the sailor reported. Numi, lounging lazily, stood up, intrigued by the news of an unknown pirate ship nearby. "Huh? What's the pirate symbol?" Numi asked, stretching his neck as he walked toward the deck. One of the sailors checked their records and, after some time, informed the captain. "Captain, there's no bounty on them. It seems they're newbies," the sailor explained. A grin spread across Nazumi's face. "Ahahaha, perfect. Capture them. We might get some fresh slaves to sell," he ordered without hesitation. The rest of the crew nodded, following their captain's commands. Under Nazumi's leadership, the sense of justice that once guided the Marines had long disappeared, replaced by greed and corruption. As the Marine ships began sailing toward Dave's vessel, one of the sailors added, "Captain, there are also 3 beautiful women aboard the pirate ship." His voice carried a hint of excitement, while Numi grabbed his binoculars to see for himself. Upon seeing the women through the lenses, a twisted grin crept across Nazumi's face. He, it seems the gods have blessed us today," he chuckled darkly, already imagining how much those women would fetch on the slave market. Unaware of the danger they were about to walk into, Numi and his crew continued closing in on Dave's ship, certain they would have an easy capture. Little did they know, they were dealing with Devil himself. Chapter 53, Not Worthy. In the vast open sea, 2 ships sailed ever closer to one another. One bore the proud flag of justice, a symbol of the Marines that often struck fear, or hope, into the hearts of the people. The other ship, however, flew the pirate flag of the newly named Hell's Prince Pirates, its dark and rebellious emblem likely to send shivers down the spines of common folk. The sea between them seemed to echo the tension of the inevitable clash. On board the pirate ship, the Dreadnought, Rhodes stood at the edge of the deck, his eyes fixed on the approaching Marine vessel. This would be his first real encounter with the world government's forces, and he was curious to see how they operated in this world. But as he watched, something felt off. The atmosphere grew more intense, not from the Marine's approach, but from the sly, almost playful smile curling on Dave's lips. Rhodes glanced at Dave, wondering what was going on. Dave's eyes were locked on the Marine ship, and amusement flickered in them, as though he were looking at an entertaining sideshow rather than an enemy force. "What's so funny?" Rhodes asked, but Dave didn't answer immediately, his grin widening. Dave finally spoke, his tone light but laced with a hidden edge. "Oh, it's just that our dear Marine friend here is none other than Captain Numi." Rhodes raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with the name. "And that means?" Dave chuckled, the sound low and mocking. "Nazumi's a rat, both by name and nature. Corrupt to his core. He'd sell his own men if he thought it would get him ahead. I can already feel his filthy greed from here." The rest of the crew followed Dave's gaze, now more aware of the situation. Even without seeing Nazumi's face, they could feel the sinister energy emanating from the Marine ship. "That Marine, he's practically salivating at the thought of capturing us," Dave continued, his voice cold. "And he's not after justice. He's after money, and probably something much worse." As the Marine ship closed in, Nazumi's wicked grin grew more pronounced. He had no idea what awaited him and his crew aboard the Dreadnought. Rhodes looked back at Dave, who simply stood there, unfazed by the looming conflict. If anything, he seemed ready to have a bit of fun with the so-called justice ship heading their way. Nazumi's voice rang across the waters, dripping with arrogance as he sneered, "Surrender. You are surrounded." Dave and his crew exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the Marine's sudden bravado. The absurdity of the situation made Dave wonder if this was some kind of joke. They were clearly in no real danger, yet here was Numi, barking orders like he had the upper hand. "Is this guy serious?" Tony muttered under his breath, watching as Numi and his Marines readied their cannons. It wasn't just one ship, 3 Marine ships now had their cannons aimed directly at the Dreadnought, surrounding them on all sides. Dave glanced at the scene, seeing the cannons poised to fire at every angle of his ship. "Well, guess we're surrounded now," he said with a shrug, as if the situation didn't concern him in the slightest. His casual demeanor was unnerving to those watching, but for Dave, this was nothing more than an inconvenience. "This is the East Blue, if Nazumi's here, then this must be before Luffy left his village, or at least after," Dave mused internally. His system had informed him they were about a year before the events with the Straw Hats, so it made sense that Numi hadn't yet encountered them. "Hey! Now will you surrender or should I blow you all to pieces?" Nazumi's voice pierced the air again as his sneering face looked at Dave and the others. The corrupt Marine captain was clearly confident in his power. Dave glanced up at him, amusement still flickering in his eyes. "Why should we surrender? We haven't even committed any crimes," he replied coolly, his tone mocking Nazumi's false sense of authority. Nazumi's face twitched in irritation, but then his sneer grew wider. "It doesn't matter whether you've committed a crime or not. I can easily make you all wanted criminals if I so desire, Nozumi said, his voice dripping with malicious glee. His corruption was out in the open for everyone to see, and it was clear he thrived on using his position to control others. Rhodes narrowed his eyes, his expression growing cold. The audacity of Nozumi flaunting his authority so blatantly disgusted him. Dave, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow at Nozumi's boldness, his mind already working through possible ways to turn this situation to his advantage. Dave smirked, feigning confusion. Wait. How do we get out of this? We're just innocent pirates sailing the seas, he said in a tone that was overly innocent, causing his crew to give him questioning looks. Tony leaned over and whispered, "What are you doing?" Dave only smiled wider. He knew exactly how this was going to play out, and Nozumi had no idea what he was in for. Nozumi cackled with a sickening grin, he, now you're talking. Of course, I'll let you go, but in exchange for those 4 beauties. His eyes gleamed with greed as his men joined in his laughter, thinking they had the upper hand. Dave shrugged nonchalantly, as if the situation didn't bother him. Well, girls, he's all yours, he said, his tone calm but with a subtle hint of menace. He had already sensed the dangerous aura building around him from his crew. By the way, don't kill him. It'd be better if Rhodes captured him and brought him to Logtown, where the Marines can deal with him. Who knows, Rhodes might even get enlisted into the Marines, considering how things might unfold. Dave added casually, casting a glance at the others, who were already brimming with murderous intent. Trish, Diana, Pepper, and Emma nodded, their faces darkening with anger as they set their sights on Nozumi. Though the Marine captain was unaware, his time of arrogance was about to end. But feel free to kill the rest, Dave added, giving Diana a slight nod. She was the first to move. Chapter 54, Parting. Diana lifted her hand, pointing her finger at the Marines with precision. A burst of blood bullets formed at her fingertips, tiny energy bullets infused with magic that glowed reddish-blue. With a flick of her finger, she sent them flying at the Marine soldiers, each one piercing their targets with terrifying accuracy. Attack! Nozumi shouted, panicked, as he saw his men dropping like flies. His confidence wavered, but he hastily gave the order to fire. His men scrambled to load the cannons aimed at the dreadnought, determined to obliterate it. No need for that, Dave said with a smirk, and in a flash, he used his telekinetic powers to envelop all the cannons. With a twist of his fingers, the cannons imploded on the spot, crushing under the pressure of Dave's telekinesis and causing damage to the Marine ships themselves. The once arrogant Nozumi paled as his ships took the hit. His men were either dead or incapacitated, and the cannon fire he had so proudly ordered was now useless. What is this? Nozumi stammered, his arrogance giving way to fear as the situation spiraled out of his control. Rhodes stepped forward with a confident grin. Looks like you're coming with me, he said as he approached Nozumi, who was now frozen in place, terrified of what was to come. You can take the ship to Logtown. There you will find a good Marine named Smoker. Just go to him, and if he asks for Prof, just tell him that he can go and see the islands under this guy to see whether you're lying or not, Dave said as Rhodes nodded, and then he went on the Marine ship. By the way, you can keep this, I don't need it anymore, Tony said, tossing the Ifrit mech armor to Rhodes. With his new turbo energy, Tony had advanced far beyond the capabilities of his old suit, and at points, it even outperformed the Ifrit. Rhodes caught the armor, but before he could thank Tony, Dave stopped him. Hold on, Dave said, taking the Ifrit suit and tinkering with it for a while. Soon, the Ifrit gauntlets transformed into intricate tattoos that sprawled across Rhodes' hands and forearms. There, now no one can take it from you, Dave explained. Just act like you've eaten a devil fruit. Call it the mythical Zoan, flame demon form. Rhodes looked at the tattoos, nodding appreciatively as he thanked Dave. With that, he turned and began directing the remaining Marine sailors on Nozumi's ship, preparing to leave the crew with one final salute. As Rhodes' ship sailed out of sight, Dave turned to Tony. Well, we should get going too, he suggested. Tony nodded. Good thing we decided to take one of their ships. Now, we just need to dismantle it and use its parts to upgrade ours, he said, examining the newly captured Marine vessel. With everyone pitching in, they spent the next week dismantling the Marine ship and retrofitting their own. Soon, Dreadnought was equipped with a fully functional navigation system and updated weaponry, ready to face the open seas, without getting lost this time. Then let's go, Dave said as Tony began to direct the ship. Where are we going? Tony asked. We'll first head to Logtown to find ourselves a good chef. After that, we're going straight to the Grand Line, Dave replied. Tony nodded, picking up the permanent log pose pointing to Logtown and steering the ship in that direction. The journey wasn't too long, with the advanced tech upgrades Tony and Pepper had added to the ship. It took only a few days to arrive. Dave's aim in Logtown was to recruit the girl who once competed against Sanji in cooking. He was determined to bring her onto his crew as their chef. Or he could also simply go for another cook. Cook he is looking as Carmen, the flamboyant lady with flaming pink hair and 2 underlings, and she lives in Logtown. As the ship approached Logue Town, the bustling port town came into view. Known as the Town of the Beginning and the End, it was a place rich with history, where the legendary pirate king, Gold Roger, had both been born and executed. Tall buildings lined the docks, and busy markets filled the streets with the sounds of merchants hawking their goods and locals going about their day. Tony expertly maneuvered the ship into an empty docking space as the crew gathered on deck, taking in the lively scene. Dave glanced at his crew with a small smile, sensing their excitement. This was a major town on the East Sea, and there was no telling what they might find here. Pepper quickly secured the ropes, and Tony hopped off to make sure everything was in place. A few curious onlookers watched them, whispering among themselves about the impressive-looking ship. "All right, guys," Dave said, hopping off the ship. "I'm going to look for that chef. Meanwhile, you guys get some supplies, food, water, and the essentials," he added, waving a hand as he began walking away. "I'll check out the shops here and see if there's anything useful for the ship," Tony chimed in, already eyeing some of the market stalls. "You girls take care of the supplies," he added, before heading off in a different direction. Emma glanced at the others. "Looks like it's just us girls," she said with a smirk, giving Diana and Pepper a quick look. "Let's stick to the essentials and keep things efficient," Diana replied, already mentally mapping out the nearby shops. Pepper nodded in agreement, and they all began moving towards the market area. As they walked, Trish called out from the deck, where she had promptly made herself comfortable on a couch. "I'll keep an eye on the ship while you're out," she called lazily, leaning back with a content sigh. "All right, don't get too comfortable," Emma shot back with a grin as she and the others made their way into town. While the patrolling navy seeing a pirate ship began to rush back to report to their head on this base. Chapter 55, Logue Town and Smoker. Smoker, as usual, was patrolling the streets of Logue Town, his usual stern expression unchanged. Suddenly, one of his marine subordinates approached him, saluting with urgency. "Captain Smoker. There's a new pirate group docked at Logue Town," the marine reported. Smoker's brow furrowed as he continued walking, motioning for his patrol unit to follow him toward the docks. "Which pirates are they?" he asked, his voice a gruff command. "We haven't seen their flag before, sir." "It looks like a new crew, but their ship seems unusually advanced," the marine replied, keeping pace as they moved swiftly through the bustling streets toward the harbor. Smoker took a drag on his cigar, exhaling a thick cloud as he contemplated this. New pirates with advanced equipment. He quickened his pace, prepared to handle any trouble that might arise from this unknown crew's arrival. Reaching the docks, Smoker eyed the unfamiliar pirate ship docked there, his gaze scrutinizing every detail of its advanced build. This really is a new pirate group," he thought, then grabbed a loudspeaker from one of his subordinates. "Who's the captain of this pirate ship?" he yelled out, his voice booming across the harbor. Trish, lounging casually near the ship's edge, adjusted her sunglasses as she looked down at Smoker with a smirk. "Who are you calling old man?" she called back, strolling toward the edge of the deck. Her relaxed attitude only made Smoker's scowl deepen as he walked forward. "Is this your ship?" he asked, looking her over suspiciously. "Yeah. Got any problems with that?" Trish replied, crossing her arms with a lazy grin. "What do you mean, got any problems? You're a pirate, so as a marine, I have to capture you." Smoker shouted, frustration clear in his voice. He wasn't used to pirates behaving so nonchalantly, especially in his jurisdiction. "Huh? And what crime have we committed?" Trish shot back, raising an eyebrow at him. Smoker momentarily paused, stunned by her response. Most pirates would have either tried to flee or attack him on sight. What's with her? Smoker thought, watching her with cautious curiosity. Smoker gritted his teeth, his patience wearing thin as Trish's defiance only seemed to grow. "You're a pirate. That alone makes you a criminal," he declared, determined to assert his authority. He took a step forward, signaling for his men to stand ready. Trish rolled her eyes, still relaxed. "So, just being a pirate makes us criminals," she said mockingly. "Last I checked, we haven't done anything wrong here. So why don't you calm down and save the tough act for someone who deserves it?" She gave him a challenging look, her tone daring him to make a move. Smoker's expression hardened as he struggled to rein in his temper. He wasn't used to being talked to like this, especially not by pirates. "Listen here. Logue Town is under my watch, and I don't take kindly to pirates wandering around freely," he growled, smoke beginning to curl around his fists, a sign that he was gearing up for a fight. Just then, Tony, who had been watching the exchange from a distance, walked over and casually called up to Trish. "Hey, you giving the marine trouble already?" He flashed her a grin and looked over at Smoker with an amused glint in his eyes. "And who are you?" Smoker demanded, his eyes narrowing as he noticed Tony's calm, confident demeanor. Tony chuckled. "Just a ship engineer here to grab some supplies. We're not looking for trouble," he said, shrugging casually. "But if trouble's what you want, we're more than happy to oblige." "So, you're a pirate too?" Smoker asked, his Logia smoke powers swirling around him menacingly. Yes, and it's the Marines' fault we're labeled as pirates, Tony replied, crossing his arms with a hint of defiance. Smoker paused, frowning. What do you mean by that? Tony smirked, and with a flick of his wrist, a floating screen appeared in the air, displaying a recording of Captain Nozumi. See this? This is your Marine Justice. The video showed Nozumi talking about capturing people to sell as slaves and using his authority for personal gain. We were just out on an adventure, exploring, when this guy labeled us as pirates. Now we're stuck with that title, Tony explained, a mix of annoyance and mockery in his tone. He told us there are only two choices on the sea, either be a Marine or a pirate. Since we have no intention of being dogs like him, we chose the pirate path. Simple, Tony finished with a shrug, staring back at Smoker. Smoker's eyes narrowed as he watched Nozumi's corruption play out on the screen, his usual stern expression softening with disgust. Nozumi's actions don't represent the Marines as a whole, he muttered, visibly angered by his fellow officers' behavior but keeping his resolve. Maybe not, Dave interjected, stepping forward. But you can see why we'd rather not be affiliated with an organization that has people like him. Not to mention, Dave continued as he locked eyes with Smoker, corruption like Nozumi's usually thrives when higher-ups either ignore it or condone it. If you don't believe me, go ahead and check the islands under Nozumi's control. See if people view you Marines as a sign of justice, or of terror, he added with a shrug, then turned and walked back to the ship. Beside him walked a woman with striking pink hair, her expression was amusing as she looked at Smoker. Soon, Dave boarded the ship, joining Tony and the others. They all exchanged glances with Smoker as they prepared to depart, calmly undeterred by his scrutiny. Smoker watched them leave, fists clenched in anger and frustration. Prepare the ship, he commanded firmly. I want to see the islands under Nozumi's watch. Toshiji, also angered by Dave's word, nodded and relayed the orders. Later that day, Smoker witnessed the true extent of Nozumi's corruption. As they visited one of Nozumi's islands, he saw firsthand how the townsfolk cowered in fear, avoiding even a glance at the Marines, some even trembling at their presence. It became painfully clear that Nozumi's influence had turned the Marines into a symbol of oppression rather than protection. Chapter 56, Grand Line. With the supplies loaded and Carmen now officially part of the crew as their chef, the journey ahead was set in stone. Recruiting her had been surprisingly easy. Dave's promise of protection, combined with the opportunity to travel the seas and discover exotic ingredients, sealed the deal. Carmen, eager to explore and expand her culinary skills, was excited to join them, ready to bring her expertise and creativity to every meal. Soon, they reached the towering reverse mountain, an awe-inspiring natural phenomenon where the water defied gravity, surging upward instead of flowing down. But unlike most who struggled to navigate this wonder, Tony simply activated the ship's flight mode. The vessel lifted effortlessly, soaring over the mountain rather than braving the chaotic, upward current. As they glided past, Dave noticed a small lighthouse near the peak and decided to land. His purpose was clear, he wanted to seek out Crocus, the doctor of the Pirate King's crew. Dave was particularly interested in learning about hockey and was certain that someone of Crocus's experience would possess invaluable insights, especially having sailed alongside Gold Roger himself. After landing near the lighthouse, Dave turned to his crew, "This won't take long. Just want to see what I can learn about hockey from an old legend." The crew nodded in understanding, with Tony and the others preparing to gather more supplies while Dave made his way toward the lighthouse, hoping to find the renowned doctor and unlock the secrets of hockey training. As Dave floated over the sea, he soon spotted the enormous form of Laboon, the giant whale, known for his immense size and gentle nature. Seeing the iconic creature sparked a sense of awe, and he guided himself closer. Approaching carefully, he found the entrance to the hidden cavern within Laboon, where Crocus often resided. With a graceful leap, he entered the whale's cavernous body, marveling at the vast interior. The walls echoed with the sound of water, and patches of greenery and calm pools added a surreal atmosphere. Dave moved further in, taking in the impressive sight, knowing that the legendary Crocus was likely somewhere inside. He cleared his throat and called out, "Crocus, doctor of the Pirate King's crew. I've come to learn from you." His voice echoed, hoping to draw out the famed doctor and perhaps unlock some of the secrets surrounding hockey. Crocus, who was working on his medicine, raised his head in surprise as he heard someone addressing him. "Who is he?" he thought as he stepped out of his shed and approached Dave. "Who are you?" he asked. "I once met Roger, and if he has told me anything about you, it's that you know about hockey the most," as he took care of his health, which also involved the usage of hockey in a way that allowed him to extend his life, Dave said. Though it was a lie, he knew of it because he obtained this information from the system. "So, he learned to use hockey efficiently from you," Dave said, looking at Crocus. Crocus frowned as he looked at Dave. "What's your relationship with him?" "He used to teach me when he returned after his adventures, so you could say I am his student," he said as he faced Crocus. "Do you think I will believe you?" "Anyone can make up such a story," Crocus replied as he picked up his harp, which glowed with pitch-black hockey. This is hockey, but if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, you will die by it rather than learn it, he said threateningly as Dave gauged his power. He is powerful, Dave thought, which was normal, as everyone on Roger's ship was very powerful. Roger also has a son, Dave said, as Crocus narrowed his eyes, clearly not knowing about it. His name is Porgas D. Ace. He took this name after his mother because he detests his father, who started the era of pirates, Dave stated. What of it? Crocus asked. Whenever I asked how I can repay him, he always said, you can protect my child, pointing at his pregnant wife, Dave revealed, causing Crocus to frown but lower his weapon. Crocus narrowed his eyes as he looked at Dave. He is not lying, he thought, as his observation hockey told him that. It was the power of Dave's demonic energy that led to this intuition, leading to a dialogue of observation hockey. And I want power to protect him, so teach me hockey, Dave said, looking at him. I won't, Crocus replied as he went back to his shed and soon returned, throwing 3 books at Dave. I am not patient enough to teach anyone. Just take these books and learn yourself, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Dave picked up the books and saw that 2 of the 3 were hockey training manuals. Thank you, Dave said as he walked out of Laboon. Crocus looked at Dave, wondering, is this why you surrendered? So that you can protect your child. He observed Dave carefully. I wonder if your son, Ace, is living happily, Crocus murmured as he shook his head and went back to his shed. Dave, on the other hand, looked at the 3 books in his hands. It turned out better than I thought, he chuckled to himself, as the 3rd book was about Roger's swordsmanship. He, now my act as his apprentice will be much more acceptable, he thought as he went back to his ship and ordered Tony to move. While he himself studied the hockey training manual, others also gathered around to look at it. Hockey? What is it? Emma asked. It is a powerful technique that can make your body stronger, Dave said, and everyone nodded, eager to try it too. How much are we talking about? Tony asked as he looked at Dave. Enough to survive a missile, Dave replied. Tony raised his brows. Is that really that great, he asked, and Dave nodded. Chapter 57, Grand Line 2. The Hell Prince pirate's vessel, the Dreadnought, sailed across the sea with unmatched speed. At this rate, we'll reach Drum Kingdom soon, Tony noted. Dave nodded in response. His aim was straightforward, he wanted the Munch fruit for himself. After obtaining the armor fruit, he planned to combine it with the Munch fruit to upgrade his armor capabilities. Additionally, he had his sights set on the split fruit, fusion fruit, and, if possible, Shiki's devil fruit to expand his arsenal even further. He aimed to create the ultimate armor fruit by combining it with the Munch, fusion, split, and, finally, the soul fruit. As for other fruits, he could simply acquire them to give his armor various elemental powers, like Enel's lightning fruit to create a lightning suit, and similar abilities. While waiting to reach Drum Island, everyone on the ship trained. Even their new chef joined in, and now everyone had achieved the initial stages of hockey mastery. Dave and Tony, however, had awakened their Conqueror's hockey, or Overlord hockey, a feat exclusive to the 2 of them among the crew. Dave was pleasantly surprised to find Tony had this ability, but knowing Tony's importance in Marvel, it wasn't shocking. As the ship continued sailing, they soon arrived at Drum Island, but the sight was far from pleasant. The island was under attack by pirates. Tony, go high in the air and check if anyone is trying to escape, Dave instructed. Tony looked at him, then nodded, activating his turbo suit and flying high to scan the surroundings. There really is someone trying to flee, Tony thought, informing Dave, who then told him to capture the individual. As he spotted the Blackbeard pirate's ship, Dave realized it was the exact moment Teach was attacking Drum Kingdom for the Munch fruit. Well, I wasn't initially aiming for this fruit, but it seems he's delivered it to me on a silver platter, Dave thought, jumping down and landing on Blackbeard's ship. Zihahaha. Who are you? Blackbeard laughed as he noticed Dave. You can call me Hell Prince, Dave replied, looking him straight in the eye. Zihahaha, you think you can defeat me? Blackbeard taunted, standing up and releasing his Conqueror's hockey. In response, Dave unleashed his own hockey, but Blackbeard's intense presence momentarily overwhelmed him. Well, I have just awakened it, Dave thought, closing the distance with a swift movement, drawing his rebellion blade as he prepared to engage. Clang. Teach stopped Dave's sword, Rebellion, with just his hand, which turned pitch black with advanced armament hockey. Dave glanced at Teach's hockey and nodded approvingly. Well, it wouldn't be fun if you weren't that powerful, he remarked with a smirk, taking a step back. Without hesitation, Dave entered his devil form, a more streamlined transformation that made his body appear as if wrapped in intricate, dark armor, with faint, ember-like lines tracing his skin, resembling a demonic suit of armor. His eyes burned with a fierce, crimson glow, and his strength amplified. Teach raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Dave's transformation but unfazed. Zihahaha. Devil fruit. Fancy tricks won't scare me, he taunted, his blackened fist tightening as he prepared to strike. Dave unleashed his psychic powers, locking Blackbeard in place as he swung his sword, Rebellion, aiming straight for his neck. Teach's eyes widened in surprise, but his entire body quickly turned pitch black, negating the psychic effect as he slipped free and deflected the blade just in time. "What are you?" he asked, a rare tone of seriousness in his voice as he studied Dave's demonic form. Dave grinned darkly. "Me. I'm the Hell Prince," he replied as he advanced once more, his armament haki intensifying. This time, his Devi arm Rebellion was changed into a different form, Gilgamesh, a protective armor-like layer that could absorb and nullify incoming attacks and as well release them as shockwaves. Blackbeard dodged Dave's next onslaught, but the unusual weapon and armored haki left him in awe. "What's with that armor? What is that thing?" he demanded. "Why do you care?" Dave replied coolly before throwing a powerful shockwave punch directly at Teach, who was thrown backward and slammed into the deck. Teach let out a pained shout, gripping his side. "Damn it, it hurts." "It actually hurts," he bellowed as his dark fruit powers surged, absorbing the impact and increasing the pain highly. But as his Logia-type fruit didn't grant intangibility, each hit Dave landed was undeniably effective. Teach stumbled to his feet, glaring at Dave with fury and intrigue, realizing that this fight might be far more intense than he anticipated. Dave glared at Blackbeard, the rotating blades on his shoe sparking briefly before he vanished and reappeared right in front of Teach. With a swift punch to his gut, Teach gasped, unable to respond before Dave landed punch after punch, his fists slamming into Teach's face and body relentlessly. Blackbeard, battered and bloodied, barely managed to stay conscious, his body drenched in his own blood. Suddenly, Dave felt a sharp, piercing pain in his chest. Glancing down, he saw a sword embedded in him, only for it to be yanked out just as quickly. Turning around, he faced a muscular man with a scarred, half-grinning face and Viking-like helmet, Jesus Burgess. "Die!" Burgess roared, launching another attack. But before he could strike, Blackbeard shouted, "No. Don't underestimate him." Too late. In a flash, Dave's blade swung, and Burgess's head flew off, leaving a trail of blood. The other Blackbeard pirates, Van Augur, Doc Q, and Lafitte, looked on, stunned and cautious. "Kill them all," Dave commanded, his voice cold. His allies emerged, eager for a fight. "I've been waiting for some action," Trish smirked, transforming into her devilish form as she faced Lafitte. Pepper and Diana squared off against Doc Q, while Emma took on Van Augur. "Hope you're more of a challenge than the last crew," Emma taunted, recalling the countless pirates they had already defeated on their journey. Chapter 58, Blackbeard. The clash erupted into chaos, with each fighter pitted against their respective opponent. Trish's devilish form radiated an intense aura as she moved with blinding speed toward Lafitte, who had drawn his cane sword. The two exchanged rapid strikes, their blades colliding with a shower of sparks. Pepper and Diana coordinated effortlessly against Doc Q. Pepper shot precise bursts of frost energy, creating openings, while Diana's lethal strikes aimed to disarm and destabilize the sickly-looking pirate, who, despite his appearance, possessed a dark resilience. Doc Q swung his scythe with surprising agility, but the relentless assault from Pepper and Diana began to wear him down. All the disease spores he released were frozen before they could affect them, neutralizing him before he could do anything. Emma, facing Van Augur, kept a cool demeanor. She knew of his sharpshooting skills and evaded his every shot with ease, darting around the battlefield and closing the distance between them. "You can't hide behind your rifle here," she said coldly, landing a swift kick that sent him stumbling backward. Meanwhile, Blackbeard was reeling from Dave's relentless onslaught. Though his dark fruit could absorb most attacks, Dave's sheer speed and haki-infused strikes were overwhelming his defenses. Not to mention his devil fruit powers, which released weird fiery red energy, which damaged him even more. Gritting his teeth, Teach unleashed a wave of dark energy, attempting to consume Dave in a swirl of darkness, but Dave responded by activating his devil arm fully, absorbing the attack. With his enhanced agility, he released back the darkness, pushing forward and landing a brutal punch directly into Teach's jaw. Teach staggered back, blood trickling from his mouth as he glared at Dave with a twisted grin. "Zihahaha. You really think you can stop me?" he spat, struggling to maintain his stance. Dave smirked. "I don't think, I know." With that, he launched into another barrage of attacks, every blow laced with haki and demonic, leaving Teach struggling to counter. His crew members, similarly overpowered, began to falter. Lafitte was forced to one knee under Trish's onslaught, his cane sword shattered. Doc Q was disarmed and frozen, barely standing after Pepper's frozen energy blasts and Diana's relentless corrosive strikes. Van Augur had lost his rifle, fending off Emma's unrelenting close-quarters attacks with just his fists. And Emma seemed like she is playing with him, as she has yet to use her Phoenix Flames or even her psychic abilities. She is just using armaments haki to fight him plus with her enhanced Phoenix strength. As Blackbeard's crew weakened, Dave gave a final command. "End this." Trish, Emma, Pepper, and Diana all moved in sync, delivering their finishing strikes. One by one, the Blackbeard pirates fell, each killed with a finality that left no room for retaliation. With the battle over, Dave walked over to Blackbeard, who lay beaten on the deck, gasping for air. Dave crouched down, his eyes cold. "Don't hate me, I don't have anything against you, but I just wanted to kill you," Dave said as demonic energy came out of him and enveloped the whole ship. "Spread the fruits," Dave said as others nodded and they spread the fruits all over the deck. "Sayonara," Dave said as he slashed rebellion, causing Blackbeard head to fly, leaving trails of blood. "Emma," Dave said, as she closed her eyes, focusing her psychic powers. Under everyone's gaze, a dark fruit emerged from the pile of fruits, levitating toward them. Dave smiled, reaching out to grab it before taking a bite on the spot. His smile quickly faded as the taste hit him. "I'll never get used to this," he thought, grimacing as the terrible flavor took over. The others chuckled at the change in his expression from satisfaction to utter disgust. "Excuse me." A voice called out, and they turned to see a man approaching them with a grateful expression. "Thank you for saving our kingdom," he said, bowing, with others around him following suit. "We're pirates, you know," Dave replied, tilting his head in amusement. The man and those nearby looked surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yes, we know. How could we forget? Please, come with us, we'll prepare a banquet, pirate style," he said, motioning for them to join in the celebration. Dave raised an eyebrow, amused by the reaction. "Guess I was hoping to scare him, but a pirate feast sounds fun," he thought, glancing at the others, who nodded in agreement. "Oh, almost forgot about you," Dave added, glancing over at the guy Tony had captured earlier. With a flick of his hand, he set the barrier around Wapple, then quickly dispatched him, claiming the munch fruit for himself. He then once again ate it, trying his best not to vomit his lunch, as he followed after others to Drum Kingdom. As the crew followed the villagers to the center of the Drum Kingdom, they were welcomed into a grand hall adorned with vibrant banners and tables laden with food and drink. The people had truly outdone themselves, and despite their initial fear, they treated Dave and his crew like honored guests. Tony took a seat next to Dave, leaning over. "So, you've added the munch fruit to your arsenal. What's the plan now?" Dave nodded, myriad of thoughts flashing in his eyes. "This is just the beginning. With munch, I'm closer to creating the ultimate armor. Next up, I'll need the split, fusion, and, if possible, the soul fruit." Tony nodded as he asked once again, "What about the dark fruit?" "Well, it was not past of plan, but it is a powerful fruit, so, I took it," he replied as Tony nodded. "I wonder if there is fruit I want," Tony mumbled as Dave looked at him. "What kind you want anyway?" Dave asked as Tony replied, "I guess the mythical Zoan you have talked about." "I know few mythical Zoan location if you want one," Dave said as Tony looked at him. Chapter 59, Towards the Next Course. As the Hell Prince pirates sailed toward Sky Island, Dave stood at the helm, deep in thought. The vast sea stretched out endlessly, but his mind was elsewhere. Despite killing Blackbeard, his quest for Whitebeard's involvement was still marked as pending. He scowled, wondering what other conditions the system might have set. "Strange," he muttered. "Killing Blackbeard should have changed things, but it seems the war of the best is still on track." Tony, who was adjusting some of his gadgets nearby, overheard and approached. "What's bothering you?" "That demon contract again." Dave nodded. "It seems like Ace's fate is still the same. The world wants this war, as if destiny itself is steering it in that direction." Tony shrugged. "Maybe fate isn't set in stone. We just need to play our part wisely, especially if we want to keep Whitebeard and his crew safe." Dave nodded, the gears in his mind turning. "If I can't stop the war, then maybe I can control it. And perhaps, sway its outcome." "Sounds like a challenge," Tony replied, smirking. "But first, we have Sky Island to deal with. And from what I've read, it's anything but ordinary." Dave leaned back on the couch, his grin widening as he thought about the potential ahead. "Right. Let's see if we can capture Enel or not." A surge of excitement ran through him as he looked over at Tony, recalling a pivotal moment from his past. He was killed after using the Infinity Stones because of his mortal body, right, he mused. But with his new enhancements, his turbo energy and other upgrades, he's on a whole different level now. Thinking it over, Dave realized he could push Tony's limits even further. There's a mythical Zoan fruit on Sky Island. Maybe it's exactly what he needs to balance strength and resilience. A transformation power could make him nearly unstoppable. Dave's gaze shifted to his crew. I wonder if they're also interested in transformations. They might not realize it yet, but those powers could give them the edge they need, he thought, feeling a sense of pride in his team. Emma, who had recently unlocked her iconic phoenix wings, was quickly establishing herself as one of the strongest in the crew. "She's definitely right behind me and Trish now," he noted with satisfaction, before closing his eyes, resting back on the couch. A few days later, Tony looked ahead, his eyes sharp with focus. "We're taking off," he announced. The others nodded, bracing themselves as their ship began to lift from the sea, ascending toward the skies. "We'll soon reach Sky Island," Tony added confidently. Dave gave him a nod. "No detours. Head straight for Skypea. We're only here to capture Enel, that fool who's yet to face the reality of the real world." His words were firm, and the others nodded in agreement. Emma chuckled, giving Dave a playful smile. "All right, then. While you handle Enel, we'll explore Sky Island." She winked, clearly thrilled at the idea of adventure. Dave shook his head, then tossed her a parchment. "Fine, but take this with you." The parchment was a special map he had earned as a reward after defeating Blackbeard. The system seemed to reward him for taking down powerful foes, like Abomination in the past. That time, he'd drawn Trish. This time, however, the reward was different, a map leading to the mythical Zoan Light Angel fruit. "While you're out exploring, keep an eye out for this fruit," Dave instructed. Emma and the other girls nodded in agreement, their excitement clear, while Tony chimed in, "I'll check out those shells you mentioned." Dave nodded, though inwardly he sighed, "Figures. Here I am doing all the heavy lifting, while everyone else is here just for fun." Before long, they rose above the sea of clouds, moving steadily toward the massive floating islands that had appeared on their radar. The permanent pointer was locked on the primary island ahead, a beacon guiding them straight toward Skypea. As the ship glided through the dense clouds, everyone marveled at the surreal landscape around them. Towering islands floated against a backdrop of endless sky, the soft, pillowy clouds below giving the illusion of an ocean. White seagulls with uniquely fluffy feathers flew alongside them, occasionally swooping near to investigate the foreign vessel. "All right, stay focused," Dave reminded his crew, breaking their trance. "We're here to find Enel and secure the Light Angel fruit." As they continued, Dave spotted a vast, ornate structure in the distance, a giant palace floating on clouds. "That's where we'll find Enel," he muttered to himself. Emma stepped up, resting a hand on Dave's shoulder. "You've got this. We'll secure everything else so you can focus on the main mission." Dave rolled his eyes and smirked. "He's even weaker than Blackbeard was. What do you mean, you got this?" Emma shrugged, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Just trying to cheer you up since we're all out here having fun while you're doing the heavy lifting." "Kaio." Before she could say more, Dave wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close and pressing his lips to hers. Emma shouted and blinked in surprise but quickly melted into the kiss, responding with equal passion. He pulled back slightly, grinning. "You're right, I'm doing all the work while you guys are just enjoying yourselves. Looks like I'll have to punish you a bit tonight." Emma's cheeks flushed, but she didn't back away. Instead, she tilted her head up, her own smirk challenging. "We'll see who gets punished. We're not the same mortals we were before, our stamina is much better now. Think you can keep up with us?" Dave chuckled, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "Challenge accepted. Are you sure you can take us all at the same time tonight?" Trish asked with a smile as she looked at Dave. "You will be sucked dry tonight," Diana also crossed her hands as she said. "Hee hee hee hee. We will see tonight, I will make sure you all beg me to stop," Dave said with a smile as he looked at them. Chapter 60, Making a God Kneel. Their ship continued to sail through the clouds as they approached the massive floating islands. With the permanent pointer guiding them toward the heart of Skypea, they took in the surreal landscape around them. The sea of clouds rippled beneath them like a great, silent ocean, like in Blue Sea. The whole place was White Sea. Tony leaned over the edge of the ship, marveling at the strange terrain. It's hard to believe something like this exists, a whole world hidden above the clouds. "Yeah, makes me wonder what else could be out there," Dave mused, still holding his girls as they looked over the edge together. "Hey. We're here." After some time sailing through the sea of clouds, they finally reached the golden, starlight gate with Heaven's Gate written on it. "To think I'd go to heaven while still alive," Tony mumbled incredulously. "Are devils even allowed in heaven?" Diana asked, casting a curious look at Trish and Dave. "Shut up, it's not the real heaven," Dave said, looking at her with a smirk. "Ow." Diana winced, rubbing her head. "Why did you flick my head?" "Because it's the fun thing to do," Dave retorted, tilting his head playfully. "You mean it?" Diana huffed and moved a bit further away, crossing her arms. Dave just smiled, pulled her by the waist, and gave her a gentle kiss, making her blush in surprise, and her anger was melted away. Reaching Heaven's Gate, they were surprised to find it guarded by an old granny. "Entry fee is 1 billion extals," she said as Dave looked at her, unimpressed. "We don't have any money." "It's fine, you can still go up." "I'm no guard or watchwoman, just an overseer," she replied with a sly smile. With a nod, Dave signaled Tony to continue forward. The next part of their path was like a roller coaster, twisting and climbing high up toward the floating islands. The granny watched them disappear into the clouds and mumbled under her breath, "Hee hee hee, let the heavenly judgment rain down on these illegal tourists." Going through the roller coaster-like ride, they soon saw the next sign ahead, God Island, Skypea. Emerging onto the White Sea, they all marveled at the heavenly sight of a kingdom floating over a sea of clouds. "This is so beautiful," Pepper said, and the others nodded in agreement. "All right, guys, I'll be heading out. You all go and enjoy," Dave said, jumping off and beginning his flight toward the uppermost island where Enel resided. "He should enjoy too," Tony shook his head, watching Dave fly off. The others shrugged and jumped off the ship, making their way toward the town visible in the distance. Meanwhile, Dave continued flying, musing to himself, should I kill him or recruit him? He wasn't interested in exploring Sky Island, especially with the constant threat of lightning strikes from above. Soon, Dave reached Upper Yard and headed toward the heart of it, where a massive ship was anchored. Nearby, lounging without a care, was Enel. "Who are you?" Enel asked, glancing lazily at Dave. "You seem pretty relaxed for someone who's about to get beaten up," Dave replied, smirking. Enel sighed, not even bothering to look at him directly. "Many have said that, but what can a mortal do to thunder? I am thunder itself, God Enel." Dave chuckled, unimpressed, as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. "Kneel." Enel, who had been on the verge of yawning, suddenly felt an immense pressure crash down on him, forcing him to his knees. Stunned, he looked up at Dave. "What is this?" Dave didn't answer. In an instant, he used trickshot to close the distance, landing a powerful punch squarely on Enel's face. Enel barely had a moment to register his thoughts. Physical attacks won't work. Before his world went black, Dave's armament hockey-covered fist having knocked him out cold. Dave stood over the unconscious Enel, smirking at the so-called God of Thunder, now lying helplessly at his feet. He quickly bound Enel with sea stone cuffs he prepared beforehand, making sure the self-proclaimed god wouldn't be able to escape or use his powers. "That was easier than expected," Dave muttered, looking down at the fallen Enel. "Guess I didn't need to decide whether to kill or recruit him yet." He activated his communicator. "Hey, Tony, mission's done. I'm bringing back a souvenir. Make sure there's a secure cell ready on the ship." "Already." Tony's voice crackled over the line, surprised. "You really do work fast." "Someone has to," Dave replied with a smirk. "The rest of you enjoy exploring. I'll bring Enel back to the ship and join you in a bit." Back in the Sky Island town, the crew had split up to explore. Emma and Trish were wandering through the bustling market, taking in the unusual items from the sky. Diana and Pepper were fascinated by the strange dials, testing out a few with curious enthusiasm. Each member enjoyed the respite, knowing that their captain was handling the heavy lifting. "I kind of feel bad for him, doing all the work while we're here shopping," Diana said, holding up a handful of exotic shells. Trish laughed. "He likes it that way, trust me." Soon after, Dave returned with Enel in tow, chained and unresponsive. The crew gathered around, curious. "So, what do we do with him now?" Emma asked, inspecting Enel with mild amusement. "We keep him locked up until I decide," Dave replied. "He might be useful if he pledges his loyalty. Otherwise." He left the sentence hanging, but everyone understood. With their prize secured, the Hell Prince pirates continued their exploration of Sky Island, but this time with their sights set on locating the mythical light angel fruit. This time, they continued to explore the islands, enjoying everything from sky crabs to white sea fish. There were all kinds of tasty food to try, and most of the inhabitants were blissfully unaware that their so-called god Enel was now a prisoner of the Hell Prince pirates. For over a month, they thoroughly explored Sky Island, relishing its unique landscapes and delicacies. Eventually, they located the mythical light angel devil fruit, which Diana claimed, as her powers were the weakest in the crew. With the fruit in their possession and the exploration complete, they set sail, leaving Sky Island behind and ready for their next adventure. Chapter 61, Sabaody Archipelago. The Hell Prince pirates sailed quietly toward their next destination, the Sabaody Archipelago. After their adventure on Sky Island, they'd set their course directly for Sabaody, each of them eager for what lay ahead. Dave lounged leisurely on the deck, watching the intense training around him. Tony and Enel were locked in an energetic sparring session, their movements so fast they appeared as two blue blurs clashing against each other in a storm of sparks and speed. Nearby, Emma and Diana were engaged in a graceful yet fierce duel. With Emma's shimmering blue-white wings and Diana's radiant, golden-tinged swan wings, they looked like angels in combat, their movements leaving trails of light as they tested each other's skills. On the other side of the ship, Pepper was sparring with Trish. Though relatively new to combat, Pepper held her own against Trish, who fought with the steady power and experience of a veteran. Their movements were precise, yet intense, as Pepper focused on honing her abilities under Trish's watchful guidance. Dave watched with a slight smile, pleased to see his crew pushing themselves to new heights, each one growing stronger with every passing day. The training is important as just after landing on land they have got news of Ace capture. Ace was returning back to New World after learning at Drum Island that Blackbeard is killed by another pirate group. When he encountered the Kaio, they fought and Ace was defeated and captured back to Marine HQ. And now Marine like an original is planning to execute him. Dave thus has to rush forward to Sabaody Archipelago. Dave had two main objectives in mind for Sabaody Archipelago. First, he planned to leave his crew in the hands of the legendary old man Rayleigh. Meanwhile, he would make his way to Impel Down to secure some powerful devil fruits for himself. Raising his hand, Dave watched as a pitch-black aura flowed from his palm. Mastered external release, now, all that's left is internal destruction, he murmured, closing his eyes and delving into his training, cultivating his armament haki to greater levels. His observation haki was already advanced enough to glimpse into the future, while his armament haki was only a step behind. As for his conqueror's haki, he had developed it to an intermediate level. Alongside his haki, he had honed his swordsmanship to the level of sword will, meaning he could slice through mountains with ease or restrain his blade to leave a sheet of paper untouched. His mastery with the sword was impressive, having initially been enhanced by the Dante template, but now he had surpassed even that. After a few weeks at sea, the crew finally arrived, gazing at the large island enveloped in a blanket of bubbles. Various sized bubbles floated around the island, creating a mesmerizing display. Sabaody Archipelago loomed before them, alive with activity and the distinctive bubbles that drifted endlessly skyward. Sabaody Archipelago stretched before them, a vast and vibrant island formed from the massive roots of the giant Urukaman mangroves. The mangroves' towering trunks dotted the landscape, each with a distinct grove number, creating natural zones that divided the island into unique districts. Bubbles constantly rose from the roots, filling the air with an otherworldly shimmer as they floated gently upward, popping and reforming in mesmerizing cycles. The island's ambience was lively and chaotic, filled with the hustle and bustle of pirates, bounty hunters, merchants, and celestial dragons' intimidating presence. At one side of the island, luxury shops boasted extravagant goods from every corner of the world, catering to the wealthy and powerful. The infamous auction house also loomed nearby, where shady dealings occurred, and people were often sold off as property, symbolizing the dark underbelly of Sabaody. In contrast, some groves held bustling taverns and lively spots where pirates shared tales of their journeys, while bounty hunters kept a keen eye on potential targets. The bars and entertainment areas were known for their rowdy atmosphere, hosting pirate crews and travelers alike. But there was also a sense of dread, as the Marines frequently patrolled these waters, always on alert for high-bounty pirates passing through. On the far edge, a quieter grove concealed the humble shipcoating shops run by specialized craftsmen. Here, skilled hands prepared pirate ships for the deep-sea journey to Fishman Island, as the archipelago served as the last point of rest before the dangerous underwater route. Despite its beauty, Sabaody Archipelago was filled with danger and unpredictability. The looming presence of celestial dragons, who saw the island as their playground, created tension that could escalate without warning. For any pirate crew, especially one like Dave's, Sabaody was both a place of opportunity and a gauntlet of potential threats. "Okay, this is where we part," Dave said, and the others nodded. He had shown them plenty of love during the past few weeks' nights, and now they hugged him tightly. "I wish I could go with you, but I'm just not strong enough," Diana said, looking up at him. Dave shook his head with a chuckle. "Don't you know? When a king goes to battle, his queens wait for him." Hearing him, Emma and the others chuckled. Meanwhile, Pepper turned to Tony and frowned. "I know you're strong enough, but you don't have to go out and fight," she said. "I know, but remember what Dave told us," he replied. "He's not the only powerful person in our original world. Consider this practice." Pepper sighed and shook her head. "I guess I can't persuade you," she said, smiling as she leaned in and kissed him. Enel, watching them, turned his head away, muttering to himself, "I want a girlfriend too," as he silently sulked. Dave, Tony, and Enel were preparing for the upcoming fight. Originally, Dave intended to go alone, but Tony and Enel insisted on joining him. So, he set a challenge for them: if they could reach an advanced level in both armament haki and observation haki, they could come along. Tony, using his turbo energy and brilliant mind, pushed himself to reach that level. Meanwhile, Enel, already powerful, mastered armament haki with ease. As for observation haki, his abilities were heightened further by his unique mantra, which allowed him to sense electromagnetic changes in his surroundings. With these skills honed, both had passed Dave's test and were now ready to join him on this mission. The girls, on the other hand, would remain behind to continue their own training, honing their abilities and preparing for future battles. Chapter 62, Rayleigh. "So, where are we going first?" Tony asked, looking around the lively yet chaotic streets of the Sabaody Archipelago. Dave replied with a confident grin, "We're heading to Grove 13. That's where we'll find our trainer." Tony and Enel and other girls nodded, following Dave as he led them through the bustling crowds. The air was filled with a mix of curiosity and anticipation as they navigated the maze-like layout of the archipelago. With bubbles floating around them and the faint sound of sea creatures beneath the islands, the atmosphere was both surreal and exciting. Soon, they were in front of the bar, Rip-Off Bar. "What a name," Tony mumbled, seeing it as Dave shrugged and entered inside. Inside the bar, people bustled about until Dave released his conqueror's haki at full strength. Scram, he commanded, his voice echoing with authority. Instantly, the patrons fled, leaving only the bar's owner, Shaki. You just scared off my customers, and some still owe their bills, Shaki remarked dryly, taking a puff from her cigarette. She watched Dave as he approached the bar and set down 2 beautiful glass vials on the counter. It's called the elixir of youth. Whoever drinks it will revert to their mid-20s, Dave said with a smirk. Shaki raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And what exactly do you want in return, she asked, eyeing the vials. I want my crew to train on Amazon Lily, Dave replied, nodding toward Emma and the others, who waited patiently behind him. 1 vial's a gift for you, and the others for us. Shaki glanced between the vials and the crew, considering his request. She finally nodded, a hint of amusement in her gaze. All right. I'll make it happen. Just then, the door opened, and Rayleigh stepped in, his presence filling the room. Dave gave a respectful nod. Please, accept these as a gift, Master Rayleigh, he offered. Rayleigh looked at the vials with a curious smile, wondering where he got them. These vials were spoils Dave had gained from defeating a powerful pirate he'd encountered en route, and he hoped they would rejuvenate the old man, and he would fight during the war. Where did you get this from? Rayleigh asked, looking at vial. Devil fruit, Dave simply replied as Rayleigh nodded. The sea is vast, it's no surprise if new devil fruits were to be discovered. Rayleigh uncorked the vial and drank it in one swift gulp. Shaki watched him in astonishment, wondering why he trusted the elixir so easily. But as she stared, her eyes widened in disbelief. Rayleigh's silver hair and beard began to regain a deep golden hue, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out, revealing the legendary pirate king right-hand man in his prime. This. Shaki gasped, glancing at the remaining vial. Without hesitation, she uncorked it and drank, eager to see if it was truly real. Within moments, her skin regained its youthful glow, and her energy felt revitalized. Rayleigh stretched, feeling the strength and vigor of his younger self. It's been a while since I felt this alive. He smiled as he looked at Dave. I guess, I should thank you for this, Roger's apprentice. Shaki looked at Dave, finally grasping why he had offered them such powerful vials rather than trading them with the Marines for a fortune. So, Roger had an apprentice, he hid you well, she said thoughtfully. He also has a son, Dave replied, making Shaki raise her brows. Wasn't he killed in the brutal hunt that targeted babies and mothers after Roger's death, she asked, recalling the grim history. Dave shook his head, explaining how Ace's mother had endured an extended pregnancy, hiding her son until he could be born safely. Rayleigh closed his eyes, nodding solemnly as he took in the story. I see, he said quietly, though his calm words held an undercurrent of overwhelming emotion. Roger surrendered, hoping his family could live, but those bastards. I was old and powerless back then. But now, I'll sail once again. Then how about joining me? Dave offered, testing if he could convince the legendary pirate to stand by his side. Rayleigh chuckled heartily. Haha, you and your master, never letting an old man rest, are you? Beside him, Shaki laughed as well. Guess I'm getting back on the seas too. I've been slacking off here, but perhaps it's time I took to the waves again, she said with a smirk. Dave smiled, nodding at the newfound energy in them both. It'll be an honor to sail alongside legends. Rayleigh and Shaki exchanged glances, both sensing something different in Dave's approach. Should I coat your ship for the journey? Rayleigh asked, raising a brow, but Dave shook his head confidently. That won't be necessary, he replied. Rayleigh looked intrigued but didn't question further. He simply stayed silent, waiting to see how Dave planned to cross the red line without the traditional coating. So, when are we leaving? Shaki asked, glancing around. I'll need to close up here. Dave nodded thoughtfully. I want to explore this place a bit, then we'll set sail for the new world. I also have one last vial of youth elixir, which I plan to give to Whitebeard. Rayleigh's face softened, nodding in approval. Yes, that old guy will definitely be interested. Shaki's eyes glinted as she asked, by the way, you're planning to intervene in Ace's execution, right? Dave nodded resolutely. Of course. Good. If you hadn't, I'd have abandoned you now, Rayleigh replied with a smirk. Knowing that Ace was Roger's son, Rayleigh's resolve was clear, he would fight, especially now that he was back in his prime. Is that how you're planning to gain Whitebeard's support? Shaki inquired. Exactly. Now, train my crew here while I go explore the archipelago, Dave said, about to head out. But Tony chimed in, sounding slightly uneasy, something's off. Dave's never shown much interest in sightseeing, yet he's keen on exploring this island. I think there might be more to it. Rayleigh and Shaki exchanged wary looks, nodding in agreement. I suppose Roger's apprentice isn't as peaceful as him, Shaki remarked, shaking her head. Rayleigh chuckled, standing up. I'll follow him to make sure he's safe. If he gets into any trouble, I'll be there to help. With that, Rayleigh left, determined to watch over this young, ambitious pirate who seemed ready to challenge the world. Chapter 63, Sabaody Archipelago 2. The Sabaody Archipelago is a breathtaking and peculiar place in the One Piece world, consisting of a series of massive mangrove trees known as the Urukuman mangroves. These towering trees stretch hundreds of feet into the sky, with roots and trunks so vast that they form islands of land that house bustling communities and attractions. The environment is bathed in a soft greenish-blue light filtered through the dense canopy above, casting an otherworldly glow on everything below. The trees release a unique resin that forms enormous, transparent bubbles, which constantly float around the archipelago. People use these bubbles for various purposes, such as transportation or amusement, and they give Sabaody a whimsical, magical atmosphere. The bubbles drift lazily through the air, popping on contact with seawater but otherwise floating freely, creating an ethereal, dreamlike effect throughout the area. The archipelago is divided into numbered zones, each called a grove. The zones vary greatly in character and purpose, from tourist-filled entertainment areas with hotels and amusement attractions to shady districts housing black market shops, slave auctions, and pirate haunts. The lawless parts are frequented by notorious pirates, bounty hunters, and even some of the infamous celestial dragons, powerful, haughty nobles who hold absolute authority and are known for their cruelty and arrogance. Despite its beauty, the archipelago has a darker, tense atmosphere due to the presence of these celestial dragons. Their presence causes fear among the locals and travelers, as any act against them brings down the wrath of the Marines and Admiral-level enforcements. However, Sabaody's strategic importance lies in its location. It's the last stop before the Grand Line's notorious New World, making it a major checkpoint for pirate crews preparing for the journey. Each grove within the Sabaody Archipelago has its own unique personality, purpose, and feel. The groves are numbered from 1 to 79, forming distinct zones on the massive roots of the Urukuman mangrove trees, and serve various functions that cater to the diverse range of visitors, from tourists to pirates to Marines. Groves 1 to 29, the Lawless Zone. This area is known for its chaotic, dangerous atmosphere, frequented by pirates, bounty hunters, and criminals. Here, you'll find dark, narrow alleyways and hidden underground markets, where illegal goods are sold alongside weapons, rare devil fruits, and forbidden items. The infamous human auctioning house is also located in this zone, where people, including captured pirates and innocent civilians, are auctioned as slaves. Many groves in this zone are poorly lit, with flickering lamps casting eerie shadows, and the sense of threat is palpable, as fights often break out in the streets. Groves 30 to 39, Tourist and Amusement Zone. In contrast to the lawless areas, these groves are lively and colorful, bustling with tourists, entertainers, and souvenir shops. Amusement centers, restaurants, hotels, and bubble parks fill the groves, making it a popular area for travelers and families. The floating bubbles add a whimsical charm, drifting around the crowded streets where children play and performers entertain. This zone is filled with cheerful energy, with music playing and bubbles popping in the air, giving it a friendly and vibrant atmosphere. Groves 40 to 49, Ship Coating and Repair Zone. The groves in this area specialize in the process of ship coating, where skilled craftsmen apply resin to ships to allow them to submerge and travel underwater, an essential modification for anyone entering the New World. Shipwrights and coating mechanics can be seen working tirelessly, and there's an industrial feel here, with numerous shipyards and workshops buzzing with activity. The scent of wood and resin fills the air, and the sight of half-built ships and cranes is common. Pirates and travelers alike flock to this zone to prepare their vessels for the harsh conditions ahead. Groves 50 to 59, Merchant and Shopping District. This zone is filled with a variety of shops and markets where goods from all around the world are sold. Merchants display rare items, exotic foods, clothing, weaponry, and a variety of curious wares. Each grove has a market street lined with colorful stalls and bustling crowds, and the air is filled with the aroma of street food and spices. Travelers of all kinds, from wealthy merchants to shady dealers, can be found here, haggling and trading goods. The diversity of items sold here makes it an essential stop for crews stocking up for the New World. Grove 60 to 69, Marine Facilities. This area is under the control of the Marines and is heavily fortified. Marine bases, surveillance points, and barracks are spread throughout, with soldiers patrolling the streets. Due to the celestial dragons and frequent pirate traffic, the Marines maintain a strong presence here. The atmosphere is tense and rigid, and the entire zone is off-limits to civilians without permission. The Marine headquarters on Sabaody ensures that no criminal activity overflows into other zones, and there's a noticeable decrease in activity due to strict security checks. Grove 70 to 79, General Residential and Local Services. These groves are home to locals who reside on Sabaody, as well as service facilities like hospitals, schools, and general stores. It has a peaceful, community-oriented atmosphere compared to the bustling tourist areas or chaotic lawless zones. Here, locals lead relatively quiet lives, tending to shops, fishing, and living simple lives on the roots of the mangroves. Some inns and guest houses are also here, often visited by travelers looking for a quieter stay away from the more crowded tourist areas. The Marine Facility Grove, it really should be called the Celestial Dragon District, Dave muttered, glancing around at the overly grandiose buildings clearly designed to cater to the whims of the world nobles rather than the Marines. The supposed marine zone looked more like a fortress for the celestial dragons, with lavish, towering mansions and expansive courtyards surrounded by intimidating walls. Only a few actual marine barracks were visible, standing in the shadows of these extravagant residences. While the marine insignias hung high and proud, it was clear the real purpose of this district was to protect and serve the privileged rather than enforce justice. The streets were eerily silent, with only the distant sound of marine patrols and a few slaves hurrying about under strict watch. Chapter 64, Kidnapping Celestial Pigs. As Dave silently counted the figures moving about inside the facility, he noted, 17 celestial dragons, quite a gathering, his gaze darkening with a hint of contempt. Across from him, hidden behind a worn wooden post, Rayleigh observed Dave with a concerned expression, reading the intensity in his eyes. He can't be planning to kill them, can he? Rayleigh wondered, worry tightening his jaw. He knew Dave was no ordinary person, especially given his power and fearlessness, but going after the world nobles would be an open invitation for chaos, and a relentless pursuit from the Marines and the admirals. Dave glanced back in Rayleigh's direction, as if sensing his thoughts, and flashed a half-smile, his expression a strange blend of challenge and reassurance. Rayleigh froze as he saw the sword materialize in Dave's hand, muttering to himself, "Oh, this can't be good." But before he could say anything, Dave's voice cut through the tension. "Head back to the ship. I'll catch up." There was no room for argument, and Rayleigh knew better than to try. With a reluctant nod, Rayleigh disappeared into the shadows, heading back as Dave stepped boldly out of his hiding spot and moved directly toward the Marine District entrance. The Marine guards there noticed his approach, and one of them immediately raised his hand to stop him. "This area is restricted. No entry allowed," the Marine stated firmly, eyeing Dave with suspicion. Dave gave a calm, almost amused nod. "Oh, is that so? And what exactly is this place?" The Marine's expression hardened, his tone growing even more dismissive. "This is Marine territory. You can't just waltz in here." Dave's gaze sharpened as he asked coldly, "Then tell me, why are there slaves inside?" The Marine patrolman scowled, clearly annoyed. "Get out of here before we throw you out." Dave clicked his tongue in irritation. "Tisk, TSK. Marines involved in slavery under the guise of the law. You don't deserve to breathe," he murmured, his voice dripping with disdain. In one swift motion, he swung his sword, cutting down the guards with a single, clean strike. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, echoing in the stillness as Dave stepped over them, his gaze locked on the facility ahead. The true reckoning was about to begin. Dave continued his stride forward, his face set with unyielding determination. The Marines within the facility, alerted by the noise, began to take notice. A few higher-ranking officers rushed forward, shouting orders to the remaining guards to take him down. "Who dares attack a Marine facility?" one of the officers yelled, brandishing his weapon. Dave's gaze remained icy. "A man who despises hypocrites," he replied, his voice steady and unforgiving. The officers hesitated for a moment, uneasy at the calm ferocity in his eyes. But orders were orders, and soon enough, they lunged at him. Dave was ready. With swift, powerful swings of his sword, he dispatched the first wave of Marines, their attacks barely grazing him as he cut through their defenses. One officer, braver than the others, tried to approach him from the side, only for Dave to vanish from sight, reappearing behind him in a flash. Before the officer could even register what had happened, Dave's blade was already pressed against his back. "Tell me where they're keeping the slaves," Dave demanded. The officer stammered, his face pale. "To the inner chambers, beyond the courtyard." "But, you'll never reach it." Dave gave a slight smirk. "Watch me." He knocked the officer out cold, leaving him slumped on the ground, and moved deeper into the facility. As he approached the courtyard, he could hear the faint cries and desperate murmurs from the slaves held captive inside. His grip tightened on his sword, anger sparking within him. He stepped into the courtyard, where a squadron of Marines awaited him, weapons drawn. "There's no escape now," one of them sneered, clearly trying to bolster his own confidence as much as intimidate Dave. Dave simply raised his sword, the air around him charged with his intent. "I didn't come here to escape." With that, he dashed forward, his sword moving like lightning as he cut down the Marines one by one. Despite their numbers, none of them could match his skill or strength. As he fought his way through, he could feel the weight of the captives' eyes upon him, their hope slowly rekindling as they watched their captors fall. Finally, after a relentless battle, he stood before the iron doors of the inner chamber. He sheathed his sword for a moment, drawing a deep breath, and with a powerful kick, the doors burst open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with huddled slaves, their expressions a mix of fear and disbelief. Dave stepped inside, his gaze softening. "You're free now," he announced, his voice carrying a reassurance that they hadn't felt in years. One of the older captives managed to speak through trembling lips. Who are you?" Dave gave a small smile, extending a hand to help them up. "Just someone who won't tolerate injustice," he replied. "Now, let's get you all out of here." As the freed captives dispersed, some casting grateful glances back at him, Dave turned his attention to the looming inner buildings of the marine facility. His expression hardened. This was where the real power and corruption lay. These were the quarters of the celestial dragons, the so-called gods, who claimed authority over the lives of others. Time to confront these self-proclaimed rulers, he muttered to himself, gripping his sword tightly as he strode toward the opulent, guarded entrance. A few remaining marines attempted to stand in his way, but the sight of his blood-stained blade and fierce determination made them falter. One particularly brave soldier stepped forward, his hands trembling yet determined. You can't go any further. The celestial dragons, they'll bring hell upon us all if you harm them. Dave's gaze narrowed, his voice low but cutting. Hell is already here. I'm just clearing out the demons. For I am Demon Slayer. With swift movements, he dispatched the remaining guards, advancing until he reached the main doors of the inner sanctum. The silence within was almost suffocating, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. The faint murmur of voices reached his ears, entitled, oblivious, and blissfully ignorant of the bloodshed that had occurred just outside their luxurious walls. Chapter 65, Taking Doggies for a Walk. Whimper. Whimper. Dave looked down at the celestial dragon, foaming at the mouth and clutching his groin, clearly having passed out from the pain as the woman relentlessly kicked him over and over. Anyone else want to do it too? Dave asked, placing a 1,000,000-berry reward in the woman's hands. The woman stared at the berries, looking back up at Dave with gratitude. This isn't necessary, she said, her voice soft. Dave shook his head. It's okay. Take it. She nodded and walked away, and Dave turned to the crowd. I've gotten quite a haul from these pigs anyway, he thought to himself, eyeing the other slaves who had been freed. Come on. Earn some money by beating up these pigs, he called, grabbing a microphone and gesturing at the lined-up celestial dragons. Bastard. How dare you? Call an admiral. This madman is tearing us apart. Kill his entire family, one of them shrieked. One of the celestial dragons tried to raise his head, muttering incoherently. Call an admiral, my family will. Dave picked up his weapon, a nunchucks called Cerberus. He swung it once, striking a celestial dragon who yelped in agony. Shut up. If any of you make another sound, I'll beat you to a pulp. He raised Cerberus as a few more attempted to shout, but a few quick snaps of the whip-like weapon silenced them all. Now, bark, Dave commanded. The celestial dragons glared back defiantly, so Dave lifted Cerberus higher. At last, one of them caved and let out a weak woof. Ha ha ha, good. Dave chuckled, amused by the sight. He raised Cerberus once more, now, louder. The celestial dragons whimpered, but soon the barking echoed through the streets. Good. Dave smirked, enjoying the moment. Now, louder. Bark like you mean it. And, one by one, they all began to bark, their pride crushed under the fierce sting of Cerberus. Let's move now, Dave commanded as he began walking with the celestial dragons trailing behind him like obedient dogs. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Ever been kicked by light? Dave paused, recognizing the tone of Admiral Kizaru. He waited until Kizaru was close enough, then swiftly turned as Cerberus transformed into a staff, coated in armament hockey. With one fierce swing, Dave met Kizaru's incoming kick, their hockey-clad powers clashing. Clang. Crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking filled the air as Kizaru staggered back, his leg visibly injured from the impact. It was twisted. Move any closer, and these pigs go flying, Dave warned, keeping his grip firm on Cerberus. Kizaru glared at him, eyes narrowed as he observed the strange weapon and the men wielding it. Who are you? He managed to ask. Me. I'm the Demon Slayer, here to deal with demons of every kind, Dave replied, as he continued moving leisurely, not minding Kizaru even a bit. Dave's power was already formidable, enhanced further by his mastery over hockey. Even before training in hockey, he was as strong as a Roger and Garp, if not stronger. Now, with his abilities refined, he was on par with a Season 4 Emperor or higher. Meanwhile, Kizaru tapped his den mushy, attempting to make contact. Hello. Hello, he muttered, his call connecting after a slight delay. Back at Marine HQ, an operator responded, Sir Admiral Kizaru. Did you manage to save the celestial dragons? Kizaru hesitated, frustration evident. No, they're still being held. I've been severely injured. I'm sending an emergency signal. I need backup immediately, he said, grimacing. The operator was stunned. Injured? By a single person. Kizaru is one of the fastest in the Marines, how could he get injured so easily, they whispered, baffled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the operator activated the emergency alert, signaling the severity of the crisis. Vice Admiral Garp, passing by, overheard the commotion and glanced back, unimpressed. What's going on? Garp asked, raising an eyebrow. Sir, the celestial dragons are under attack. The operator replied nervously. Garp gave a dismissive wave. Oh, it's just those pigs. Pretend I'm not here, he muttered, chuckling as he continued walking, clearly unfazed by the news. The operator stood there in shock before quickly dashing to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Sir. There's been an emergency. Admiral Kizaru, he's been injured, she reported breathlessly. What? Sengoku shot up, visibly alarmed. Kizaru, injured? He's the fastest marine we have. Who could possibly manage that, he wondered aloud, his mind racing. If there's someone out there capable of hurting Kizaru, they must be on a level near the four emperors. Sengoku said, troubled. Call Garp, immediately, he ordered. The operator, trembling slightly, didn't dare to say what Garp had said earlier. Garp. Come to office quickly. Sengoku's voice could be heard echoing through the den mushy. On Garp's ship, the vice admiral rubbed his ear, chuckling. Huh? Did someone call me? His crew stared at him in disbelief, having heard Sengoku's unmistakable shout. Haha, must have been my imagination. Well, let's keep going. It's been a while since I last saw my grandson. Garp said, grinning broadly. His crew could only nod in agreement, half amused, half exasperated at Garp's carefree attitude. While others appeared in the office as they all looked at him. Akainu entered the room, settling into his chair with a stoic expression, while Akiji strolled in more casually, a carefree smile on his face and a blindfold resting over his eyes. Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived shortly after and looked to Sengoku with concern. What's going on here? She asked, sensing the tense atmosphere. Sengoku, still visibly troubled, replied, there's been an attack on the celestial dragons. I sent Kizaru, but it turns out it's not just a reckless pirate. Kizaru has been seriously injured. Akainu scowled, his fists clenching at the news, while Tsuru looked contemplative. If they've injured Kizaru, they must be a formidable threat. But why would they attack the celestial dragons? Tsuru inquired. It's not the usual pirates. This one calls himself the Demon Slayer, Sengoku explained with a heavy sigh. He gestured to the operator, who stepped forward nervously. He claims he's just slaying demons by taking down the world nobles, the operator stammered, his face pale. Akainu slammed his fist onto the table, his voice dripping with fury. This demon slayer is openly defying marine authority and mocking our protection of the world government. Chapter 66, Ransom. Still, we have to handle this with caution, Sengoku stated, his gaze hardening. It's the celestial dragons we're talking about, we can't have them dying under our watch. Akiji maintained his relaxed, almost disinterested demeanor, his eyes half closed. Focus, Akiji, Sengoku called out, his patience waning. Akiji shrugged nonchalantly, I'm not much for planning, you know. Just handle the strategy, I'll do the fighting if it comes to that. Sengoku frowned but didn't press further. Instead, he turned to Tsuru. What do we know about him? Tsuru took a moment, recalling, there was talk of a group known as the Hell Prince Pirates in East Blue. Smoker mentioned them briefly, but then they vanished without a trace, until now. Smoker from East Blue. Sengoku raised an eyebrow. What did he tell us about them? He reported they were forced into piracy due to a particular marine officer, who's now in Impel Down. Smoker went to apprehend those marines after hearing about their actions. Sengoku shook his head. Still, I doubt they'd target the celestial dragons for something as trivial as that. Permission to speak, a voice interjected. It was Vice Admiral Rhodes, a recent addition to Marine HQ. Sengoku glanced at him. Do you know them? Yes, not the captain directly, but one of his crew members, Tony. He introduced me to them, Rhodes replied, looking contemplative. What do you know about him? Sengoku pressed. Rhodes took a deep breath. From what I've known, Dave is at least 4 Emperor level, if not higher. But he's not the type to attack without cause. He's calm, even when provoked, he's more of a laid-back, kind-hearted individual. If he's attacking world nobles, there has to be a reason. And he was 4 Emperor level before he learned hockey. Now, he must have already mastered it, so he's even stronger, Rhodes said. Akainu scoffed, frowning. 4 Emperor level without hockey. You must be an idiot to think that, he sneered, casting a disdainful glance at him. Whether you believe it or not isn't my problem. I'm just telling you what I know, the rest is up to you, Rhodes shrugged. He'd already seen how the marine system worked, and he understood why Dave warned him not to take everything at face value. While Marines claimed to uphold justice, Rhodes had come to realize that their actions over the years were, at best, only 70% aligned with true justice. Just then, an operator rushed in. Sir, the Public Security Office reports that the Hell Prince Pirates are tearing down multiple stations. The other 2 crew members responsible are calling themselves Turbo Ironman Tony and Thoranel. What stations? Sengoku demanded. The slave AUC. I mean, the public service offices, the operator replied, stumbling over his words. Rhodes scoffed. Just say it. Slave auction house. Why are you even pretending? Sengoku shot him a glare. Shut up, Rhodes. But Rhodes stood his ground, his voice edged with defiance. With all due respect, these Hell Prince pirates are doing a better job at justice than we are. At least they're not hypocrites. Akainu snarled at Rhodes, lunging at him. In a flash, Rhodes sidestepped and summoned Ifrit, his hand coated in flames. He aimed a powerful punch at Akainu's face, sending him flying back, blood trickling from his head. Vice Admiral Rhodes, stand down. Sengoku shouted, his voice echoing through the room. Rhodes threw off his marine cap, his gaze unyielding. Keep your justice. You're only fooling yourselves. With that, Rhodes turned and stormed out, muttering to himself, damn it, maybe Dave was right. He began to seriously consider if remaining in the Marines was even worth it anymore. Still, I can't forsake the people here, Rhodes muttered to himself, recalling how even Akiji had questioned the Marines' version of justice. Why don't I start my own Marine force, he pondered, the thought becoming more tempting with every step. He envisioned allies who shared his ideals, those who would truly protect the innocent without hypocrisy. I could get Zephyr too. If he's still bitter over the loss of his arm, maybe Dave could help with that, he thought, an idea forming in his mind. Determined, Rhodes made his way towards Zephyr, his resolve growing stronger with each stride. Back at Fleet Admiral office, Sengoku stared at the empty chair Rhodes had vacated and then glanced over at Akainu, who was still tending to his injuries. He's above Akainu. Sengoku muttered to himself, feeling the weight of the revelation. He knew Garp had taken an interest in training Rhodes, but he hadn't realized it was to this extent. He was trained under Garp, after all, Tsuru reminded him, observing the turmoil on Sengoku's face. Rhodes isn't just any Marine. His skills have evolved far beyond standard training. Before Sengoku could respond, the operator rushed in again with an urgent message. Sir, there's been another contact from the Hell Prince pirates. What now? Sengoku asked, frustrated. Sir, Pirate Dave is demanding a devil fruit in exchange for the celestial dragons. He specifically requested either a Paramecia, mythical Zoan, or Logia type, the operator reported nervously. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table in fury. That bastard. Does he think we have devil fruits ready to trade, he roared, anger flashing in his eyes. Get me a den mushy line. I'll speak to this Dave, myself. The room was tense as the operator quickly scrambled to set up the den mushy. Sengoku's face was a mask of frustration as he waited. Akainu, still furious from his altercation with Rhodes, muttered, if he thinks he can just demand devil fruits from us, he's got another thing coming. Soon, the den mushy connected, and the receiver lit up with the mocking voice of Dave. Well, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I hear you're not too pleased with my requests, Dave's voice was calm but edged with dark amusement. Enough games, pirate. Sengoku barked. You think you can negotiate with us using the celestial dragons as leverage? You're out of your depth. Oh, I think I'm right where I need to be, Dave replied smoothly. You value those gods so highly, yet they do nothing but drain resources and abuse their power. I simply offered them a taste of the consequences of their actions. You've crossed a line, Dave, Sengoku growled. Demanding a devil fruit is beyond arrogance. Why should I even consider this? Chapter 67, Celestial Pigs, Dogs. Dave stepped into the Grand Palace, taking in the disturbing scene before him. The room was filled with celestial dragons indulging in grotesque luxuries, their extravagance marred by the sight of several frightened, kneeling women and even a few lifeless bodies lying on the floor, blood pooling around them. Now, that's some twisted version of justice I didn't expect to see, Dave muttered quietly, his brows furrowing. Suddenly, one of the celestial dragons noticed him and let out a roar. Who is this filthy intruder, he demanded, glaring at Dave with disdain. How dare you enter our palace, you wretched commoner, another snarled, reaching for his weapon. Kill him, came a third voice, his tone dripping with entitlement and fury. But then, a woman among the celestial dragons, draped in opulent silks and dripping with jewels, raised her hand to silence them. She looked at Dave, her gaze slowly sliding over him with a strange glint in her eye. Wait, she said with a sultry smile, licking her lips. He's handsome. I want him as my personal slave. He'll serve me. Dave watched as one of the celestial dragons barked at him, apparently oblivious to any danger as she haughtily declared, Don't you know serving us is the highest honor? Why don't you kneel then? She added. Dave rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. I'm actually here to collect some divine dogs. And from what I see, there are about 17 of them here. He shot a look of mock surprise at the celestial dragons. At that, several of the celestial dragons scoffed, clearly missing the insult as they glanced around with smug expressions. One of the CP-0 agents stepped forward, sneering. "You dare address our master so disrespectfully, commoner?" Dave raised a brow, genuine curiosity creeping into his expression. "Are their brains rotten too?" he murmured, barely loud enough for the agents to hear. His eyes scanned the room, taking in the more than 20 CP-0 agents positioned around the palace, each one strength ranked at vice admiral. "So, are we just going to stand here?" Dave asked, his voice laced with impatience. One of the CP-0 agents barked, "Escort him outside or attack him." The rest of the agents sprang into action. Dave noticed one of them discreetly contacting the Marines. A smirk spread across his face as he unleashed his devil form. In a blur of motion, he shot past the CP-0 agents, and within seconds, they all lay lifeless on the ground. The celestial dragons, oblivious to the reality before them, continued shouting, "Commoner! How dare you lay a hand on?" Before they could finish, Dave released his conqueror's hockey at full force, his aura crashing over the room like a tidal wave. The celestial dragons, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, dropped unconscious, silenced in an instant. "Now, let's do this," Dave mumbled, pulling out slave collars and fastening them around the necks of the unconscious celestial dragons. He turned to the other slaves in the room. "You can all just run away," he said calmly. The slaves looked at him in shock, their fear soon replaced by hope as they bolted toward the exit, eager for freedom. Dave watched them go, then glanced around the room thoughtfully. But I could use a few more minions," he murmured. Eyeing the lifeless bodies of the CP-0 agents, a smirk formed on his face. "Plenty of material here." He activated his demonic possession skill, summoning demons from the depths of hell to inhabit the fallen bodies. Dark energy swirled around them as the demons entered, reanimating each corpse. Soon, his new demonic soldiers stood at attention, awaiting his command. "Take 7 of them and make a round through the island," Dave ordered, passing leashes to the demonic soldiers. He turned but then stopped to add, "Feel free to rough them up if they try to escape." The demons nodded, gripping the leashes tightly. "And if you're cornered, kill them. Self-destruct if the need arises," Dave continued, his tone cold and authoritative. The demonic soldiers, obedient and steadfast, acknowledged his commands, prepared to follow every order to the letter. As the demonic soldiers dragged the celestial dragons out of the palace, Dave watched with a dark satisfaction, feeling a sense of poetic justice. The once proud rulers, accustomed to having others bow to their whims, now found themselves paraded through the streets, humiliated and helpless. The slaves who had managed to escape earlier looked back in shock, seeing their former captors in chains, their expressions a mix of disbelief and newfound hope. The demonic soldiers carelessly dragged the unconscious celestial dragons out of the marine district, turning the scene into pure chaos. Everyone scattered, terrified at the sight. "Who are these people?" "An admiral will come," another shouted. But a few brave souls stayed, capturing photos and videos. "This is a scoop," one whispered excitedly, while another onlooker muttered, "Oh my God, there are 7 of them, all leashed up." "Luckily, they're knocked out," someone else added. "I can't imagine what would happen if they woke up to find themselves in this state." Then, Dave emerged from the building, dragging 10 more bodies. "This isn't even fun," he muttered, looking around before announcing loudly, "Anyone who kicks one of these celestial dragons gets 1,000,000 berries from me, the Hell Prince." He watched the crowd but saw most people dash away. "Cowards," he grumbled, just as a woman approached him. "I want to do it," she said confidently. Dave looked at her, then broke the slave collar around her neck. She nodded gratefully, stepping toward one of the celestial dragons. She took a small bucket of water and poured it over him. "Ah. Wah." The celestial dragon woke, groggy and confused, only to find himself looking up at the woman he once enslaved. As he sneered in disdain, she stood over him, lifted her foot, and kicked him with fierce satisfaction. Dave couldn't help but cover his little brother as he saw the assault of women. Chapter 68, Negotiation. "You've crossed a line, Dave," Sengoku growled. "Demanding a devil fruit is beyond arrogance. Why should I even consider this?" "Because," Dave replied, his voice suddenly cold, "I could do much worse. I gave those celestial dragons mercy, Sengoku. I could have torn them apart, but I left them alive. Think of this as a gesture of goodwill." Sengoku gritted his teeth, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He glanced at Tsuru and Akainu, both of whom were tense, waiting for his decision. Tsuru gave a slight nod, a signal to stay composed and continue the negotiation. "Fine," Sengoku said through clenched teeth, "but I decide which devil fruit you receive. Don't expect any mythical or Logia types." Dave chuckled, his tone mocking. "Oh, I think you still don't understand the situation you're in, Dog King." Suddenly, a scream echoed from the Den Mushi. "Arg. You bastard. How dare you? Sengoku frowned as he heard the desperate cries. Sir, he killed one. The operator reported, voice trembling. I think my message is clear now, Dave continued coldly. But let's make this simple, for each celestial dragon still alive, you owe me 2 devil fruits, Logia, Paramecia, or mythical Zoan. 1 less, and perhaps you'll receive a half-celestial dragon. Though I doubt they'll survive being split in 2. Sengoku gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his fury as he forced himself to respond. All right, don't kill any more of them. Good, Dave said, cutting the call. Sengoku glared at the Den Mushi before looking around the room at everyone present. Call back Vice Admiral Rhodes. We need to plan on handling this threat. He signaled to a Marine, who promptly left to relay the command. Why do we even need him? Akainu sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Because he defeated you, Akiji replied coolly. Akainu's face visibly twitched in irritation as he clenched his fist, but he refrained from responding further, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. After a moment, the Marine returned and reported, Vice Admiral Rhodes said he doesn't want to work for those pigs. Sengoku gritted his teeth but said nothing, frustration visible on his face. Akiji, on the other hand, appeared thoughtful as he processed the Marine's words. Slowly, he stood up and made his way to the door. Are you going to try calling Rhodes back? Sengoku asked, knowing that Akiji and Rhodes were good friends. No, Akiji replied. I don't want to rescue those pigs either. He began to walk out, only to be blocked by Akainu. Do you still call yourself a Marine? Akainu sneered, standing in Akiji's path. Step aside, or I'll make you, Akiji said coldly. Stand down, both of you. Sengoku's voice thundered through the room, stopping the tension from escalating further. Is this what the Marines have become? Fighting among ourselves. Akainu begrudgingly took his seat, but Akiji didn't look back. Without a word, he left the room, leaving Sengoku and the others to contemplate their fractured ranks. What is the meaning of this? Sengoku demanded, his frustration evident. Tsuru replied calmly, they just needed a spark. Many Marines are already dissatisfied with the celestial dragons. Now that someone has risen to oppose them, they want to follow Rhodes. His record is exceptional, his tactical abilities are respected, and he's in his prime, he'll remain influential for the next 30 years. It's only natural if they want to follow him. Sengoku shook his head, muttering, do they truly believe the world government will allow them to challenge the order of this world? Ring. Sengoku sighed as the Den Mushi began ringing, reluctantly picking up the call. Sengoku, what is your Marine response? The sharp voice of one of the 5 elders echoed, cutting straight to the matter. He demands the devil fruits, and if we don't comply, he'll kill another celestial dragon. Are you completely useless? Another elder's voice snapped. Those celestial dragons were kidnapped right under the Marine's nose. Do you realize the severity of this failure? Yes, I'm aware, Sengoku replied, his tone clipped as he clenched his teeth. And now, one of them is already dead, the elder added icily, deepening Sengoku's frustration. What is your plan, Sengoku? The elder pressed, his tone unyielding. Sengoku looked over to Tsuru and took a deep breath before beginning to outline their course of action. On Dave's side, both Enel and Tony stood beside him, surveying the group of cowering celestial dragons. These people are even more oppressive than the North Blue Tyrant, Tony remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. I can't believe there are people more delusional than me, Enel said with a smirk, staring disdainfully at the celestial dragons. At least I have the strength to back up my words, but these. Enel nudged one of the celestial dragons with his foot, and the terrified man let out a pitiful cry. I really wonder if their brains even work properly, he sneered. Dave let out a low chuckle, watching the display. They've been sheltered their entire lives, untouched by reality. They're afraid of us, but it's their ignorance that's truly terrifying. He looked at Tony and Enel. These so-called gods of the world don't understand what it means to earn respect. Tony nodded, folding his arms. Well, they're learning a lesson today. Anyway, isn't this the government we're here to destroy, according to your devil contract? Tony asked, glancing at Dave, who nodded in response. God, if anyone offered me the same deal, I'd accept without hesitation, Tony said, his tone carrying a mix of amusement and contempt. I can already see just what kind of rulers they are. Dave nodded thoughtfully. Though, I don't plan to kill them just yet. Earlier, he'd killed a celestial dragon to see if his Whitebeard template's progress would update, but since he hadn't unlocked the full template, the system didn't register it. I need the Whitebeard template to fully activate if I'm going to use this chance properly, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Still, this is just the beginning, Enel said, grinning as he looked at the quivering nobles. They won't know what's hit them. Dave nodded as he never planned to release them alive, he will take devil fruits and kill them too. Chapter 69, Trading. In just half an hour, the full Marine force arrived, almost like a buster call. Along with 5 vice admirals, there were 2 admirals and even the fleet admiral himself. It was nearly the strongest lineup the Marines could bring, only Garp and Akiji were absent. But why didn't they come? Dave wondered as he counted the number of ships approaching the island. Dave glanced around, noticing several masked individuals among the approaching Marine force. CP-0, huh? I don't know their exact strengths, he thought. Though from the aura they're emitting, it's clear they're around peak Vice Admiral level powerhouses. He turned his attention to his crew, evaluating their strengths. Tony's power is now at Vice Admiral level, while Enel's strength has reached Admiral level. As for me, I'm at 4 Emperor level. A slight smile crept across his lips. Plus, with Rayleigh on our side, that makes 2 Emperor level powerhouses. Confident in their advantage, Dave continued to sit back leisurely, waiting for the Marines to arrive. The sound of marching boots and the rumble of ships filled the air as the Marine force landed on the shores of the island. Admirals Akainu and Kizaru stepped forward, their eyes sharply focused on group ahead. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood beside them, arms crossed, his gaze as cold as he looked at them. Vice Admirals and CP-0 agents lined up behind them, their presence formidable. The Marines had come prepared to end this confrontation decisively, not underestimating the force they faced. Dave sat calmly, watching as they assembled. Impressive turnout, he said with a smirk, his voice carrying across the field. They really brought everything, didn't they? Tony laughed, glancing at the admirals. Guess they don't like us messing with their beloved celestial dragons. Can't say I blame them. Enel crackled with energy, lightning dancing around him as he grinned at the opposition. So, Dave, do we start with a bang? 'Cause I really want to fight that admiral in yellow dress. Dave chuckled, his calm demeanor radiating authority. Not just yet, Enel. Let them make the first move, let me see just what exactly has they cooked up. The Marines stood ready, weapons drawn. Sengoku's voice boomed across the field. Dave, Enel, Tony, this is your last chance. Surrender and come quietly, or face the full might of the Marines. Dave raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Surrender? That's not even an option. His gaze was steady as he looked toward Sengoku, knowing full well the battle that lay ahead. Sengoku clenched his fists. So be it. Marines, prepare for battle. As the Marines readied themselves, Tony and Enel exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. Rayleigh emerged from the shadows, joining Dave's side, his presence adding a sense of gravity and strength to the scene. Sengoku's eyes narrowed as he saw Rayleigh's youthful appearance. Impossible, how are you young again? He asked, disbelief in his gaze. Rayleigh shrugged, a slight smirk on his face. The sea is magical and vast, Sengoku, he replied, the tone almost teasing. Sengoku's gaze lingered on Rayleigh's youthful form, mixed with a hint of envy. What makes you younger? Suddenly, a CP-0 agent stepped forward, his tone authoritative. Tell us, and you will be spared, he added, as if sparing Rayleigh were a generous offer. Rayleigh scoffed, visibly irritated. Spare me? Seems people have forgotten who I am after years away from the sea. He released his Conqueror's haki, a force so intense it visibly affected the surrounding Marines. Even the admirals felt the weight of his haki, while many vice admirals and lower-ranking officers were forced to their knees, unable to withstand the pressure. Seeing this, Dave followed suit, unleashing his own haki, and Tony added his Conqueror's haki as well. The combined might of their 3 Conqueror's haki pushed the Marines' willpower to its limits, leaving most vice admirals and below visibly struggling to stand. Sengoku, realizing the gravity of the situation, released his own haki to counter theirs. However, he could barely hold against the combined strength of Rayleigh, Dave, and Tony, feeling the strain himself. Both sides eventually drew back their haki, the tension palpable. Dave smirked. I hope you've brought the goods, he said, eyeing Sengoku. Sengoku nodded, giving a small wave of his hand. Several vice admirals stepped forward, placing 12 crates on the ground between the 2 groups. There they are, Sengoku said. Now hand over the celestial dragons and take these devil fruits, Sengoku said, standing resolutely. The CP-0 agents clenched their fists, especially as they observed the condition of the celestial dragons, beaten to the point of barely hanging on to life. Many people had taken out their frustrations on them after Dave pushed back Kizaru, leaving the celestial dragons near death, broken both physically and in spirit. I will, but only after I check the goods, Dave replied, shaking his head slightly as he used telekinesis to lift the lids of the crates, revealing an array of devil fruits inside. He raised an eyebrow, initially impressed. No trickery, it seems. He thought. But something felt off. Using his system's powers, he scanned the fruits more deeply and quickly discovered the truth. They were all fakes, created using a devil fruit called the copy fruit. This fruit could flawlessly replicate the shape, size, and even the aura of any object, making the fakes almost indistinguishable from the real thing. What, so, they thought of this plan? Dave thought, realizing Sengoku's level of desperation. Sengoku was unaware that Dave had a method of detecting the fraud. He was confident that not even advanced observation haki or other abilities could discern the difference. This was how perfectly a copy fruit user could replicate objects. Turning to Sengoku, Dave's expression darkened as he spoke, his voice laced with displeasure. Sengoku, do you really take me for a fool? Sengoku's expression flickered with doubt for a split second before he composed himself. Surely, a devil like him couldn't tell. He reassured himself internally. With a steady tone, he responded, we didn't have many Logias in stock. That's why these are mostly Paramecia types, he said, trying to gauge Dave's reaction. Sengoku assumed Dave's displeasure stemmed from the absence of the rare Logia types. Chapter 70, Full-on Fight. Do gimme a review, it helps. Dave's eyes narrowed, a dangerous smile spreading across his face as he observed Sengoku's tension. Slice. Arg. A celestial dragon screamed in agony as Dave casually sliced off his arm. The CP0 leader roared in anger, bastard. What did you do? You know exactly what I mean, Dave replied in a chilling voice. The air grew thick with tension, and everyone felt the weight of his threat. Let me make this clear, Dave continued with a cold intensity. If you attempt to deceive me again, none of your precious celestial dragons will leave this island alive. And now, he said, his voice cutting through the silence, you have just 1 more hour. Bring the devil fruits, 3 for each celestial dragon, or they die. Without waiting for a response, he swung his sword once more, slicing off another hand from a celestial dragon. Stop it. Just stop. Sengoku roared, his expression fierce as Akainu and Kizaru glared at Dave with barely restrained rage. We'll get them, Sengoku said, nodding to the CP0, who sneered but reluctantly ordered his men to bring another set of crates. We have real ones here. Take them and release the celestial dragons, Sengoku said as Dave opened the box. Inside were 32 devil fruits, though only 2 were Logias, a clear indication of how carefully the world government guarded these resources for the celestial dragons. They are still fewer than required, Dave noted coldly, pushing the devil fruits back, but before he could move them away, the CP0 agents grabbed the fruits, attempting to keep them out of reach. First, release the celestial dragons. Then, we'll give you the devil fruits, the CP0 leader said. Dave shrugged, then swung his sword once more. This time, it wasn't a hand that fell, but a head. Another celestial dragon lay lifeless at his feet. I told you, Dave said with a sinister smile. You're not in a position to make demands. Perhaps losing a head will help you understand. To everyone around him, with that smile, he looked less like a pirate and more like a devil hunter. All right, you can take the devil fruits, Sengoku said, his expression grim. Dave nodded and collected the 32 devil fruits. He quickly examined them, noting that most were Paramecia, with only 2 Logias, 1 oil Logia and the other Ashes Logia. Satisfied for the moment, Dave released 10 of the celestial dragons, roughly pushing them toward the CP0 agents, who caught them hastily, clutching the disoriented and wounded nobles. One of the CP0 members immediately stepped forward, calling for medics to tend to them. Release the rest. You've got your devil fruits, the CP0 agent demanded. Dave turned to him with a sneer. Are your brains rotten after serving these spoiled brats, he taunted. I said 3 devil fruits for each celestial dragon. Give me 1 more, and I'll let another one go. Try my patience again, and you won't be getting any back. But, Sengoku began, but Dave raised a hand, cutting him off. This is your last chance to bring the remaining fruits, he said, his tone ice-cold. Or you'll never see the rest of them again. The Marines and CP0 agents exchanged tense glances, clearly grasping the gravity of Dave's ultimatum. Reluctantly, they prepared to regroup, understanding they'd have to comply if they wanted to salvage what they could. Sengoku clenched his fists, frustration evident, but he waved for his men to follow through with Dave's terms. Another crate was hurriedly brought forward and opened, revealing 13 additional devil fruits, bringing the total to what Dave demanded. Dave inspected each one, his gaze cold and assessing. With a nod of approval, he gestured toward the remaining celestial dragons. Take them, he said flatly, releasing his telekinetic hold on the final captives. They fell forward, bruised and barely conscious, but alive. The CP0 agents rushed to gather the celestial dragons, while Sengoku and the admirals stood tense, fully aware that this encounter had exposed just how little leverage they had over Dave. Ha ha ha, you fool. Akainu laughed, a fierce gleam in his eyes. Now that you've released the celestial dragons, there's nothing stopping us from attacking. He raised his hand, gesturing as he commanded, eruption. From Akainu's hand, a massive wave of magma erupted, taking the form of a deadly meteor shower aimed straight at Dave and his crew. As Akainu's magma attack erupted forward, Dave's expression barely shifted. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a barrier of air, a glowing shield that intercepted the molten onslaught mid-flight. The magma sizzled and spat against the barrier, but it didn't get close to his crew. "Desperate, aren't we, Akainu?" Dave said calmly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "You should have considered the consequences before trying something so reckless." Akainu gritted his teeth, clearly infuriated by the ease with which Dave countered his attack. But before he could launch another, Rayleigh stepped forward, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Perhaps you need a reminder of what real power feels like," he said, activating his Conqueror's Haki. The sheer force of it radiated across the battlefield, sending a shockwave that stopped Akainu and made even the CP-0 agents flinch. The other Marines and admirals steeled themselves, realizing a battle was inevitable. Akainu stepped forward, his gaze fierce, and commanded, "Kill them all." The hawkish Marines charged forward at his signal. Sengoku snorted, transforming into his full Buddha form, radiating golden light. Rayleigh grinned, stretching his arms as he eyed Sengoku. "Sengoku, let me see if this young body of mine still remembers how to move," he teased. "Old fool." Sengoku growled, irritated by Rayleigh's taunts. Dave smirked as he raised his sword, channeling his Conqueror's Haki through it. "If you want a war, Akainu, I'll gladly give you one. But I promise, you might not walk away from this." With Revelin in hand, Dave set his sights on Akainu. Tony and Enel exchanged a glance, nodding in silent agreement. Tony moved toward the vice admirals, while Enel turned to face Kizaru, who chuckled as he remarked, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" In an instant, Kizaru transformed into a beam, hurtling toward Enel with a swift attack. Chapter 71, Fight 2. The battlefield erupted into chaos as each fighter clashed, their attacks igniting the air with energy and raw determination. Dave charged toward Akainu with one goal in mind, to beat the absolute hell out of him. Cold-hearted and ruthless, Akainu was the kind of Marine who justified any means to achieve his idea of justice, and Dave had no reservations about giving him a long-overdue lesson. Still, Dave knew he couldn't outright kill him. Akainu may have been a merciless figure, but he was a Marine, a necessary force in the chaotic seas. Not everyone could be trusted, and pirates weren't universally noble. The world needed some form of order, even if it was flawed. That balance was a bitter truth known by many, including Garp and Akiji, who, despite their disdain for parts of the Marine system, remained in its ranks to temper its extremes from within. What Dave didn't know, however, was that the Marine structure itself was on the verge of a seismic shift. Rode, one of the vice admirals, had plans that could transform or even break apart the very Marine system. Dissatisfied with the current corrupt and flawed structure, Rode was quietly amassing followers, Marines who believed in a fairer, stricter code of justice and were ready to abandon the current leadership if it meant bringing real change to the seas. Dave's immediate focus was on handling Akainu, but the tides of power and allegiance within the Marines were shifting in ways even he hadn't foreseen. And those unseen forces could alter the balance between pirates, Marines, and the world government in ways no one could predict. Switching out his sword rebellion for the tri-headed weapon Cerberus, Dave swung directly at Akainu. The Magma Admiral launched a punch, his fist blazing with molten lava. At first, Akainu assumed Dave would try to defend or dodge, seeing that his hands weren't cloaked in armament Haki. But Dave moved with precision, bypassing the lava-coated fist and aiming straight for Akainu's chest. Just as Akainu smirked, thinking Dave lacked the skill to use armament Haki, he realized his mistake. With a flash of black energy, Dave coated Cerberus in armament Haki at the last moment, slamming it into Akainu's chest with a force that created a shockwave across the battlefield. A sickening crunch rang out as several of Akainu's ribs fractured under the impact. The Admiral was launched backward, skidding across the ground, a painful gasp escaping him as he disappeared from view, momentarily incapacitated. Dave smirked at his handiwork but didn't wait to admire it for long. Turning his gaze toward the CP-0 agents who were gathering the celestial dragons, he spotted an opportunity. With a fierce determination, he charged toward them at full speed, his sights set on cutting off their escape. "Let's finish this properly," he murmured to himself as he closed the distance, preparing to end any hope they had of leaving with the celestial dragons unscathed. As Dave closed the distance, the CP-0 agents realized his intent, hastily attempting to shield the remaining celestial dragons. But Dave was relentless, his presence radiating an aura of intimidation that only heightened as he approached. With Cerberus gleaming in his grip, he swung it with a forceful precision, each strike calculated and unwavering. The first CP-0 agent stepped forward, cloaking himself in armament Haki to defend against Dave's assault. But Dave was already 2 steps ahead. He anticipated their reactions and adjusted his movements, striking at weak points in their stances. With a sweeping strike of Cerberus, he broke through the agent's guard, slamming him back with such power that he collided with 2 other agents, sending them sprawling across the ground. The remaining agents scrambled, but Dave pressed forward with brutal efficiency, weaving between them like a dark whirlwind. His swordsmanship and speed were unmatched, and the CP-0 members quickly found themselves overwhelmed. One by one, they fell back, battered and unable to hold their ground. Meanwhile, Tony and Enel continued their fierce fights against the vice admirals and admirals. Tony had just landed a powerful punch on a vice admiral, sending him reeling, while Enel, crackling with electricity, darted around Kizaru, testing the limits of his own speed against the light-speed admiral. Enel's lightning strikes were relentless, and Kizaru barely managed to dodge, noting with surprise that Enel was nearly keeping pace with him. In the chaos, Sengoku, still in his massive Buddha form, watched with growing frustration. This wasn't the outcome he'd anticipated. The celestial dragons were in serious danger, and the combined might of the Marines was barely holding up against Dave's team. Finally, Akainu re-emerged from the rubble, clutching his chest with a furious glare. His magma fist ignited once more as he glared in Dave's direction, bellowing, "You won't get away with this, no matter who you are." Dave glanced over his shoulder at Akainu, a small smirk playing on his lips. "You're welcome to try again, Akainu. But I think you'll find this fight already decided." Dave silently marveled at the resilience of Akainu's body, noticing that despite the brutal damage, not a single drop of blood had leaked from his lips. It was as if his body had adapted to withstand crushing blows without yielding. This level of control over one's body reminded Dave of a legendary Navy technique he'd read about, life return. This technique allowed a master to control any part of their body, similar to how a certain vice admiral could manipulate his hair at will. "I want that skill," Dave thought, acknowledging that while he had remarkable regenerative abilities, having a backup in case he encountered someone even more powerful could prove invaluable. But Akainu wasn't done yet. With a burst of Soru, he charged straight toward Dave, his fist cloaked in searing magma and armament hockey, aimed directly at Dave's chest. He was betting on catching Dave off guard, hoping his magma fist would strike through any defenses. However, Dave reacted instantly. He twirled Cerberus with a practiced ease, deflecting Akainu's magma-coated fist with a powerful shoulder strike. The force behind Dave's blow created a shockwave that sent Akainu flying back, and this time, a line of blood trickled from the Marine Admiral's lips as he crashed hard against the ground. Chapter 72, Fight 3. "Go take a seat, Akainu," Dave sneered, his eyes glinting with cold amusement. He had already taken down 5 CP-0 members and a high-ranking vice admiral, and he wasn't about to let Akainu disrupt his momentum now. Dave turned his attention back to the battlefield, surveying the few remaining CP-0 agents who still posed a threat. He noticed Tony in his Hulk-like turbo form or strength mode, wreaking havoc on the remaining admirals, his sheer power overwhelming them. "It seems his power is nearing admiral level," Dave observed, nodding in approval as he watched Tony's massive form clash with a few of the remaining enemies. High in the sky, 2 large blasts of energy, one blue, the other yellow, were streaking across the air as the 2 energies collided with explosive force. It was a fierce battle between Enel and Kizaru, each trying to outmaneuver the other in a high-speed aerial duel. Their attacks lit up the sky like a dazzling storm, sending shockwaves through the battlefield below. Dave scanned the area for any remaining threats. His eyes briefly lingered on the celestial dragons, who were being guarded by 6 CP-0 agents. These were not ordinary agents, these were the most elite of CP-0, individuals with near-admiral combat abilities. It wasn't lost on Dave that if they were still standing, they were a force to be reckoned with. He could feel the tension in the air as the remaining Marines and CP-0 shifted their focus. Dave couldn't help but wonder just how far they were willing to go to protect the celestial dragons. His gaze flickered to the celestial dragons themselves. Watching the electrifying and blinding display, Dave turned his attention to the group of 6 CP-0 agents guarding the remaining celestial dragons, who huddled together in fear. He could sense an intense aura emanating from these CP-0 members, one almost on par with that of admirals. Could these be the rumored God Knights? Dave wondered. His gaze sharpened, knowing they were bound to be more formidable than the other CP-0 agents. Given the aura they were emitting, he suspected each one might wield powerful paramecia abilities or even rare mythical or ancient Zoan devil fruits. They wouldn't be easy targets, these agents were likely top-level combatants handpicked to defend the so-called gods of the world. "Interesting," Dave murmured, his grip tightening on Cerberus. He moved toward them, ready to test the strength of these so-called divine protectors and find out if their powers were as grand as their titles. If they truly bore powerful devil fruits, this was going to be a battle worth every bit of effort. Dave stepped forward, each step deliberate, the tension in the air thick enough to choke. His gaze swept over the 6 CP-0 agents, their formidable auras burning fiercely as they prepared to defend the celestial dragons at any cost. They weren't mere foot soldiers, these were elite warriors, hardened by countless battles, and their eyes gleamed with a deadly seriousness that spoke of their readiness for the brutal fight ahead. The tallest among them, a massive, towering figure whose bulging muscles looked nearly impenetrable, shifted suddenly. His body grew, shimmering as it took on an almost mythological shape, transforming into a dragon-like creature. His scales darkened to a gunmetal hue, catching the light with a menacing glint that made him appear both majestic and monstrous. Each exhale sent a plume of smoke curling into the air, the scent of burning embers filling the space around him. Beside him, another agent, lean and agile, dropped low as his form morphed into that of a saber-toothed beast. Massive claws erupted from his hands, glistening with a deadly sharpness, his fangs extending in a predatory snarl. He prowled, his eyes locked on Dave, assessing him like prey. Each of the remaining CP0 agents displayed unique transformations and abilities. One seemed to meld into shadows, an ominous paramecia user who spread a dark mist around him. Another's skin took on the hue of polished steel, suggesting a frighteningly high defense. Dave's grin widened, his expression exuding a dark amusement. "Ah," he said, his voice low and mocking, "looks like they're finally taking this seriously." Dave especially eyed the Dragon 1, as who doesn't want a cool transformation type ability. As he lifted Cerberus, Dave allowed his Conqueror's haki to surge outward, flowing into the blade until it thrummed with raw power. The ground beneath him buckled and cracked, a pulse radiating out in all directions like ripples on the surface of a lake. His haki swept over the battlefield, dark and oppressive, crashing into the CP0 agents with a force that sent shivers down their spines. Even the celestial dragons, typically cloaked in their own delusions of invincibility, visibly flinched, their faces paling as they were struck by the sheer, crushing weight of his will. The dragon-formed agent snarled, attempting to stand firm, his claws digging into the ground for stability. The saber-toothed beast prowled around Dave, his stance wary as he felt the relentless pressure bearing down on him. The shadowy agent faltered for a moment, the mist around him flickering as if his confidence had waned in the face of Dave's overpowering presence. Even the one clad in steel felt his reinforced defenses tremble slightly, as though they too recognized the deadly intent behind Dave's eyes. This wasn't a mere show of strength, it was a statement. The air around Dave shimmered with energy, a vortex of barely contained fury, and his eyes gleamed with a dark promise. He took another step forward, his presence almost physical, like a weight pressing down on each of his opponents. The celestial dragons, usually untouchable and insulated from the horrors of the world, shrank back even further, their grandiose arrogance replaced by a dawning fear. They were witnessing the fury of someone who saw through their facade, someone who wasn't afraid to make them tremble. The dragon agent roared, finally breaking the silence, and lunged at Dave, claws slashing through the air. But Dave sidestepped smoothly, his eyes locked on the agent's every move. With a flick of his wrist, he swung Cerberus in a blinding arc. The blade struck with devastating force, cleaving through scales and muscle as though they were nothing, sending the massive creature hurtling backward with a deep, ugly gash across his chest. The shadowy agent moved next, enveloping the battlefield in a dark mist that sapped at Dave's energy, swirling ominously around him in an attempt to drain his strength. But Dave's haki flared out again, a pulse of concentrated will that shattered the mist, scattering it like smoke in the wind. The agent stumbled, momentarily disoriented, and Dave seized the opportunity, delivering a swift blow that sent him reeling. Chapter 73, Fight 4. As Dave continued to dismantle the God Knights one by one, the battlefield became a scene of controlled chaos. Each strike was precise, each movement deadly, his mastery over his weapon and haki leaving his enemies with no openings to exploit. The dragon agent, struggling to rise, caught Dave's gaze one last time before he was sent crashing back to the ground with a final, decisive blow. The saber-toothed beast attempted to circle around him, claws poised to strike, but Dave met his assault with an unstoppable force, sending him flying back into the rubble. Dave's Conqueror's haki pulsed out again, and this time, it was aimed directly at the celestial dragons themselves. He turned to them, a dark smile on his face as he spoke, his voice laced with quiet menace. "Now, let's make one thing clear," he said, his tone as sharp as his blade. "There won't be any more second chances. Try to deceive me again, and you Marine will end up like this brainwashed bastards too." The remaining Marine agents hesitated, their confidence shaken, their bodies battered from the relentless onslaught. Sengoku, still in his Buddha form, looked on grimly, realizing with an unsettling certainty that they had no leverage over Dave, not here, not now. He looked at the saved celestial dragons and sighed. At least Dave is not killing them, but at another side he now looked at the dead bodies of CP0 and God Knights and wondered what will he report back. In the distance, Tony continued his rampage, demolishing any vice admirals that dared approach him, his laughter echoing across the battlefield as he reveled in his newfound power. Above, Enel's and Kizaru's clash painted the sky in vivid streaks of lightning and light, the sheer force of their battle sending shockwaves through the air. For a brief moment, it felt as if the entire world held its breath, the balance of power tipping precariously, as Dave and his crew made one thing unmistakably clear. The era of untouchable celestial dragons and invincible marines was over. And they were the harbingers of that change. The battlefield was thick with the scent of charred earth, crushed stone, and the faint tang of iron from blood spilled on the soil. Dave stood amidst it all, a grim specter of dominance, his figure almost serene as he put back Cerberus, the number chuck still humming with residual haki energy. His gaze turned to the celestial dragons, each of whom was now cowering behind the broken remnants of their once loyal protectors. The realization that the world government's elite, the feared God Knights, had been bested was slowly dawning on the Marines and CP0 agents around him. Their confidence had been shattered, and with it, the iron grip of fear they held over the world. Tony came to stand beside Dave, his Hulkbuster-like turbo suit battered but intact, a broad, smug grin plastered on his face as he surveyed the destruction he'd wreaked on the vice admirals. Pieces of armor and weaponry littered the ground around him, testament to his ferocious assault. Even now, his fingers flexed with residual energy, prepared for more if anyone dared to step forward. Enel floated down from above, electricity sparking off him in bright, violent arcs, the residual effects of his high-speed battle with Kizaru. His eyes met Dave's, and with a single nod, he affirmed that Kizaru, like the others, had learned that he too could bleed. Sengoku, still in his massive Buddha form, regarded Dave with a mixture of rage and helplessness. He had witnessed countless battles, but this was different. This wasn't a mere fight, it was a declaration of a new era, a shift in the balance of power that would ripple across the seas. In that moment, he understood that the Marines' authority was slipping into the hands of someone who couldn't be controlled, bought, or intimidated. Dave was a wild card, a being as unpredictable as the seas themselves, and he had just made a statement that Sengoku knew the entire world would soon hear. This era that no one is ready for will claim countless lives. Marine is maintaining the balance, even if it sometimes means destroying an island or two to enforce it. But now, by taking this stand, he's essentially declared war directly on the world government. The entire sea will be engulfed in conflict, and countless people will die. And that, Sengoku won't let happen. Enough, Dave, Sengoku's voice rumbled, the weight of defeat apparent even in his tone. He had to admit, perhaps even begrudgingly, that their power was no longer absolute, their command no longer unquestionable. Dave turned to Sengoku, his expression impassive. Enough. His voice was low, lethal. The ones who should have called enough are long gone, Sengoku. Your government crossed too many lines, hurt too many people, and expected no one to retaliate. His gaze flicked to the trembling celestial dragons, who, even in their terror, were clinging to the delusion of untouchable privilege. Those days are over. The celestial dragons, usually draped in grandiosity and disdain, were a pathetic sight now, wilted under Dave's unrelenting presence, their opulent garb muddied, and their arrogance shattered by the realization that no amount of money or title could protect them here. One attempted to call for help, his voice faltering as he pleaded with the CP-0 agents who lay broken on the ground, their breathing shallow, their spirits broken. Tony chuckled darkly, crossing his arms as he leaned into the silence. Looks like you guys really are at a loss here, he remarked, eyes sweeping the dazed faces of the Marines and celestial dragons alike. Didn't think you'd get hit this hard, did you? Enel, crackling with electric energy, smirked. For gods, they look pretty mortal to me, he said, the words dripping with irony as his gaze lingered on the celestial dragons. The remaining Marines, usually unwavering and battle-hardened, shifted uneasily, casting nervous glances at each other. The aura of untouchable authority around the celestial dragons and the world government had been irreparably dented, and a quiet unease spread among the ranks. Could it be that their allegiance was misplaced? Would they be next to face Dave's wrath if they continued to serve a power structure that was crumbling? Chapter 74, The Hell Prince Pirates. Dave raised his voice, addressing every Marine, agent, and bystander left standing. The world has changed, he announced, his tone steely and unwavering. I've no interest in destroying everything or everyone, only those who continue to abuse their power. If you stand with tyrants, he nodded to the quivering celestial dragons, then you'll meet the same fate as those I've taken down today. A heavy silence followed, broken only by the crackle of Enel's dissipating electricity and the last creaks of Tony's armor shifting as he relaxed his stance. Dave's message was clear. He wasn't a pirate in the traditional sense, nor a revolutionary, but a new kind of force, one that neither revered nor feared the structures of the old world. The message was more than just for the Marines and the celestial dragons. It was a signal to the entire world, a warning that there was someone out there who wouldn't tolerate the abuse of power, and who wouldn't be bound by anyone's rules. The admirals, and celestial dragons understood, perhaps for the first time in their lives, what it felt like to be helpless. Sengoku, his form shrinking back to his human state, locked eyes with Dave one final time, the weight of resignation pressing down on his shoulders. He knew that this was only the beginning of a new, unpredictable era. As Dave and his crew turned to leave, the Marines made no move to stop them. They simply watched, stunned and subdued, as the most dangerous man on the seas and his formidable crew departed. The world would never be the same, and everyone, Marine, pirate, and citizen alike, would soon learn that the era of untouchable celestial dragons and invincible Marines had come to a swift and shattering end. The next day, the entire sea seemed to pulse with the shocking news. From the New World to the Four Blues, and aboard every pirate ship, including the infamous Moby Dick where Whitebeard's crew prepared for the upcoming battle to rescue Ace, the headlines blared out, a chaotic whisper growing louder with each telling. Morgan, the relentless news king, had ensured that the story spread like wildfire. Pirates, Marines, and civilians alike held up the latest edition, eyes wide with disbelief or exhilaration. On the front page was an image that no one ever imagined they would see, the quivering, terrified forms of the celestial dragons, their arrogant postures replaced by looks of utter fear and defeat. Towering over them was Dave, alongside his Hellprince pirates, captured in a powerful moment of triumph as they symbolically stepped on the very icons of the world government's power. The imagery was so brazen, so fantastical, that many doubted its authenticity at first. But the details, the descriptions of the brutal clash, and the testimonies of witnesses left no room for skepticism. Word of mouth spread even faster, rumors swirling of how Dave and his crew had taken on some of the most powerful forces the government could throw at them, and won. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard held the paper in one massive hand, a grin splitting his face as he studied the audacious display. "Looks like a new storm's brewing," he chuckled, his deep voice booming with approval. "This Dave, seems like he has no fear of the powers that be." Marco, his 1st Division commander, nodded thoughtfully beside him. If the Marines weren't already scrambling with Ace's execution, they certainly will be now. Unknown to him, the Marines had their forces ready to deploy. However, at the last moment, due to internal divisions, only half of them went to confront Dave, ultimately leading to their defeat. Across the seas, a tidal wave of reactions erupted in the wake of Dave's actions. On countless pirate ships, the celebrations were deafening. Crews raised their mugs, laughing and singing songs of defiance, their spirits ignited by Dave's audacious challenge to the world government. For years, the celestial dragons had reigned with unchecked power, cloaked in an aura of untouchable divinity, yet Dave's actions had struck at their very core. The image of him and his Hellprince pirates stepping on the revered celestial dragons spread like wildfire, reaching even the farthest reaches of the Grand Line. In every corner of the ocean, Dave had become a symbol of rebellion, a force willing to confront even the supposed gods. Yet, while pirates cheered, the atmosphere aboard Marine ships grew grim. Whispers filled the decks as Marines grappled with the implications of Dave's open defiance. Many of the younger Marines, fresh and idealistic, were torn. For the first time, they witnessed someone standing up to the government in such a brazen way. They couldn't deny the sense of awe that lingered, their admiration muted but undeniable. But among the higher ranks, the fury was palpable. The older officers, hardened and deeply embedded in the system's strict hierarchies, could feel the tremors of rebellion shaking the very foundation of the world order they fought to preserve. Kaio, simmering with rage and nursing his wounds, was a living embodiment of Marine anger. His pride scarred and his iron-fisted authority questioned, he swore an oath to hunt Dave down. He would show no mercy to any pirate, nor even to those within the Marine ranks, who sympathized with or spoke in admiration of Dave's actions. His hatred ran deep, and he was determined to crush this rising threat before it could inspire others to rebel against the government's rule. The tremors of Dave's rebellion rippled out, stirring tension in every faction across the seas. Revolutionary leaders saw an opportunity in Dave's challenge, his defiance mirroring their own ideals of freedom and justice. Civilians, long oppressed by taxes and tributes to the celestial dragons, whispered about the mysterious Hellprince pirate who had brought the supposed gods to their knees. And among the pirates, Dave's act was nothing short of legendary, a daring strike that had blurred the lines between order and anarchy, questioning the very fabric of power in the world. For the first time in generations, the world felt on the brink of a new era. The Marines, the pirates, and the people alike all sensed it, a shift sparked by one man's audacity, a single act of defiance against the celestial elite. This was no longer just a battle for treasure or territory, it was the beginning of a war on an ancient, corrupt system. And Dave, with his unyielding resolve, had just lit the fuse that could change the world forever. Chapter 75, Response from All Sides. As the world buzzed with the aftershock of Dave's defiance, major players across the seas were beginning to stir. On the Grand Line, Whitebeard himself watched as his men discussed the news, their admiration for Dave's audacity obvious. Even the old man himself couldn't help but crack a grin at the thought of someone finally rattling the arrogant celestial dragons. He was all too familiar with the suffocating grip they held over the world and knew well the hatred people harbored against them. On the Revolutionary Army side, Dragon sat in contemplation. He'd seen many attempts to challenge the world government, but this was different. Dave hadn't just fought Marines, he had humiliated the celestial dragons, challenging the legitimacy of their so-called divine status before the entire world. To Dragon, Dave's actions represented more than just a pirate's defiance, they were a spark, a beacon that could rally more people under the revolutionary cause. He looked at the map spread across his desk, a subtle smile forming as he considered what Dave's actions meant for his own mission to dismantle the world government. Even the Garcia, the ruling council of the world government, had been forced into intense deliberation. For centuries, they dealt with insurrections and rebellions, but none had struck at the heart of their power like this. To see the symbol of the world government, the untouchable celestial dragons, brought so low was an insult that couldn't be ignored. In a rare show of urgency, the Garcia summoned their forces, knowing that the people's perception of the celestial dragons' invincibility was beginning to erode. They could feel the pulse of defiance spreading, and they would not allow it to continue unchecked. Orders were given to the Marines to intensify their hold on key regions and crush any trace of pirate sympathies. The atmosphere within Mary Geo's Grand Council chamber was tense, the air thick with fury as St. Marcus Mars clenched the newspaper tightly in his gloved hand. His gaze was as sharp as daggers, seething at the bold image on the front page. "We need to deal with Morgans immediately," he hissed, his voice low and venomous. It was bad enough that we were humiliated, but now the entire world knows the celestial dragons were disgraced. Saint Jargasi Ston, standing nearby, nodded, his face flushed with indignation. "This outrage has to be silenced," he added, his tone barely masking his rage. "The Hell Prince pirate has struck not just at us, but at the very idea of our divinity." Seated across the chamber, the 5 elders, the highest council of the world government, watched with grim expressions. They each held copies of the offending newspaper, and the crackling tension suggested that they were wrestling with a mixture of fury and caution. The elder with the long mustache, his voice calm but layered with barely contained anger, finally broke the silence. "This threat is no longer something we can ignore," he said, his eyes cold. "Dave and his crew have crossed a line that few would even dare to approach." The bald elder with the sword clenched his fist, the veins on his hand bulging with restrained violence. "This disrespect must be met with a show of force," he spat. "The Hell Prince has emboldened the people, inspired them to defy us. This Morgans has aided him by spreading this insubordination." Another elder, the one with the long white hair, nodded solemnly. "The stability of our rule relies on the perception of our supremacy. If the masses begin to believe we can be challenged, well, we can't allow even the possibility of such thinking to take root." The elder with glasses adjusted them, scanning the pages with a shrewd eye. "We should consider every option," he said, his tone far colder than usual. "Not just punishment for the pirates and Morgans, but for anyone who dares celebrate this mockery. Perhaps some correction is needed among the citizens to reinforce our place in their minds." The final elder, cloaked in shadows, spoke softly yet with deadly intent. "We will issue orders to the admirals and CP0 to redouble their efforts. Morgans will be hunted like the vermin he is, and every crew that dares to mention this Hell Prince as an inspiration will be brought to heel." His eyes narrowed. "And if necessary, we will take the fight to him ourselves." The room fell silent, the weight of their decision heavy. Each of the celestial dragons and the 5 elders knew that this was no longer about punishing one man. This was about safeguarding the very foundation of their world, and they would go to any length to protect it. Saint Marcus Mars sneered, a wicked gleam in his eye. "If he wants a war, then we shall deliver him one, and remind the world why we are gods." At Marine headquarters, the atmosphere was no less tense. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table, his face grim as he looked over the gathering of top brass. Akainu was present, his arm still in a cast from the encounter with Dave, his expression smoldering with barely restrained rage. Beside him sat Akiji, his gaze distant and contemplative, while Kizaru lounged lazily but with a sharp, calculating gleam in his eyes. "We can't ignore what's happened," Sengoku began, his voice weary yet resolute. "The celestial dragons have demanded action, and we're expected to deliver retribution, not only on Dave but on anyone who stands by him." Akainu gritted his teeth, slamming his fist onto the table, shaking the room. "He's made a mockery of us, of justice. We should hunt him down with every available resource, every last man." Tsuru raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the furious admiral. "And turn the world against us?" she questioned calmly. "Dave's actions have made him a symbol, especially to those who despise the celestial dragons. If we handle this recklessly, it could spark rebellion on every sea." Sengoku frowned, nodding reluctantly. "That's exactly the risk we face. Dave's attack on the celestial dragons is already stirring up rumors and sympathy among pirates and civilians alike. Any move we make will have to be swift, calculated, and decisive." Chapter 76, Fishman Island. While the world reeled from the assault on the celestial dragons, Dave and his crew were calmly making their way to Fishman Island. The deep ocean currents swirled around them as their ship, outfitted with advanced tech and reinforced by Tony and Pepper's upgrades, glided beneath the waves on the way to this next destination. Originally, Dave had considered taking the simpler route of flying over the Red Line. But the allure of the beautiful Fishman Island, hidden beneath the sea, swayed him to take the classic pirate route through the undersea tunnels leading to the New World. Standing on deck, Dave looked out at the vibrant marine life and underwater scenery, admiring the unique beauty of the sea depths. A distant silhouette of Fishman Island began to appear on the horizon, a shining beacon beneath the ocean's surface. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Tony said, joining Dave at the rail. Even the typically nonchalant Enel, leaning nearby, looked a bit impressed as he observed the underwater sights. Dave smirked, nodding. "I couldn't pass up a chance to see Fishman Island up close. There's a power and mystery down here you can't feel from up top." Their anticipation was matched by a sense of adventure, as this route, while stunning, held its own dangers, beasts of the deep, whirlpools, and the potential hostility of the Fishman Island guards. But for now, all was peaceful, the crew gathered on deck, excited for what lay ahead. The new world awaited, and Fishman Island was their next step toward it. As they drew closer to Fishman Island, the vibrant, glowing coral structures and sprawling undersea landscapes came into clearer view. The island itself was protected by a massive bubble, shimmering with colors as it held back the crushing pressure of the ocean depths. Schools of exotic fish flitted around, drawn to the glow, and giant sea creatures drifted peacefully nearby, adding to the surreal beauty. "All right, everyone," Dave said, turning to his crew with a confident smile. "Remember, Fishman Island isn't just a pit stop. This place has its own politics and powers, and the inhabitants don't always look kindly on outsiders, especially pirates." Tony nodded, glancing over at Enel and sighing as his shoulders hunched down. "And here I thought we might take a break. Sounds like you're saying we still need to keep our guard up." "Can't ever really let it down," Dave replied. "Especially here. Fishman Island might be peaceful, but it's at the crossroads of both the human world and the seas." He knew that in addition to its beauty, Fishman Island also held secrets, allies, and a few potential enemies who wouldn't look kindly on his infamous reputation. As they entered the protective bubble around the island, they felt a slight pressure shift, signaling their passage into the atmospheric safety of Fishman Island itself. The air tasted fresh, mingling with the scents of coral reefs and salty ocean spray. The sight of the island up close was nothing short of breathtaking: elaborate coral structures shaped like towering castles, floating platforms adorned with sea flowers, and winding streets alive with bustling fishermen and merfolk of all shapes and sizes. "Quite the welcoming sight," murmured Enel, visibly impressed despite himself. Ahead, they could see the palace of King Neptune towering over the other buildings. Dave knew he'd need to play his cards carefully here, as Fishman Island was under the protection of Whitebeard, a Yonko not to be taken lightly. But for now, he wanted his crew to enjoy the sights before diving into any political dealings. As they docked, a small group of fishermen guards approached, curious but cautious. The leader stepped forward and eyed Dave's crew with a neutral expression. "Welcome to Fishman Island. State your business." Dave offered a polite nod, signaling his respect. "We're here to enjoy the island and its sights," he replied smoothly. "We'll stay out of trouble." The guard nodded, still wary, and motioned them forward. With that, Dave and his crew stepped onto Fishman Island, their next adventure beginning amidst the glittering beauty of this underwater paradise. As Dave and his crew strolled into the heart of Fishman Island, they found themselves surrounded by a flurry of colors, sounds, and bustling energy. Merfolk of all ages wandered through the streets, browsing the coral markets and chatting animatedly. Fishmen vendors called out from their stands, offering everything from exotic seafood to gleaming pearls, while children darted past, playing tag among the coral structures. Tony looked around, a hint of amazement in his eyes. This is a far cry from the usual chaos we find ourselves in. Almost feels like a vacation. Dave chuckled, taking in the peaceful surroundings. "Don't get too comfortable. We're not here just for leisure. Fishman Island is important, especially with the history between humans and fishmen. It's best we treat them with respect." As they ventured further, a figure stepped out from the crowd, a tall fishman with shark-like features and a scar across his face. Recognizing him instantly, Dave offered a nod. "Jinbi, Knight of the Sea." Jinbi's usually calm face registered surprise for a moment before he returned the nod. "Didn't expect to see you here, Hell Prince Dave," he said, a hint of respect in his voice. "I heard the stories about the celestial dragons. Word travels fast, even underwater." Dave met Jinbi's gaze steadily. Someone had to remind the world that no one is above consequence, no matter who they claim to be. Jinbi's expression softened slightly. "Many here have suffered under their rule. Some would call what you did justice." He paused, then gestured toward the palace. "King Neptune would likely be interested in meeting you. But be warned, your actions have stirred the new world into a frenzy. The Yonko won't stay idle. And I am not talking about Whitebeards, you know they are busy, but after your stunt they got some time as they have postponed Ace execution and also released me. They want every hands they can get," Jinbei said as he was also imprisoned for going against the order when they asked him to fight against the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 77, Fishman Island 2. "They want every hand they can get against you," Jinbi said, as Dave chuckled. "Will you fight against me?" "No, you freed the fishman slaves, why would I fight against you?" Jinbi laughed lightly, a hint of camaraderie in his eyes. "But I may have to act, just don't kill me when the time comes." Dave nodded with a grin. "Of course. I'll just knock you out. That way, no one will complain about you not taking action against me." "Fair enough," Jinbi agreed, nodding as they continued toward the palace. As they moved through the bustling city, Dave felt the watchful eyes of the fishmen and merfolk on them, some curious, some wary, and a few even filled with admiration. They had all heard of his recent exploits, and while some feared the consequences, others saw him as someone willing to challenge the injustices of the surface world. Soon, they reached the Grand Palace gates, where guards stepped aside to let them through, acknowledging Jinbi's status and his esteemed guests. Inside, they walked through towering halls of coral, glowing with bioluminescent flora embedded in the walls, casting soft, vibrant light across their path. Finally, they arrived at the throne room, where King Neptune stood to greet them. His towering frame and regal presence were undeniable. Behind him, his children watched with interest, especially Shirahoshi, who glanced at Dave with a mix of curiosity and nervousness. "Welcome to Fishman Island," Neptune greeted them in a deep, resonant voice. "We've heard much about you, Dave. Few have dared to challenge the celestial dragons so openly." Dave inclined his head respectfully. "Thank you for your hospitality, your majesty. I assure you, we're here only to enjoy your island's beauty and will leave peacefully." Neptune studied him, his expression thoughtful. "It's rare to see a human who shows our people such respect," he replied, gratitude clear in his tone. "But remember, Fishman Island is still don't believe in humans. Tread carefully here." Dave nodded, understanding the weight of Neptune's words. "I have no intention of disturbing the peace. But know that should anyone, Yonko or otherwise, threaten those under my care, I will respond accordingly." Neptune's gaze softened, and he gave a slight nod of approval. "Then please, enjoy our island and its offerings. But remember, the new world awaits, and it won't be long before you find yourself facing its storms." With that, they took their leave, and Dave's crew dispersed to explore the vibrant underwater kingdom. Yet, even as they wandered the colorful streets, they knew each moment brought them closer to the trials of the new world. Fishman Island was a beautiful respite but only a brief pause before the challenges that lay ahead. As Dave's crew ventured deeper into Fishman Island, they marveled at the vibrant coral buildings, bustling markets, and the oceanic beauty of the undersea world around them. The streets were filled with fishmen and merfolk, most eyeing them with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Dave's recent actions had created a reputation that followed them even here, and whispers of the Hell Prince drifted through the crowds. Dave walked beside Jinbi, noticing the wary glances from some of the older fishmen. They had suffered greatly at the hands of humans, and despite Dave's actions against the celestial dragons, old wounds were slow to heal. But it didn't take long before some of the younger fishmen approached the crew, curiosity overtaking fear. "Are you really as strong as they say?" one young fishman asked, eyes wide. Dave gave a slight smile and nodded. "I do what I need to, especially when it comes to protecting my own." The young fishman grinned, satisfied with the answer, and ran back to his friends, spreading the tale of their meeting. Jinbi chuckled, his usual seriousness softening as he saw his people's reaction. "You've made a bit of an impression already," he noted, a trace of intrigue in his voice. Just then, a group of mermaids giggled and whispered among themselves, pointing in awe at Tony, whose advanced tech armor and Hulk-like form made him a sight to behold. Enel, ever the proud godlike figure, was preoccupied exploring the electrical currents flowing through the island's natural light sources. Tony even waved at them, and if not for him already dating the pepper, he might have already decided to break from the group and taste the mermaids. As they continued, Jinbi led them to a serene part of Fishman Island, a memorial built to honor the fishmen and merfolk lost to the cruelty of the surface. Dave paused, understanding the weight of its presence. He reached out and placed his hand on one of the memorial stones, his expression respectful. "This place holds many of our darkest memories," Jinbi murmured, his voice low. "Your actions may give some hope here, but there is still much to mend." Dave nodded, solemn. "This world is on the edge of change, Jinbi. Those responsible for the suffering of others will see their reckoning." Jinbi looked at him, the ghost of a smile on his face. "Then perhaps there's hope, even in these dark times." A soft, melodic voice interrupted them. "Forgive me, are you the human who challenged the celestial dragons?" Turning, Dave saw Shirahoshi standing nearby, her presence both gentle and shy. She had heard the stories, and while she seemed nervous, there was an undeniable admiration in her eyes. "Yes," he replied simply, meeting her gaze with a reassuring smile. Her large, tearful eyes reflected the admiration of her people. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice barely a whisper. "For doing what so many others couldn't." Dave nodded, but another question came into mind: that, why she is roaming freely. At this time she should be in the sea stone tower hiding, yet she is roaming freely. But at the end he didn't ask, but what he didn't know was that it was his working that resulted in Shiroshi freedom. After Jinbi returned, he hunted the bastard who was torturing Shiroshi, allowing her to roam freely. Chapter 78, Fishman Island 3. Dave's crew continued their journey through Fishman Island, exploring its unique beauty and absorbing its rich culture. The streets were alive with activity, colorful coral buildings lining the paths and schools of fish swimming above their heads. The bioluminescent glow of the water created an otherworldly atmosphere, and the crew couldn't help but marvel at their surroundings. The group eventually found themselves at Coral Plaza, the heart of Fishman Island's trade and commerce. Merchants shouted their wares from brightly decorated stalls, selling everything from rare seaweed delicacies to intricate jewelry crafted from pearls and coral. It was a hub of life and energy, with mermaids and fishmen mingling in the bustling crowds. Tony, in his less imposing human form now, walked alongside Enel, who seemed utterly entranced by the underwater kingdom. "This place feels alive," Enel said, his voice tinged with wonder. "I've never seen anything like it." Tony nodded, scanning the market with an appraising eye. "It's remarkable." The engineering alone, look at how they've harnessed the currents to power their homes. Genius. Meanwhile, Enel was engrossed in examining a stand selling electric eels, the shopkeeper nervously explaining their properties as the self-proclaimed god mulled over their uses. Dave, however, was less distracted by the sights and more focused on the people. He noticed how some fishmen whispered as they passed, their gazes lingering on him with awe or uncertainty. A few merfolk children pointed at him excitedly, giggling as their parents gently scolded them. He wasn't here for admiration, though. His mind was already working through the potential alliances Fishman Island could offer. With its strategic location as a gateway to the New World and its inhabitants' unique abilities, it was a key piece in the puzzle of his larger plans. Soon, Jinbi rejoined them, having arranged an audience with King Neptune and his family. The group made their way back to the palace, its massive gates opening to reveal the grand hall they had visited earlier. This time, the royal family awaited them in full, with Neptune seated on his throne. To his left stood his three sons, Fukaboshi, Riboshi, and Manboshi, each radiating a mix of authority and curiosity. Shirahoshi lingered near the back, clearly still gathering the courage to speak. "Welcome once again," Neptune greeted, his deep voice reverberating through the hall. "I trust your exploration of our island has been enlightening." Dave inclined his head respectfully. "It has been an honor, Your Majesty. Your people have built something truly extraordinary here." Neptune smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "You've stirred quite a response, not just here but across the seas. News of your actions against the celestial dragons has reached every corner of the world." Dave didn't miss the weight in Neptune's words. "And what does Fishman Island think of those actions?" he asked, his tone even. The king's gaze softened. "Many of us have suffered under the celestial dragons. To see someone stand against them is inspiring. But it also places a target on your back, and by association, on anyone who harbors you." "I understand the risk," Dave said. "But the world can't change without someone challenging the status quo. Fishman Island shouldn't have to live in fear of the surface." Neptune nodded slowly. "You speak with conviction. Perhaps you are the storm this world needs." From the back, Fukaboshi stepped forward, his expression serious. "What are your intentions here, Dave? Are you seeking an alliance with Fishman Island?" Dave met the prince's gaze without hesitation. "I won't deny that an alliance could be beneficial. But my primary goal here is peace, for now. I've no intention of dragging your people into my battles unless they choose to stand with me." Fukaboshi studied him for a moment, then nodded. "A fair answer." Before the conversation could continue, Shirahoshi finally found her voice. "Sir Dave, may I ask you something?" Dave turned to her, his expression softening. "Of course." She hesitated, then said, "Do you truly believe the world can change? That there can be peace between humans and fishmen?" Dave's gaze held hers, unwavering. "I do. But it won't happen overnight. Change takes time, and effort from both sides. But I promise you this, as long as I stand, I'll fight for a world where everyone can live without chains." Shirahoshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she nodded, seemingly reassured by his words. As the meeting concluded, Jinbi approached Dave as they left the palace. "Your words carry weight," the fishman said. "But you've also drawn attention from powerful enemies. The Marines won't sit idly by after what you've done." Dave smirked. "Let them come. I've faced worse." Jinbi shook his head, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. "Your confidence borders on reckless." As they walked back toward their ship, they passed a group of fishmen whispering amongst themselves. One of them, a burly shark-like figure, stepped forward. "You're Dave, aren't you?" Dave stopped, meeting the fishman's gaze. "I am." The fishman grinned, baring sharp teeth. "You've got guts, standing up to those bastards. If you ever need fighters, you've got a few right here." Dave's smirk widened. "I'll keep that in mind." As the crew returned to their ship, they found themselves watched by an increasing number of fishmen and merfolk. Some gazes were wary, others admiring, but one thing was clear: Dave had left an impression. Back aboard the ship, the crew gathered to discuss their next move. "The New World isn't going to welcome us with open arms," Shaki said, her tone serious. "We need to be ready for anything." "Well, given our strength, I doubt anyone will come to make trouble," Rayleigh shrugged as Shaki glared at him. Tony nodded, already pulling up schematics on his onboard computer. "I can make some upgrades to the ship. With what I've seen here, I might even integrate some of their technology." Enel leaned against the mast, arms crossed. "The stronger the storm, the more thrilling the journey. Let's see what the New World has to offer." Dave stood at the helm, looking out at the underwater expanse. "We have already faced the admirals, defeated them. New World is just another place to be conquered." Chapter 79, New World. The Hell Prince pirates stood gathered on the deck of their ship, the towering coral structures of Fishman Island fading into the distance as they prepared to dive deeper into the currents that would carry them toward the New World. The calm seas around the island belied the storm that awaited them beyond. Dave stood at the bow, arms crossed, the faint shimmer of the underwater light casting his figure in a ghostly glow. His golden hair moved gently with the subtle sway of the ocean current, his expression contemplative. The events of the past weeks had set the world ablaze with whispers of his name. Now, every move he made carried the weight of expectation, both from his enemies and those who now looked to him as a symbol of rebellion. "You're unusually quiet," Shaki remarked, stepping beside him. Her voice was soft, yet carried the firmness of someone who wouldn't let the silence linger too long. Dave smirked, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. "Just thinking." "Dangerous habit," Shaki teased, though her tone carried a hint of worry. "The New World isn't like anything what you faced before. It's chaos. The strong prey on the weak, alliances shift like tides, and even the weather can kill you." Dave turned to her, his blue eyes meeting hers. "Chaos has a way of exposing people's true nature. If the New World is a proving ground, then let it test us." Shaki nodded, though the weight of his words didn't ease her concern. "Just remember, you're not the only one being tested. Your crew follows you because they believe in you." "And I won't let them down," Dave replied, his voice steady, a quiet determination radiating from him. The ship glided through the undersea passage that led beneath the red line, the walls of the massive underwater tunnel illuminated by glowing flora. It was a surreal experience, the vibrant beauty of the deep sea masking the tension that lingered in everyone's mind. In the galley, Tony was hunched over a workbench, his hands moving deftly as he modified one of the ship's cannons. Enel leaned against the doorframe, watching with mild curiosity as Tony muttered calculations under his breath. "You're working awfully hard for someone who acts like nothing can touch us," Enel remarked, his tone laced with amusement. Tony didn't look up. "Confidence is great, but preparation keeps you alive. You should try it sometime." Enel chuckled, the sound electric. "Why prepare when the thrill is in the unexpected?" Tony paused, finally looking at him. "Because in the New World, the unexpected isn't just thrilling, it's deadly." Enel shrugged, his grin unfazed. "Sounds like fun." By the time the ship emerged from the tunnel, the tranquil waters of Fishman Island were long behind them. The currents shifted, their once gentle flow now a turbulent, unpredictable force. Above them, the surface was a patchwork of storm clouds and jagged sunlight, the atmosphere electric with the promise of danger. The crew gathered on deck, the salty wind biting at their faces. Shaki stood at the helm, her hand steady on the wheel as she guided the ship through the chaotic waters. Tony and Enel were on the lookout, their eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of trouble. Even Albert, usually a silent observer, stood ready with his weapon at his side. Dave remained at the bow, his presence a steadying force amidst the chaos. He took a deep breath, letting the harsh wind fill his lungs. "This is it," he said, his voice carrying over the roar of the waves. The New World. Hours passed as the ship navigated the treacherous waters, the crew working in unison to keep it steady. Every so often, a monstrous sea creature would emerge from the depths, its shadowy form looming before disappearing just as quickly. The tension was palpable, but they pressed on, knowing that the journey was as much a test of their resolve as it was of their skill. As night fell, the sea seemed to grow even more unpredictable. The ship rocked violently as a sudden wave crashed against its side, sending a spray of salt water over the deck. Diana gritted her teeth, her grip on the wheel tightening. "This storm isn't letting up anytime soon." "We've handled worse," Dave called back, his voice calm but firm. He turned to the crew. "Stay focused. We're not stopping until we make landfall." "Landfall where?" Enel asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "The New World doesn't exactly come with a map." Dave smirked. "Then we'll carve our own path." By dawn, the storm had finally begun to subside, though the sea remained restless. The horizon was a blur of gray and blue, the line between sky and water almost indiscernible. But as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, the silhouette of an island came into view. Shaki exhaled in relief, her shoulders relaxing as the island grew closer. Finally, she muttered. "Solid ground." Tony squinted at the shape, his brow furrowing. "Let's not celebrate just yet. We don't know what, or who, is waiting for us there." Dave stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the island. "Whatever it is, we'll face it. Together." The crew exchanged glances, their resolve solidified by his words. They didn't know what the New World had in store for them, but they were ready to face it head-on. With Dave leading the way, they knew one thing for certain, they weren't just surviving, they were conquering. "So, what are our first stop going to be?" Rayleigh asked. They all looked around on the island. "Dunno, you should know it," Dave said as he looked back at him. "It's been a long time, not to mention New World don't stay static," Rayleigh replied as Tony said, "Well, I have sent drones, we would know where are we exactly soon." Dave nodded, although they have the permanent pointer to Whitebeard pirates, but they decided to make a stop before directly rushing there. Chapter 80, The Island. First island in the New World, Rayleigh mused, his voice calm yet carrying a note of caution. These waters are unpredictable, and the islands even more so. Dave smirked, gripping the wheel. That's why we're here, isn't it? The greater the chaos, the better the opportunities. Ahead, an island came into view, shrouded in an ominous fog. Tall cliffs lined its edges, and flashes of lightning lit up the sky above it, despite the absence of clouds. The crew exchanged glances, knowing instinctively that the island held secrets, and likely danger. Looks like a storm, but it's too localized, Tony commented, his HUD scanning the area. Definitely not natural. Good, Dave replied. Natural's boring. As they approached the island, a sudden wave of heat washed over them, followed by a chilling wind. Enel stood, his golden staff in hand. The weather here's got a mind of its own. I like it. The ship pulled into a small, rocky cove, the only apparent entry point to the island. As they disembarked, the terrain shifted under their feet, blackened rock, cracked and jagged, with patches of glowing, molten earth scattered throughout. A faint hum filled the air, as if the island itself were alive. Careful, Shaki warned, her sharp gaze scanning their surroundings. This place feels wrong. Rayleigh nodded. Something's definitely off. Dave unsheathed Rebellion, the gleaming blade catching the light of the molten patches. Then let's find out what. As they ventured further inland, the terrain grew more volatile. Pools of bubbling lava dotted the landscape, and strange, luminescent plants clung to the jagged rocks, their glow casting eerie shadows. The hum grew louder, accompanied by faint, rhythmic vibrations underfoot. This island isn't just unstable, it's alive, Tony muttered, analyzing the readings on his gauntlet. The ground's pulsing, like a heartbeat. Dave smirked. Then let's see what makes it tick. A sudden roar echoed through the air, shaking the ground beneath them. From the shadows emerged a massive creature, its body a fusion of rock and magma, with glowing cracks running along its form. Its molten eyes locked onto the crew, and it let out another earth-shaking roar before charging. Finally, some excitement. Enel grinned, lightning crackling around him as he leaped forward, his staff aimed at the beast. The battle was fierce. The creature's molten body made it nearly impervious to conventional attacks, but Dave's crew was anything but conventional. Enel's lightning clashed with the creature's magma, sending shockwaves through the air. Tony launched a barrage of repulsor blasts, targeting the creature's glowing cracks, while Rayleigh's precise hockey-infused strikes chipped away at its defenses. Dave, meanwhile, moved like a shadow, his air trick allowing him to dodge the creature's powerful swings with ease. Each slash of Cerberus struck with deadly precision, his armament hockey coating the blade in a dark sheen. The creature roared in frustration, its molten form flickering as its energy waned. Shaki, observing from the sidelines, suddenly called out. Dave. Aim for its core, it's near its chest. Dave nodded, his blue eyes narrowing as he leaped into the air. With a single, powerful strike, he drove Cerberus into the creature's chest, piercing the glowing core within. The creature let out a final, deafening roar before collapsing, its body disintegrating into harmless ash. The crew stood in silence for a moment, catching their breath as the dust settled. Well, that was fun, Enel said, smirking as he dusted himself off. Tony examined the remains of the creature, his gauntlet scanning the area. Whatever powered that thing, it wasn't natural. Rayleigh nodded, his expression thoughtful. This island has secrets. The question is, do we want to uncover them? Dave sheathed Cerberus, his smirk returning. Of course we do. That's why we're here. As they pressed further into the island, the air grew heavier, the hum intensifying. They reached a massive cavern, its walls lined with strange, glowing runes. At its center stood an ancient pedestal, atop which rested a pulsating orb of light. Tony stepped forward, his HUD analyzing the orb. This isn't just energy. It's alive. Before anyone could respond, the orb pulsed, sending out a wave of light that enveloped the crew. For a brief moment, the world around them seemed to shift, the cavern morphing into a vision of a sprawling battlefield. Figures clashed in the distance, their forms obscured by the light, but the power emanating from them was palpable. Dave's eyes narrowed as the vision faded, leaving them back in the cavern. Whatever this is, it's tied to something big. Rayleigh stepped closer to the pedestal, his gaze serious. This is no ordinary treasure. If we take it, we'll be making enemies, powerful ones. Dave smirked, his hand resting on Cerberus. Good. Let them come. With that, he reached for the orb, sealing the crew's fate as players in an even larger game. The new world had truly begun, and there was no turning back. Bah. What a sloppy illusion, Dave suddenly said, breaking the serious atmosphere, as he swung Rebellion, cleaving the pulsating orb in two. The glowing object shattered, revealing nothing more than a plain, round rock now split cleanly in half. The dim cavern flickered momentarily before stabilizing. What is this? Tony mumbled, his scanners showing no significant energy readings anymore. Even Rayleigh frowned at the unexpected turn. What the heck was that? Enel asked, electricity crackling around him, his usual smirk replaced with annoyance. Dave sheathed Cerberus and smirked. Nothing but an idiot's devil fruit power trying to scare us off. As he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished, reappearing in the blink of an eye in front of a young boy who had been hiding in the shadows of the cavern. The boy yelped in fright, falling backward onto the rocky ground, his face pale with fear. "Who are you, kid?" Dave asked, his voice calm yet commanding as his piercing blue eyes studied the boy. From the faint remnants of the illusion, Dave could tell the power wasn't meant to harm them, it was a desperate attempt to make them leave the island. The boy scrambled back, his small frame trembling as he stammered, Please don't hurt me. I was just trying to protect the island." Chapter 81, The Island 2. The boy scrambled back, his small frame trembling as he stammered, Please don't hurt me. I was just trying to protect the island. Rayleigh and the others approached, curious about the encounter. Shaki's sharp gaze softened slightly as she observed the boy. He looked no older than 10, his clothes tattered and his face smeared with dirt. Despite his fear, there was a defiant glint in his eyes. "Protect the island?" Rayleigh echoed, his tone even. "You're the one behind the illusion." The boy nodded hesitantly. "Why, yes. I used my devil fruit power, but I only wanted to keep people away. I didn't mean any harm." "What kind of devil fruit?" Tony asked, scanning the boy with his gauntlet. The boy hesitated before answering. "It's called the illusion fruit. I can create visions, make people see things that aren't real. But it's not strong enough to fight someone like you." His voice trailed off as he looked at Dave, awe and fear warring in his expression. Dave knelt down, his gaze steady but not unkind. "And why would a kid like you need to protect this place? Who are you protecting it from?" The boy swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the group before replying. "The island, it's all we have left. My family, my friends, they're gone now. Pirates came a few years ago and destroyed everything. I'm the only one left. If I can scare people away, maybe they'll leave the island alone." A heavy silence fell over the crew. Shaki sighed, her expression softening. "You've been here all alone. No one to help you." The boy nodded, his eyes welling up with tears he stubbornly refused to shed. "This island used to be beautiful, now it's just broken." Dave stood, his jaw tightening as he looked around the cavern. The molten patches, the cracked terrain, the eerie hum, it all made sense now. This wasn't just a dangerous island. It was the aftermath of destruction, left to fester and decay. "Kid," Dave said, his voice firm but not harsh. "You're strong for surviving here on your own. But illusions aren't going to protect this place forever. You need more than that." The boy blinked, unsure of what to say. "But, what else can I do?" Dave smirked, his confidence infectious. "Stick with us. You've got guts, and you've got potential. I'll make sure you learn how to use that devil fruit of yours for more than just scaring people. You want to protect this island? Then you'll need to be strong enough to face whatever comes your way." The boy hesitated, his wide eyes searching Dave's face. Finally, he nodded. "Oh, okay. My name's Kaio." "Kaio, huh?" Dave said, ruffling the boy's messy hair. "Welcome aboard. But first, let's clean this place up. If it's worth protecting, it's worth fixing." Rayleigh chuckled softly, his expression approving. "Looks like we've picked up another stray. Let's just hope he doesn't cause as much trouble as the rest of you," Shaki quipped with a smirk. Enel shrugged, leaning casually against his staff. "The kid's illusions could be useful. If nothing else, he's got guts." Tony grinned, tapping his gauntlet. "I can rig up something to stabilize this island's structure. It'll buy it some time, at least." As the crew got to work, Kaio watched them, a mixture of gratitude and awe lighting up his face. For the first time in years, he felt a flicker of hope. And though he didn't fully understand who Dave and his crew were, he knew one thing for sure, they were unlike anyone he'd ever met. And thus the first island they got was a mixture of bravery and sad story of a kid who just wants to protect what remains of his life with his family, though Dave now has invited him to join his crew as they all begin to work together to patch up the island to make sure new life blooms here. The island stood as a poignant reminder of the harsh realities of the world. Amid its shattered remains and the echoes of loss, a new chapter was beginning, one born from resilience and the determination to carve out hope where despair had once reigned. Dave and his crew worked tirelessly alongside Kaio. Rayleigh took charge of surveying the terrain, his seasoned eye identifying areas of structural instability that needed immediate attention. Tony's technological expertise proved invaluable, he constructed makeshift supports using salvaged materials, ensuring that the weakened land wouldn't collapse further. Enel, ever the reluctant helper, used his lightning to weld broken structures together with precision, grumbling under his breath but doing his part. Nonetheless, Shaki, meanwhile, led Kaio through the process of rebuilding, her calm demeanor helping to guide the boy's efforts. She showed him how to use his illusion fruit more effectively, not to deceive, but to inspire. Together, they created a vision of what the island could become, a vibrant haven, alive with new growth and possibilities. For Dave, this wasn't just about fixing an island, it was about setting an example. He knew that if Kaio was going to join his crew, the boy needed to understand what it truly meant to protect something. It wasn't about illusions or tricks, it was about action, conviction, and the willingness to fight for what mattered. "You've got a lot to learn, kid," Dave said one evening as they took a break by the island's shore. The sun was setting, casting the sea in hues of orange and gold. "But you've got the heart for it. That's more than most can say." Kaio nodded, his eyes shining with determination. "I won't let you down, Captain." Dave nodded in return, though inwardly, anger simmered beneath his composed exterior. He wasn't going to place all the blame solely on pirates. The world was rife with corruption and cruelty, filled with both bad and worse people, and that wasn't going to change easily. Yet, the one thing that kept the world from completely descending into chaos was the existence of good people, those who stood as beacons of hope in the darkness. Chapter 82, The Island 3. Dave nodded in return, though inwardly, anger simmered beneath his composed exterior. He wasn't going to place all the blame solely on pirates. The world was rife with corruption and cruelty, filled with both bad and worse people, and that wasn't going to change easily. Yet, the one thing that kept the world from completely descending into chaos was the existence of good people, those who stood as beacons of hope in the darkness. But the Marines. Dave's fists clenched as the thought consumed him. The very institution that claimed to uphold justice had turned its ideals into a business. If an island paid its taxes, it was granted protection. If not, it was left to fend for itself against whatever threats came its way. Their so-called justice was nothing more than a transactional facade, and the consequences of their apathy had created tragedies like Kaito's. He wasn't going to let it slide. Dave vowed to change that, to challenge the twisted system so that no other child would have to endure what Kaio had. No one else should have to stand on the ashes of their home, clutching the remnants of their shattered life. This wasn't just about revenge. It was about reshaping the world into one where true justice existed. And Dave would stop at nothing to see it through. "Captain, I'm going to help them all," Kaio said as Dave nodded. Dave smirked, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Good. Just remember, this world's not kind. But we're not here to play nice. We're here to carve out a place where we can live free, no matter who stands in our way." Those words seemed to ignite something in Kaio. He nodded with fierce determination, his resolve solidifying as he stood among people who had not only rescued him but given him a chance to rebuild his life. For the first time, he felt like he belonged, like he was part of something greater. Whether in Marvel or here, his goal was simply to just play along, but now he truly felt, since he has power he should do something with it, that will make his name immortal in history as benevolent being. The days turned into weeks, and the crew worked tirelessly to transform the island. Under Dave's guidance, Tony led the effort to engineer sustainable solutions, using his advanced intellect and technology to revitalize water sources and stabilize the terrain. Enel, though reluctant to get his hands dirty, used his electrical abilities to clear debris and power makeshift equipment. Rayleigh and Shaki contributed their experience, while Dave himself took on the heaviest tasks without complaint, inspiring everyone around him. Together, they replanted trees, cleansed the land of its scorched scars, and encouraged new life to take root. Slowly but surely, the desolate, ash-ridden landscape began to change. Tiny green shoots poked out of the ground, fragile yet persistent, symbolizing hope. The air grew fresher with every passing day, and the once silent island began to hum with the faint sounds of nature returning. Kaio worked harder than anyone else. His small hands blistered, his muscles ached, but he refused to stop. For the first time since his family had been taken from him, he felt more than just pain or anger, he felt purpose. He wasn't just surviving anymore. He was creating something tangible, something meaningful. And with every task completed, he felt closer to the crew who had given him this chance. When the island was finally stable enough to sustain itself, the crew gathered at its highest point, a natural cliff overlooking the vast sea. The horizon stretched out endlessly before them, its shimmering blue expanse a stark contrast to the troubled land they had left behind. The rising sun bathed the landscape in a golden glow, marking not just the end of their work but the beginning of something new. Dave placed a firm hand on Kaito's shoulder, his voice steady and resolute. "This is your starting point, Kaio. What we've done here is just the beginning. The new world isn't going to wait for us to catch up, but you've proven you're ready to face it." Kaio grinned up at his captain, his youthful determination shining like the sun. "I'm ready, Captain. Whatever comes next, I'll face it head on." The crew shared a moment of camaraderie, a bond forged not just by shared battles but by rebuilding something that truly mattered. For Kaio, this was more than just an island, it was a foundation for the future, a place where he could anchor his dreams. As the Hell Prince pirates set sail once again, the island faded into the distance, but its story stayed with them. It was a testament to what they stood for, not just power or freedom, but the protection of people and places that deserved a chance to thrive. The ship cut through the waves, its sails billowing in the strong winds of the new world. The sea ahead was unpredictable, filled with untold challenges and adversaries waiting to test their mettle. Yet, with every obstacle came opportunity, new alliances, new battles, and new tales waiting to be written. The new world was a place where only the strong survived, and the crew of the Hell Prince pirates embodied that strength. With Dave at the helm, a captain who inspired loyalty and commanded respect, and a crew willing to face any danger for their shared vision, they were ready for whatever lay ahead. As the sun rose higher, casting its light on the vast expanse of water, one thing became clear: the new world wasn't ready for the Hell Prince pirates. But they were more than ready for it. However, unbeknownst to the crew, they were not sailing unobserved. Far above, hidden amidst the clouds, a sleek ship floated silently. It bore no flag, no markings, only a sinister presence that hinted at its purpose. Aboard this vessel, agents of the World Government's Cypherpol (CP) organization were busy monitoring the Hell Prince pirates. The CP-0, the most elite branch of the Cypherpol agencies, had been given specific orders. The bold assault on the Celestial Dragons had painted a target on Dave and his crew. To openly humiliate the so-called gods of the world was a crime that could not go unanswered. While the Marines dealt with public responses, it fell upon CP-0 to work in the shadows, gathering intelligence and laying the groundwork for a decisive strike. Chapter 83, The Execution. Inside the ship's dimly lit operations room, a masked figure stood before a glowing map of the new world. Points of interest flickered in and out, tracking ships and identifying potential threats. "They've entered the new world," one agent reported, his voice monotone but laced with urgency. "Their course suggests they're heading toward the next island cluster. No reported alliances yet, but their recent actions have caused ripples. Other crews might seek them out, either as allies or threats." The masked leader nodded, their expression hidden behind an ornate mask that signified their rank. "What of the boy?" "The one they took in." Another agent stepped forward. "His name is Kaio. Former resident of the island they recently restored. He has no known bounty, no combat records. Just a civilian, for now." The leader turned their gaze toward the agent. "The Hell Prince pirates aren't just collecting power, they're gathering symbols. That boy represents something, hope for those downtrodden by our system. That's more dangerous than a devil fruit. Continue monitoring him. If he becomes a liability, we'll act." Back on the Hell Prince pirate's ship, Dave stood at the helm, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The cool sea breeze carried a sense of anticipation. Though he didn't look back, he could feel the weight of their actions trailing behind them like an unspoken shadow. Rayleigh approached, his voice calm yet filled with a hint of warning. "You know they won't let what we did go unanswered." Dave smirked. "Let them come. The world government isn't invincible, Rayleigh. They're just men hiding behind titles and fear." Shaki, leaning against the ship's railing with a cigarette between her fingers, chuckled softly. "Still, it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye out. CP-0 doesn't play by the same rules as the Marines. They'll come at us when we least expect it." Enel, ever the confident one, scoffed. "Let them try. I'll fry them before they can blink." Tony, engrossed in a small device he was tinkering with, glanced up briefly. "Confidence is great, but let's not underestimate them. I've dealt with enough secret organizations to know they're always one step ahead when you least expect it." Dave nodded, his expression growing serious. "I'm not underestimating them. But we're not going to stop moving forward either. If they want to come after us, we'll face them head on." Far away, in Marie Joy's, the holy land of the Celestial Dragons, the five elders, the Garcia, convened in their grand chamber. A single image of the Hell Prince pirates hovered before them, projected from a den mushy. "They've entered the new world," one of the elders said, his voice calm but deadly. "And they've already started to attract attention." Another elder, stroking his beard, frowned. "Dave is no ordinary pirate. His strength, intelligence, and actions suggest a calculated mind. This is not someone who acts out of reckless ambition." The youngest-looking elder, though no less dangerous, leaned forward. "He's a threat. Not just to the Celestial Dragons, but to the balance we've maintained. The people are watching him too closely. If he becomes a symbol..." The elder holding a long sword interrupted, his voice cutting through the discussion like a blade. "Then we eliminate him before he grows further. Activate CP-0 fully. Ensure they understand the stakes." The final elder, seated at the head of the table, spoke last, his tone carrying an air of finality. "The new world is a lawless region. If he falls there, no one will question it. Make sure his fall is absolute. Unaware of the watchful eyes and brewing plans against them, the Hell Prince pirates continued their journey. The sea ahead seemed peaceful, but Dave knew better. The new world wasn't kind, and peace was often the prelude to a storm. But to the world, our credibility has diminished, one of the elders suddenly said, his voice heavy with frustration. The other elders nodded grimly, each lost in their own thoughts about the repercussions of recent events. We can't kill him, another elder interjected, his tone laced with both caution and concern. Dave is too powerful. He's already demonstrated that he operates at a level equivalent to the 4 emperors. And his crew is no less formidable. He has 3 admiral-level powerhouses by his side, Enel, the wielder of the Thunder Logia fruit, Tony, whose abilities with his mysterious metal devil fruit remain largely unknown but devastating, and Rayleigh, who, against all logic, seems to have regained his youth. Not to mention this woman, Shaki, another elder added, his brow furrowed in thought. Her power, based on previous reports, suggests she's at least vice admiral level. Together, they form a crew stronger than any of the current 4 emperors in the New World. The room fell into a tense silence as the elders digested the implications. Finally, one elder broke the quiet. I hope they fight amongst themselves and destroy each other. But it's highly unlikely. Given Dave's cunning mind, he'll likely strike a deal with Big Mom first. He'll use her resources and then take over her territories. If that happens, it will be an even greater threat to us. The leader of the group shook his head gravely. For now, we must leave him be. Direct confrontation is not an option. Instead, we need to focus on repairing the Marine's image. If we don't, new countries will refuse to join us, and our influence will wane. The other elders exchanged wary glances. Do you have any suggestions? One of them asked, his voice tinged with desperation. The leader nodded slowly, his gaze sharp and calculating. We should execute Ace. The room fell silent once again, this time in shock. Gold, Roger's son, he continued, his voice cold and deliberate. Executing him will remind the world of our strength. It will send a clear message that no matter the lineage, no one is beyond the reach of the world government. Another elder leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as the idea took root. Yes, that's an excellent strategy. Whitebeard is old, he can't even muster 50% of his peak strength anymore. By executing Ace, we can draw Whitebeard into a conflict and eliminate him as well. That's one fewer emperor to contend with. Even if Dave rises, the balance will remain intact. The elders nodded in agreement, their resolve hardening. Make preparations, the leader ordered, his tone brooking no argument. Let the world see that we are still in control. And when the time comes, we will deal with Dave as well. One step at a time. With that, the room plunged into darkness as the elders left to execute their plan, each step carefully calculated to preserve their power and dominion over the seas. Chapter 84, Alliance. Unaware of the looming execution of Porgas D. Ace, the Hell Prince pirates continued their journey to Sphinx Island, the remote hometown of the legendary Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. Known for its serene beauty and humble villages, the island was also a frequent resting place for the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship. Dave leaned casually against the railing, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. The Cypherpole agents are getting bold, he muttered. They're not even bothering to hide their presence. Rayleigh chuckled beside him, his arms crossed as he observed the trailing ship in the distance. They're probably hoping to observe, maybe gauge our strength. But I doubt they'll act unless they have a reason. Should I blast them out of the water? Enel asked from above, perched lazily on the mast. His lightning crackled faintly, a subtle display of his readiness. Dave shook his head. Let them follow. If they're stupid enough to pick a fight, we'll deal with them. Otherwise, they're wasting their time. Not to mention, it's just waste of time. Tony emerged from below deck, wiping his hands clean of oil. They're either desperate for intel or overly confident. Either way, they're no real threat, not yet, at least. Shaki, who had been quietly sipping tea near the helm, smirked. Let them come closer. The more they think they know, the more we can mislead them. After Carmen came with everyone's food, they all sat together as they ate it. The crew returned to their tasks, though Dave occasionally glanced back at the distant vessel, his mind calculating. Cypherpole's interest in his crew was expected, but their persistence hinted at something more significant. It took them just few days with the advanced ship they have to cover the distance as they soon reached their destination, the Sphinx Island. As they approached Sphinx Island, the rugged cliffs and lush greenery came into view. Despite the island's peaceful appearance, there was an air of watchfulness about it. Whitebeard's protection over his homeland had long kept threats at bay, but even in his absence, his influence lingered. The Hell Prince pirates docked their ship at a secluded spot along the shoreline. The villagers watched cautiously from a distance as Dave and his crew disembarked. They were clearly accustomed to pirates, but the sight of this particular crew, led by the men whose reputation was rapidly growing, put them on edge. Rayleigh, ever the diplomat, stepped forward and raised a hand in greeting. We mean no harm, he said with a calm smile. We're just travelers passing through. An older man stepped forward, his posture straight despite his age. Travelers, huh? This island's not exactly on a common route. What do you want here? Dave stepped beside Rayleigh, his commanding presence silencing the whispers among the villagers. We're looking for information about Whitebeard. This island was his home, wasn't it? The elder's eyes narrowed. It was. But he's not here now, and we don't take kindly to outsiders digging into our affairs. We're not here to dig, Dave replied evenly. We respect what Whitebeard stood for. We're just curious about the man and his legacy. The elder studied him for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Fine. But don't cause trouble. The people here have protection of Whitebeard. As the villagers returned to their routines, the crew explored the island. They passed modest homes, fields of crops, and shrines dedicated to Whitebeard's memory. It was clear that the people revered him not just as a pirate, but as a protector and father figure. Enel, bored of the quiet, wandered off to investigate the island's natural resources, while Tony examined the architecture with a mix of curiosity and critique. Shaki, ever observant, mingled with the locals, gleaning insights from their cautious conversations. Dave, meanwhile, made his way toward a small hill overlooking the village. At its peak stood a simple shrine adorned with carvings of the Whitebeard pirate's emblem. He stood there in silence, his thoughts drifting to the men who had once commanded the seas with unparalleled strength and compassion. But now he is old and solemnly take part in battles. You're not from around here. The voice pulled Dave from his thoughts. He turned to see a young boy, no older than 10, clutching a small wooden sword. His eyes were wide with a mix of curiosity and defiance. Dave crouched down to meet the boy's gaze. No, I'm not. What's your name? Haruto, the boy said, gripping his sword tighter. Are you here to hurt us? Dave smiled faintly. No, Haruto. We're just passing through. But tell me, why do you think you need that sword? To protect the village, Haruto said firmly. I want to be like Sir Whitebeard who always protect our village. Dave's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. That's a big responsibility for someone so young. Haruto puffed out his chest. I'm not scared. If bad people come, I'll fight them. Dave nodded approvingly. Brave words, kid. But protecting something isn't just about fighting. It's about knowing when to stand and when to call for help. Haruto hesitated, then nodded slowly. I'll remember that. Later that evening, the crew regrouped near the ship. Rayleigh had learned that the Moby Dick wasn't far from the island, stationed at a nearby cove. It was a tempting opportunity to meet Whitebeard, but it also carried risks. What's the plan? Tony asked, leaning against the ship's railing. Are we making contact? Dave considered the question. Not yet. We don't need to provoke them, we are just here to make alliance anyway. I can alone destroy the world government, but I need someone to rule when I leave, and Whitebeard are best for it. Dave thought as among the pirates they are the only one in which territory he saw happiness, not even in marine protected island they were as lax as Whitebeard pirate protected islands. As the crew settled in for the night, the cipher pole ship loomed in the distance, its presence a constant reminder of the eyes watching their every move. But Dave wasn't concerned. He knew that sooner or later, those watching would have to act, and when they did, he'd be ready. Chapter 85, Whitebeard. In a secluded corner of a certain island, a massive ship could be seen anchored, a vessel shaped like a whale. It was none other than the Moby Dick, the legendary flagship of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. On the ship, within a spacious and imposing room, Whitebeard sat on a massive throne-like chair. His large frame was connected to various medical apparatuses, tubes and devices that aided his battered and aging body. Despite his immense power, the toll of decades of battle was evident. He was asleep, his breathing steady but heavy. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, stepped inside. His usual composed demeanor faltered for a brief moment as he saw his father figure in such a vulnerable state. A pang of sorrow gripped Marco's heart, but he quickly masked his emotions, knowing that pity was the last thing Whitebeard would want. Dad, Marco called out softly, his voice steady but filled with concern. Whitebeard's eyes slowly opened, his sharp gaze immediately focusing on his son. Despite the fatigue visible in his features, his presence remained commanding, a testament to the indomitable spirit of Edward Newgate. What is it, Marco? Whitebeard's deep, rumbling voice resonated through the room as he shifted slightly in his seat, his towering frame casting a long shadow. Marco took a step closer, his brows furrowed. We've received reports, Dad. The New World is stirring. There's been unusual movement from the Marines, and Cypherpole seems to be more active than ever. I think something big is brewing. Whitebeard grunted, his expression thoughtful but unreadable. The Marines, stirring up trouble, eh? Those fools never learn. He adjusted one of the tubes attached to his arm, his massive hand dwarfing the equipment. What else, Marco? Marco hesitated for a moment. There's also news about a new crew, the Hell Prince pirates. Their captain, Dave, has been making waves. Rumor has it he's as strong as a Yonko, and his crew includes powerful fighters like Enel and Silver's Rayleigh. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow at that. Silver's Rayleigh? That old coot sailing again? Marco nodded. Seems so. And they've been sighted near Sphinx Island. At the mention of his homeland, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern passing over his face. Sphinx Island, my home. If they lay a finger on it. Dad, Marco interrupted gently but firmly, there's no indication they mean harm. From what we've heard, they helped the islanders. Replanted trees, cleared water sources, it seems they're not your typical pirates. Whitebeard leaned back, his massive frame creaking the chair slightly. Not your typical pirates, you say? Then what do they want in the new world? That's unclear, Marco admitted. But if they're this strong, they could disrupt the balance. The Marines are probably keeping an eye on them for the same reason. Whitebeard stroked his chin thoughtfully, his expression turning grim. The new world is no place for idealists or fools. If this Dave thinks he can play the hero here, he'll learn the hard way. Marco nodded, though a part of him was intrigued by the Hell Prince pirates. In a world dominated by power struggles, they seemed to walk a different path. But whether that path would lead them to allies or enemies remained to be seen. Anything else, Marco? Whitebeard asked, his tone softening slightly. Marco hesitated again, then shook his head. No, Dad. Just thought you should know. Whitebeard closed his eyes, leaning back into his chair. Good work, my son. Keep an eye on things. The new world's about to get even more chaotic. Yes, Dad, Marco said, bowing slightly before leaving the room. As he stepped outside, he looked up at the night sky, his thoughts swirling. The Hell Prince pirates, the Marines, Cypherpole, all were pieces on a board that was becoming increasingly difficult to read. Marco froze mid-step when Whitebeard's deep voice resonated through the room again. By the way, are they still staying at Sphinx Island? Whitebeard asked, his tone seemingly casual but laced with intent. Yes, Marco confirmed, turning slightly to face him. Whitebeard leaned back, a grin spreading across his face. Despite the fatigue that his body carried, his spirit was as lively as ever. Very well. Get ready to sail. I'd like to meet this Dave, he said, his laughter booming through the room like a rumbling storm. Marco's heart sank for a moment. Seeing his father like this, filled with energy and determination, was a relief. Yet, there was something in his laughter, a certain edge, that made Marco worry. Was this meeting meant as an introduction, or a challenge? Still, Marco nodded, masking his apprehension as best as he could. Understood, Dad. I'll make the arrangements. He left the room, closing the door behind him with a soft thud. Outside, Marco paused, running a hand through his blonde hair. Is he planning to fight them? Or is it just his way of assessing potential allies, he muttered under his breath. With a resigned sigh, Marco headed toward the deck, where the crew was busy with their daily routines. His commanding presence quickly drew attention, and the chatter quieted. Listen up, everyone. Marco called out, his voice carrying authority. We're setting sail for Sphinx Island. Make preparations immediately. The crew exchanged surprised glances, but no one questioned the order. They trusted Marco and their captain implicitly. Soon, the deck erupted into activity as the Whitebeard pirates began readying the Moby Dick for departure. Back on Sphinx Island. Dave stood on the cliff's edge, gazing out at the horizon. The salty sea breeze whipped around him, carrying with it the faint cries of seagulls. His golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, and his eyes held a contemplative glint. Behind him, his crew was busy with their own tasks. Enel lounged lazily under the shade of a tree, occasionally sparking small bolts of electricity to entertain himself. Rayleigh, ever the mentor, sparred with Kaio, offering the boy tips on combat stances and strategy. Tony was in the ship's engine room, tinkering with upgrades to enhance their vessel's capabilities. Shaki observed everything from the sidelines, a cigarette perched between her lips, her sharp gaze missing nothing. Chapter 86, Whitebeard 2. Dave sighed, his mind racing with thoughts. Something about Sphinx Island or something had him on edge. Not the island itself, it was peaceful, serene even. But he could feel the eyes of the world watching. Whether it was Cypherpole, the Marines, or even the Yonko, he knew they were under constant surveillance. Still brooding, Captain. Shaki's voice cut through his thoughts, smooth and teasing. Dave smirked without turning. Just thinking about what's next. Before Shaki could reply, Enel's voice broke through the calm. We've got company, he called out, his tone half amused, half serious. Dave turned sharply, his gaze narrowing as he followed Enel's pointed finger. In the distance, a massive silhouette loomed on the horizon. It didn't take long for them to recognize the distinctive shape of the Moby Dick, its whale-like figure cutting through the waves with an imposing presence. "Well, that's one way to make an entrance," Rayleigh remarked, stepping up beside Dave. Dave's smirk widened. Whitebeard himself, huh? I was wondering when he'd show up. Kaio, wide-eyed, looked to Rayleigh for confirmation. Whitebeard. The Whitebeard. Rayleigh nodded, patting the boy's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, kid. You're about to witness something few people ever get to see." As the Moby Dick drew closer, the Hell Prince pirates stood their ground, watching the legendary ship anchored just offshore. A gangplank was lowered, and the first to step onto the island was Marco, his fiery phoenix tattoo visible under the sunlight. Behind him, the towering figure of Whitebeard followed, his presence overwhelming despite the medical tubes attached to his body. Dave stepped forward, meeting Marco's gaze with a calm but firm demeanor. "Welcome to Sphinx Island, Whitebeard pirates," he said, his voice carrying a note of authority. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, the ground seeming to rumble with the sheer force of his voice. "So, you're the one making waves in my sea," he boomed, his sharp eyes locking onto Dave. "Tell me, boy, what's your goal in the new world?" "I wanted to meet you and fight you," Dave replied bluntly, cutting straight to the point. Silence fell across the island. Everyone, whether on Dave's side or Whitebeard's, stared in stunned disbelief. Whitebeard's sons exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. Whitebeard grinned, his expression both amused and approving. Bold words. "Let's see if you've got the strength to back them up." The tension on the island grew as the two captains sized each other up. Their crews stood frozen, watching intently, the air heavy with anticipation. "All right then," Whitebeard said, raising his massive bicento with ease. "Let's see what the Hell Prince is made of." Dave's smirk widened, and he drew his blade, its edge gleaming in the sunlight. "I wouldn't have it any other way. But before we start, take this," Dave said suddenly, tossing a small vial toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard caught it effortlessly and inspected it with a curious look. "What's this?" he asked, holding the vial up to the light. "Ask Rayleigh," Dave replied, pointing at the younger version of Rayleigh standing with his crew. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Rayleigh. "Old coot, how did you get so young?" he asked, genuine surprise in his voice. Rayleigh shrugged casually. "It's because of the stuff you're holding in your hand," he said, smirking. Marco stepped forward, his expression serious. "Dad, you shouldn't take it," he warned. Dave chuckled, his gaze shifting to Marco. "Marco, with the Phoenix Devil Fruit, you don't even know just how powerful your abilities truly are, do you?" Marco frowned. "What do you mean?" he asked cautiously. Dave grinned. "Your Phoenix Fruit has two extraordinary powers. The first is called Phoenix Tears, it can heal any wound, even mortal injuries, or restore severed limbs. I mean any wound." Marco's eyes widened in shock, and murmurs spread through the Whitebeard pirates. "But," Dave continued, "even that pales in comparison to its second power, Phoenix Golden Blood. It's a miraculous substance that can make anyone younger. The thing I gave to Rayleigh and your dad just now. It's a weaker version of it." Everyone's eyes turned to Marco, their astonishment growing. "This is the power of your fruit?" Vista asked, awestruck, as the others also stared at Marco in amazement. Whitebeard's sharp gaze locked onto Dave. "What do you want, Hell Prince? You wouldn't hand something like this over for free." Dave shrugged casually. "I told you, I just want to fight," he said with a smirk. Whitebeard chuckled. "And then?" Dave laughed softly before his tone turned serious. "Soon, I'm going to take down the world government. And when I do, the world will need a new navy, one that doesn't trade justice like a business. No more taking money in exchange for protection. Instead, they'll serve and protect everyone equally." Whitebeard raised a brow, intrigued. "And that's where you come in," Dave said, nodding toward Whitebeard. "I've seen the islands under your protection. The people are happy. Even the pirates who sail under your flag don't harm innocent people. They might take some food now and then, but even that is given willingly by the people. You enforce order in chaos, a rarity in this world." Whitebeard leaned back, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "So, you want me to pave the way for your dream of a fair world?" Dave shook his head. "No. I just want to make sure the current system burns, and from the ashes, something better rises. Whether you're part of it or not, that's your choice." Whitebeard's booming laughter erupted once more. "You're an interesting one, boy. But if you're coming after the world government, you'll be painting a target on your back. You sure you can handle that?" Dave's grin grew wider, his eyes burning with determination. "I have already, and last time, I never even used 50% of my powers, Dave said as after the last fight with admirals he knew he had just overestimated the people of this world. He is many times stronger even without armaments hockey. Still, he wants to fight Whitebeard as he wants to get a taste of the tremor fruit. Chapter 87, Against Whitebeard. Now, old man, go on and drink it. I want to fight you at your peak, Dave said, waving his hand dismissively as if urging him to hurry up. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Gururera, brat, you're certainly courageous, he said, uncapping the vial and downing its contents in one swift motion. A transformation immediately began. The weathered lines on Whitebeard's face smoothed out, revealing a sharp, handsome visage that radiated vitality. His once snow-white beard turned blonde, and his youthful features brought back memories of his prime. Even the cap on his head adjusted as his rejuvenated hair pushed it slightly aside. Gururera. Feels good to be young again. Whitebeard exclaimed, flexing his arms. He turned to Dave with a mischievous grin. You're full of surprises, kid. Dave smirked and nodded. Let's head somewhere suitable for our fight. There's an abandoned island a few miles from here. Whitebeard nodded in agreement, and before anyone could react, Dave grabbed Whitebeard and took off into the sky, flying swiftly toward their chosen battlefield. Both crews watched in stunned silence as their captains disappeared into the horizon. Marco sighed deeply, shaking his head. Dad, you really shouldn't trust others so easily, he muttered to himself. Despite his doubts, a flicker of curiosity lingered. If Dave's potion truly had such miraculous effects, what other secrets did he know? Turning to Rayleigh, Marco asked, Rayleigh, is my phoenix fruit really that powerful? Rayleigh chuckled. I can't say for certain. But Roger once mentioned that if someone with a phoenix fruit reached their full potential, they could defy death itself. With someone like you on Whitebeard's side, he believed it might make your crew invincible. Marco's eyes widened. Defy death. That sounds incredible, yes. But also dangerous, Rayleigh interrupted. If what Dave said is true, and your fruit holds such untapped potential, it's no wonder the world government hasn't caught wind of it. Or maybe they have and are keeping it hidden for a reason. The idea unsettled Marco. He remembered how often he had relied on his regeneration powers in battle, yet the concept of phoenix tears and phoenix golden blood suggested a power far beyond what he understood. Could it be that his fruit's true strength had always been underestimated? Rayleigh's gaze turned serious as he added, Roger believed in possibilities others couldn't see. Perhaps Dave does too. But whether you believe his words, Marco, is up to you. One thing's for sure, Dave has never lied about anything. Marco clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the horizon where their captains had disappeared. He couldn't shake the thought of Dave's bold claims about his devil fruit and wondered if they could really be true. Before Marco could dwell further, Enel's voice broke the tension. Well, since they're off fighting, why don't we have some fun ourselves, he suggested with a sly grin. Rayleigh waved his hand lazily. You guys go ahead. I'm not interested, he said, stepping back casually. Tony, however, stood up eagerly. I'd like to fight too, he said with a smirk, adjusting his stance. On the other side, Marco observed them carefully before responding. All right, then let's. Before Marco could finish, Joseph stepped forward. His body gleamed brightly as he activated his diamond transformation, the sunlight reflecting off him in a dazzling display. I'll take you on, Joseph said, his deep voice cutting through the air. Tony tilted his head, amused. You'd be loved by women if it weren't for your face, huh? He joked. Joseph frowned in confusion at the odd comment but didn't linger on it. Without another word, he used Sora to close the distance between them in an instant and unleashed a powerful punch. Tony, quick to react, sidestepped with a burst of wind propulsion but narrowly missed the strike. As he steadied himself, he crossed his hands, causing his hands to darken with pitch-black armament hockey. When Josu launched another punch, Tony caught it head-on, his armored hand absorbing the impact. Despite the tremendous force, Tony was only pushed back slightly. You're strong, I'll give you that, Tony said, his voice calm but charged with excitement. His nano-turbo suit deployed swiftly, encasing him in his advanced armor. Let's bring it on, he declared, launching himself at Josu. Meanwhile, Enel turned his attention to Marco, his smirk growing wider. You're supposed to be a phoenix, right? Let's see how well you handle lightning, Enel taunted, lightning crackling around his form as he prepared to attack. Marco's expression remained calm, though his blue flames flared up as he activated his phoenix powers. You're going to regret underestimating me, he replied, meeting Enel head-on as the two clashed with a fiery intensity. The battles erupted into chaos, the ground shaking as these powerful individuals tested their strength against one another. At a distance, members of CP-0 observed the chaos unfolding on Sphinx Island with their characteristic cold detachment. Hidden behind their eerie masks, their sharp eyes studied both sides engaging in battle. One of the agents chuckled softly, the sound muffled by their mask. Interesting. The so-called Hell Prince and Whitebeard's remnants are clashing. One of them might be annihilated today. Another agent, standing with arms crossed, nodded slightly. Fools. Expending their strength on each other like this only makes our job easier. The survivors will be ripe for the taking. Little did the agents realize that the two sides weren't fighting to the death. The Hell Prince pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were merely testing their strength, indulging in combat for the thrill of it, rather than aiming to kill. If CP0 chose to act on their assumptions, they would soon discover the folly of underestimating their targets. But it seemed that, after serving under corrupt masters for so long, their brains had started to resemble those of pigs, clouded and incapable of perceiving the true meaning behind the bout. Their arrogance blinded them to the camaraderie and mutual respect fueling the battle. To them, every conflict was a desperate struggle for survival, a chance to exploit weakness. The idea that two powerful crews could clash for sheer enjoyment and growth was as alien to them as integrity in their organization. Chapter 88, Against Whitebeard 2. Dave and Whitebeard finally landed on the island, a barren desert-like expanse with nothing but sand and the distant sound of crashing waves. The land was surreal, a floating piece of desert in the New World, an isolated arena perfect for their duel. "Isn't the New World fascinating?" Whitebeard remarked, his voice carrying both awe and amusement. Dave nodded. "Yeah, a place like this is rare. Makes you wonder about the world's mysteries." The two exchanged a brief look of mutual respect before Whitebeard planted his bicento firmly in the sand, leaning on it casually. "All right, brat," Whitebeard began, his tone turning serious, "I won't hold back. But let me warn you, this world isn't kind to dreamers." Dave smirked. "Good thing I'm not just a dreamer," he replied, drawing his rebellion sword. "But remember this, old man, no matter how bad it gets, I have the means to bring even a near-death body back to life. So, give it your all." Whitebeard chuckled deeply, gripping his bicento tighter. "Gururara, then you'd better show me you're worth the effort." The two took their positions, a palpable tension building in the air as they prepared to clash. 3, Dave began, his eyes locking with Whitebeard's. 2, Whitebeard responded, shifting his stance. 1. In an instant, both surged forward, using Soru. Their weapons clashed with such force that the sky above them seemed to split, clouds parting violently from the sheer power. The shockwave rippled outward, sending a powerful gust of wind across the island, flattening nearby dunes. Whitebeard grinned, his bicento shimmering with the power of the tremor fruit. "You're strong, brat," he admitted as he pushed back against Dave's blade. Dave chuckled, his rebellion sword glowing faintly with his energy. "You're not too bad yourself, old man," he quipped, sidestepping and launching a precise counterstrike aimed at Whitebeard's side. The battle intensified, with Whitebeard's tremors cracking the earth beneath them and Dave meeting his attacks with unparalleled speed and technique. At one point, Whitebeard's bicento was encased in a white tidal glow, the mark of a full-powered tremor, but Dave countered it with his own mastery, nullifying the quake before it could reach him. "Ha ha ha, impressive." Whitebeard laughed, his voice booming across the battlefield. For the first time in a long while, Dave felt truly exhilarated. This wasn't a fight for survival or domination but a test of strength against a worthy opponent. Whitebeard's overwhelming power, coupled with his indomitable spirit, made him a rare foe. As the duel continued, Dave couldn't help but think, this is what I've been missing. Despite his previous encounters and victories, fighting Whitebeard brought out a side of him he rarely experienced, a genuine thrill in pushing his limits. The two warriors continued exchanging blows, their laughter mingling with the sound of their clashing weapons. For this moment, amidst the chaos of the New World, they were simply two fighters, testing each other's mettle in a battle they wouldn't soon forget. The battle raged on, the air thick with tension and the ground cracking beneath the force of their strikes. Dave moved with a fluid grace, his sword techniques sharp and precise, while Whitebeard's massive bicento struck with the weight of a god's fury. Each blow sent shockwaves through the island, dust swirling as the desert floor shifted with the power of their combat. Dave's eyes gleamed with determination, his body dodging, parrying, and counterattacking with a relentless speed that few could match. He knew Whitebeard wasn't holding back, the sheer might of the tremor fruit was on full display. The old man was a living natural disaster, each swing capable of shattering mountains, but Dave wasn't intimidated. He could feel the raw strength of the fruit in every quake, every tremor that rattled the island, but he also felt something else, an opening. "Not bad for an old man," Dave called out, his grin wide as he narrowly avoided another devastating swing from Whitebeard's bicento. His blade gleamed in the sunlight, the rebellion sword cutting through the air like a deadly serpent. Whitebeard's grin widened, clearly enjoying the fight. "You're not the usual run-of-the-mill pirates," he said with a laugh. "But you better be ready, boy." With a fierce roar, Whitebeard slammed his bicento into the ground, and the earth around them began to quake. The island itself seemed to tremble in fear as Whitebeard unleashed the full force of the tremor fruit. The ground cracked open, jagged fissures spreading outward, the sea below them beginning to churn as waves rose. It was a display of power that could level entire fleets, a technique that had earned him his fearsome reputation. Dave's eyes glinted with excitement. I was hoping you'd do that. With a single swift motion, Dave vanished, reappearing in midair above Whitebeard. His body shimmered with energy, and he slashed downward, his rebellion sword glowing brightly as he combined speed with raw strength. Whitebeard raised his bicento just in time to meet the attack, the two weapons clashing with a force so powerful that the very air seemed to vibrate with the impact. The ground beneath them split further, the shockwaves rippling across the island as if the very earth itself was protesting the clash of titans. Impressive. Whitebeard boomed, his voice loud enough to shake the air. His eyes were full of admiration, but also the glint of a man who refused to back down. You've got guts, I'll give you that. But can you keep up? The fight continued with relentless intensity, both warriors pushing their limits. Each strike felt like it could be the last, the final blow that would end the battle, but neither side was willing to give in. Whitebeard's experience, honed over decades of battles, kept him on the offensive, while Dave's unpredictability and speed kept him one step ahead. The island around them was starting to crumble, with pieces of the land breaking off as the two powerful forces clashed again and again. In the distance, Marco and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates watched anxiously, but they didn't interfere. They knew that even if they tried, they couldn't stop it. Their own fight had ended, but Whitebeard and Dave had been going at it for days, and now it was the third day, yet neither had shown any sign of stopping. Chapter 89, Alliance. The sheer magnitude of their battle had reshaped the island. Once a barren desert-like terrain, it was now a chaotic battlefield marked by deep craters, jagged cliffs, and fissures leaking steam from the ground. The sky above was dark, not from clouds, but from the dust and debris their attacks had thrown into the air. Whitebeard's laughter echoed as he swung his bicento, creating another earth-shattering tremor. Gururera. You've got spirit, boy. It's been decades since I've had a fight like this. Dave, his shirt torn and his blade glowing faintly with energy, grinned back. And here I thought you'd be slowing down by now, old man. Guess I underestimated your endurance. Whitebeard planted his bicento into the ground and cracked his knuckles. I'm just getting warmed up. But I can't say the same for this poor island. Dave laughed. True. If this keeps up, we'll have to find another place to settle the score. Despite the wear and tear, both fighters seemed invigorated, their fighting spirit shining through. They had pushed each other to their limits, each strike, parry, and counterattack a testament to their skill and strength. Meanwhile, Marco and the crew were amazed. Josu, arms crossed, muttered, I've never seen Dad fight this hard before. That kid really is something. Marco nodded, his phoenix flames flickering as he leaned on the ship's railing. It's not just strength. It's like he's testing Dad, pushing him to see how far he can go. But there's something else. What do you mean? Vista asked, adjusting his hat. Marco's gaze hardened. It's like Dave's holding back something, like he hasn't even shown us his full power. Back on the battlefield, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. He could feel it too. You've got more to show, don't you, boy, he called out, his tone challenging. Dave smirked, spinning his blade in one hand. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just saving the best for last. Whitebeard let out another booming laugh. Don't disappoint me now. With that, they began clashing once more, but this time, Whitebeard coated his bicento in armament hockey, its obsidian sheen radiating lethal intent. In response, Dave activated his devil form, his appearance shifting into a more demonic visage with glowing crimson eyes, jagged black horns, and a fiery aura crackling around him. Every strike Whitebeard landed sent shockwaves reverberating through the battlefield. His attacks, amplified by hockey, bypassed conventional defenses, targeting Dave's insides directly. Despite Dave's regeneration, he could feel the toll of each hit, organs pulverized and immediately reconstructed, bones shattered and reformed. A lesser being would have succumbed long ago, but Dave stood firm, grinning through the pain. Gururara. Whitebeard's booming laughter echoed as he took a moment to admire his opponent. So this is your true form? A mythical Zoan, huh? Impressive regeneration, boy. Without it, you'd be dead 100 times over. Dave smirked, dodging the next swing with a burst of speed. Something like that, he replied nonchalantly, his demonic wings unfurling as he launched a counterattack. He couldn't exactly explain the truth, that his abilities were from the Dante template of Devil May Cry fame, not a devil fruit. Whitebeard blocked Dave's sword strike with his bicento, the force of the impact creating a crater beneath their feet. Not bad, brat, but you'll need more than tricks to bring me down. Dave chuckled, his voice carrying a distorted, otherworldly edge. Oh, don't worry, old man. I've got plenty more tricks where that came from. Their fight escalated as Dave unleashed a flurry of attacks, blending swordplay with bursts of demonic energy. Each strike was met with equal ferocity from Whitebeard, whose tremor-based counterattacks created shockwaves that seemed to distort reality itself. The two combatants were locked in a deadly dance, neither giving an inch. From afar, Marco and the Whitebeard pirates watched in awe. Is that really a devil fruit power? Marco muttered, his sharp eyes trying to decipher the true nature of Dave's abilities. It has to be, Jose replied, arms crossed. No human should be able to fight Pops for this long. That kind of regeneration isn't natural. Vista, however, seemed more intrigued than skeptical. Whatever it is, it's keeping him in the fight. And Pops seems to be enjoying himself. As the two titans clashed, the island continued to crumble around them, a testament to the overwhelming power both fighters wielded. The fight raged on for another 4 days before finally coming to a stop. By this point, the island they started on was completely destroyed, and it wasn't just one. 3 nearby islands had also sunk beneath the waves due to the sheer magnitude of their battle. The 4th island, where they now stood, was barely holding together, its terrain cracked and on the verge of collapse. Dave stood bloodied, his entire body covered in cuts and bruises. Some of his wounds had scabbed over, the dried blood giving him an almost savage appearance. His breathing was heavy, but his fiery determination remained unbroken. Opposite him, Whitebeard was in no better condition. His towering frame was marred with deep gashes, his once pristine coat soaked in blood. Ha ha ha. Old man, thanks for this great match. Dave laughed through labored breaths, his voice filled with both exhaustion and satisfaction. Whitebeard grinned, his booming laugh echoing across the devastated landscape. Gururara. You're a tough brat, I'll give you that. It's been a long time since I've had a fight like this. Dave nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. He reached into his coat and tossed a vial to Whitebeard. Here. Drink this, it'll heal you up. Think of it as my thanks for not holding back. Whitebeard caught the potion, inspecting it briefly. He chuckled as he uncorked it and downed the liquid in one gulp. Almost immediately, his wounds began to close, the deep cuts fading as his body regained its strength. Even the fatigue that weighed on him seemed to lift as the elixir worked its magic. Whitebeard flexed his arms, marveling at the potion's effects. You've got some incredible tricks, brat. Makes me wonder what else you're hiding. Dave smirked, his crimson eyes glowing faintly as he straightened up despite his injuries. Wouldn't be any fun if I showed you all my cards, would it? Chapter 90, Alliance 2. Whitebeard and Dave returned to the crew, their steps steady despite the toll of their battle. However, as they arrived, the atmosphere among the crew was heavy with tension. Something was clearly wrong. Dave furrowed his brow as he stepped forward. What happened? He asked. Shaki, standing nearby, silently handed him a newspaper. Whitebeard leaned over to look as well. The instant his eyes landed on the headline, his grip on his bicento tightened, the metal creaking under the pressure. Those bastards are at it again, Whitebeard snarled, his voice trembling with restrained fury. Dave scanned the paper quickly, his sharp eyes catching the details immediately. His jaw tightened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Ace's execution, a week from now, he muttered. They're just trying to regain their lost face, Dave continued, his voice calm but laced with disdain. Whitebeard turned to him sharply, his eyes blazing with anger and confusion. What do you mean by that, brat? Dave let out a small sigh, folding the paper and tossing it onto a nearby table. He's Roger's son. After their humiliation by us, they want to save face by executing the Pirate King's bloodline. They think it'll make them look strong again. The room fell silent, the Whitebeard pirates staring at Dave in shock. Marco was the first to find his voice. Wait, how do you even know that? Dave glanced at him, then at Whitebeard, before shrugging. Because I'm Roger's apprentice, he said matter-of-factly. Whitebeard's eyes widened, as did the rest of the crew's. For a moment, no one said anything. Then, Whitebeard stepped forward, his voice booming with disbelief. You. Roger's apprentice. Why didn't you say so sooner? Dave rolled his eyes. Because it wasn't relevant. Now, however, it's obvious they're targeting Ace because of his connection to Roger. And before you ask, yes, I've known about it for a while. But I'm here now, so let's deal with it. Before Whitebeard could respond, a sudden disturbance erupted outside the ship. A powerful slash of wind came hurtling toward them, cleaving through the air. Without missing a beat, Dave extended his hand and activated his technique. Divine avoidance, he murmured. A gleaming slash of energy shot forth from his fingertips, intercepting the incoming attack and deflecting it harmlessly into the sea. The sheer force of his counterattack left the surrounding crew stunned. Dave turned back to Whitebeard, his expression calm but firm. We don't have much time. If you're serious about saving Ace, you'd better start preparing now. Rayleigh, who had just tested Dave with an attack, nodded approvingly. That was definitely Roger's swordsmanship. Dave rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Don't you have any other method to verify it, old man? Rayleigh shrugged, a small grin on his face. It was the best way. Shaking his head, Dave turned his focus back to Whitebeard. With you now younger, the Marines and world government likely have no clue yet. I suggest only taking your strongest fighters to Marineford. Leave the weaker ones behind, they'd just die pointlessly. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. That's a good idea, he said, then looked at Dave. I guess your crew will be coming as well. Dave nodded. Yes, but there are a few more I need to gather. Once I get them, we'll join you at Marineford. Whitebeard smirked, his restored vitality shining through. Go on then. We'll meet at Marineford. Don't keep me waiting, brat. See you there, old man, Dave replied with a grin before turning toward Tony. Let's go, Tony. Full speed ahead. Tony nodded, and the ship roared to life, speeding away from the Whitebeard pirates. There was no time for a banquet or celebration, saving Ace was now the priority. As they sailed, Dave leaned back, deep in thought. Once this quest is complete, I can return to Marvel, he mused. His eyes narrowed with determination as he issued his next command. Head to Amazon Lily. There are 4 more girls there we need to pick up. Tony pushed the ship's thrusters to maximum, and within moments, they were moving faster than any ship could hope to follow. The CP-0 agents who had been tracking them were left stunned as the ship disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the way, why did we leave Kaio back there? Shaki asked suddenly, her tone curious. Dave smirked knowingly. Whitebeard is young again. We have to keep that a secret for now, and Kaito's illusion is a perfect distraction. The world government won't suspect a thing. Shaki nodded in understanding, though her curiosity lingered. Rayleigh rubbed his chin, looking intrigued. With Kaito illusion covering them, they won't realize Whitebeard's new condition. Sengoku's face when he finds out. I'd pay to see it, he chuckled. Dave chuckled but quickly changed the subject. By the way, I have plans for 2 people in the Marines, he said, catching Shaki's attention. Who? She asked. Oldman Garp and Kizaru, Dave replied, his voice steady. Both of them still hold some form of true justice, unlike Sengoku and Akainu, who are nothing but lapdogs. Shaki nodded slowly. Interesting choice, she murmured. Dave leaned back, confident. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Shaki just nodded knowing he is planning to give them the rejuvenation potion too, but she is not going to stop him, knowing even if Garp and Kizaru become young again, they won't be no match to him. Shaki reclined on her seat, her gaze distant as she pondered silently. I truly wonder if you'll defy the prophecy and save the world in your own way, unlike the Joy Boy, whose destiny it is to bring salvation. A faint smile crossed her lips as she shifted to make herself more comfortable, her thoughts lingering on the enigmatic man before her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Marines were deep in preparation. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had called for an emergency meeting, issuing orders for the Marine forces to gather in full strength at Marineford. Confident in their intelligence, they believed Whitebeard would come with an overwhelming force of thousands. Every available soldier, from rookies to admirals, was being mobilized for what they believed would be the ultimate battle. Chapter 91, Marineford War. But unknown to them, Whitebeard's approach was vastly different this time. The rejuvenated pirate was determined to fight smarter, not harder. Only his most trusted captains, along with the leaders of the allied pirate crews, would accompany him to Marineford. A select group of 50 warriors, his elite, would be aboard his flagship. No massive armada, no hordes of men. Just powerhouses prepared to bring the fight directly to the Marines. The war was about to begin, but with this twist in plans, no one could predict its outcome. Would the Marines' overwhelming numbers prevail, or would the might of Whitebeard's new strategy and Dave's unpredictable involvement turn the tides in an unexpected direction? The pieces were in motion, and the world stood on the brink of a historic clash. The week flew by in a tense haze, with the Marines meticulously preparing for the execution of Porgas D. Ace. The atmosphere at Marineford was electric, a mix of anticipation and dread as the momentous event approached. The execution platform was set, just as it had been in the original timeline. Ace knelt between 2 executioners, bound and stoic, his expression unreadable as he faced the gathered Marine forces and the growing audience of onlookers. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stepped forward, his voice booming over the tense silence. Ace, tell the world, who is your father? Without hesitation, Ace lifted his head, defiance gleaming in his eyes. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, is my father. The declaration rippled through the gathered crowd, causing murmurs to erupt. But Sengoku's expression remained stern, unimpressed. He raised a hand to silence the chatter, then spoke again, his words heavy with revelation. That is a lie. The silence that followed was deafening. Sengoku's gaze pierced through the crowd as he turned back to Ace. Your true father is none other than Gold Roger. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and Ace's head shot up, his eyes burning with defiance and shame. Whitebeard is my father. No one else, he roared, his voice breaking through Sengoku's declaration. Gasps of shock erupted from the Marine forces and spectators alike. Many stared at Ace as if seeing him for the first time, their disbelief plain on their faces. The name of the Pirate King hung in the air like an unspoken curse, its weight pressing down on everyone present. Garp under the platform clenched his fist as he murmured, "Forgive me, Ace," tears streaming from his face as he clenched his fists hard. Ace gritted his teeth, his head bowed low. The truth was already out, and there was no taking it back. So what if he was? Ace's voice cut through the noise, filled with both anger and pain. Roger being my father doesn't change a thing. Whitebeard is the one who raised me. He's my real father. Sengoku ignored Ace's words, turning back to the crowd with a grim expression. This is why we cannot allow him to live. As the Pirate King's son, Ace is a symbol of the past that must not be allowed to thrive. Today, justice will prevail. The Marines erupted into cheers, but the atmosphere remained heavy. Those who knew Whitebeard's power couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the horizon, Whitebeard's flagship surged forward with purpose, accompanied by the select few he had chosen to join him. Standing at the prow, Whitebeard's youthful face was a mask of determination. At his side, Dave stood silently, his calm expression masking the storm of plans and calculations in his mind. The battle for Ace, and the fate of the world, was about to begin. Today we will kill Ace, and destroy the legacy of Pirate King Roger, Sengoku said once again as the Marines cheered, while Sengoku looked around wondering why hasn't Whitebeard has arrived yet. The tension in the air was thick, but before anyone could react further, the ground beneath Marineford trembled. It wasn't just the sea quaking, it was the arrival of something more. Gururururu. The haunting laugh rolled across the ocean like thunder. The men they feared the most, the men they believed to be in his twilight years, had come, Whitebeard. But something was different. Emerging from the thick mist on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's presence was overwhelming, his youthful form a shocking contrast to the rumors of his frailty. His captain stood behind him, equally battle-hardened and ready. The world froze as Whitebeard raised his hand, gripping his bicento with a smirk. "You Marines." Whitebeard's voice boomed, his eyes fierce. "Made one mistake. You touched my family." Beside him, Dave leaned casually against the railing, his calm demeanor hiding the storm within. "Let's not waste time, old man. We've got a world to shock." "Impossible. How can this be?" Sengoku was the first to exclaim, his voice filled with disbelief as he stared at the young Whitebeard standing before him. "No, this is all you're doing, Hell Prince Dave." Sengoku shouted, grinding his teeth in frustration. The admirals, too, rose from their seats, their usually composed expressions betraying unease. They couldn't hide their fear as they looked at the rejuvenated Whitebeard. They knew all too well the destruction this man was capable of even in his old age. Now, seeing him in his prime, their apprehension was palpable. This was no false rumor, this was reality. The man standing before them was nothing short of a walking calamity. At Mary Geos, the 5 elders also stood in shock. How is this possible?" one of them muttered, his voice trembling. "Could he have discovered the secret of the phoenix fruit?" an elderly voice suggested, but another quickly shook his head. If that were the case, others would have achieved it before him. Not even Whitebeard himself managed this in his lifetime, he reasoned. Then how is this possible? One elder demanded, the room heavy with tension as none could provide an answer. The truth remained a mystery, and the world was about to face the terrifying reality of Whitebeard's rebirth. Chapter 92, Marineford War II. As the tense atmosphere enveloped both Marineford and Mary Geos, Dave smirked, sensing the ripple of fear his actions had caused. Standing beside the revitalized Whitebeard, he folded his arms, his confident posture exuding control. "You're all so dramatic," Dave said, his voice cutting through the uneasy murmurs. "Didn't you always want a challenge? Consider this my gift to you." Whitebeard stepped forward, gripping his bicento tightly. "Sengoku, your little scheme ends today. Ace isn't dying here, and neither are my sons." Sengoku clenched his fists, his mind racing for a strategy. "Whitebeard, no." "Edward Newgate," he corrected himself, emphasizing the name as if trying to reassert control. "You think a younger body will change the outcome? The Marines are stronger than ever. You and your crew will still fall here." Whitebeard let out his trademark laugh. "Gururara. You don't understand, Sengoku. I'm not here to fall, I'm here to bring the world to its knees. I always tried to remain neutral, but after this little stunt of yours, the Whitebeard family is now fully against the world government and its dogs, the Marines," Whitebeard declared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "From now on, I will kill every single world government member I encounter. I don't care if they're Marines, CP agents, or part of any other organization under the world government, I will end them all." He took a step forward, his presence overwhelming. "And from this moment onward, I will be the Pirate King." As those words left his lips, Whitebeard unleashed an incredible wave of conqueror's hockey. The sheer force of it rippled through the air, striking fear into the hearts of many Marines. The weaker ones collapsed instantly, knocked unconscious by the intensity of his will. Only those with strong resolve and sufficient power managed to stay standing, though even they trembled. Whitebeard's declaration marked a turning point. For decades, he had been a pillar of strength and protection for his family, but now he was claiming the throne left behind by Roger. The Pirate King's crown was no longer a dream, it was his declaration of war. As Whitebeard's booming voice echoed across the battlefield, the Marines flinched. Even the mightiest among them, Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, felt the weight of his words. Dave chuckled, stepping forward with a smirk. You've been sitting on a throne built on lies for far too long. Today, we'll see just how strong your so-called justice really is. Shut up. How dare a pirate question our justice? Sengoku roared, his anger palpable. The Pirate King's son will die, and neither you nor Whitebeard will stop it. Dave shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, I see. But let me ask you something, Sengoku, what crime has Ace committed? Sengoku faltered for a moment before responding, he's the Pirate King's son. That evil bloodline is reason enough. Dave's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. All right, then what crime did Gold Roger commit? Sengoku stiffened at the question but quickly replied, he was the Pirate King. And what does that mean? Dave asked, his tone calm yet piercing. How exactly did he earn that title? Whitebeard, standing nearby, listened intently, intrigued by the conversation. Sengoku, however, was visibly enraged. The Pirate King committed heinous crimes to achieve that title, he shouted. Dave snorted. Or is it that he defied the so-called celestial dragons, those parasites who betrayed the original gods, the D family, the true rulers of the seas and its kings? The battlefield fell silent as the weight of Dave's words sank in. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Your lies won't save you. Is that so? Dave replied, a mocking grin on his face. Then tell me, why is it that only those who pay heavy tributes to the world government are protected by Marines? And why are those who refuse either destroyed or labeled as criminals? Before Sengoku could respond, Dave turned toward Kaio, who stood silently on the sidelines. Kaio, show them, Dave said, gesturing for the massive figure to step forward. Kaio raised his hand, and a projection of a scene appeared in the air above the battlefield. The scene depicted a pirate raid on a small island. Sengoku sneered, see? That's a pirate attack. Wait for it, Dave said calmly. The projection shifted, revealing a group of CP agents speaking in hushed tones as they hid nearby. I really wonder how much more these cowards will pay us, one agent said with a smirk. Leave them alone for now. We're here to make sure they understand who's in charge, another replied. TCH. These idiots complain, but they pay up. If they don't, we'll destroy the island and blame it on pirates, a third added coldly. The projection ended, leaving the battlefield in stunned silence. Now, what do you have to say, dog of the celestial dragons? Dave asked, his voice dripping with disdain as he glared at Sengoku. The live broadcast of the execution reached every corner of the world, and the dramatic confrontation on the battlefield left viewers in shock and disbelief. Maybe, it's just pirate lies, stammered a man in a crowded tavern. Several others began to nod hesitantly, unwilling to accept the harsh truths being revealed. This proves nothing. That brat there is just a liar and a pirate like the rest of them. Sengoku shouted, pointing at Dave. His voice carried across the battlefield, desperate to regain control of the narrative. Dave rolled his eyes, his patience visibly wearing thin. Oh, really? Just like the Marines didn't commit genocide at O'Hara? Or how you didn't blame an entire island for crimes they never committed, he retorted, his voice heavy with sarcasm. The crowd watching the broadcast began murmuring again, uneasy as Dave continued to peel away the veneer of justice the Marines claimed to uphold. You and your so-called justice are nothing but hypocrites, Dave continued. You've turned genocide into policy and scapegoating into a strategy. You hide behind the flag of peace while slaughtering innocents. Sengoku's face darkened with rage, but he said nothing. The weight of Dave's words hung in the air. Dave's expression shifted into something far more menacing. His eyes burned with fury, and his aura darkened as a chilling transformation overtook him. His body shifted into a demonic form, his voice deep and guttural. He radiated an overwhelming presence, causing even the bravest Marines to falter. Chapter 93, Marine Ford War 3. Dave's expression shifted into something far more menacing. His eyes burned with fury, and his aura darkened as a chilling transformation overtook him. His body shifted into a demonic form, his voice deep and guttural. He radiated an overwhelming presence, causing even the bravest Marines to falter. I'll give you one last chance, Sengoku, Dave growled, his demonic visage striking fear into everyone around him. Leave with your Marines, abandon this execution, and release Ace. Otherwise. His voice dropped, dripping with malevolence. This battlefield will become a slaughterhouse. No mercy. No survivors. Only death awaits you all. The tension was palpable. Even the unwavering admirals stood uneasily, recognizing the seriousness of his threat. But Sengoku, ever defiant, roared back, "We will never back down to pirates. Justice will prevail, no matter what." Dave narrowed his eyes, a grim smirk forming on his lips. "You've made your choice," he said coldly. Without warning, Dave moved in a blur. His hand shot out, shrouded in dark energy, and before anyone could react, he gripped Sengoku by the head. The battlefield froze as Dave's fingers tightened, and with a sickening crack, he tore Sengoku's head clean from his shoulders. Blood sprayed into the air, staining the execution platform red. The silence was deafening. Marines, pirates, and viewers alike stared in horror at the brutal scene. Justice. Dave's voice echoed ominously as he tossed Sengoku's severed head to the ground like a discarded toy. "You wouldn't know justice if it stared you in the face." Garp, along with the Marine admirals, stood frozen, fear etched into their expressions. None of them had been able to see how fast Dave moved. The battlefield was silent save for the faint crackling of flames and the distant crashing of waves. "I will count to 10, Dave announced, his voice devoid of emotion. "Run as fast as you can. Anyone left on this island after my count will die. Bastard pirate." Akainu roared as he rushed toward Dave, his arm transforming into molten magma. But before he could get close, a blur flashed through the air. A head, dripping with blood, flew skyward, followed by the lifeless, headless body of Akainu crumpling to the ground. The entire battlefield grew colder. "You brat, do you want to destroy the world?" Garp shouted, stepping forward with clenched fists. "The world is already being destroyed, Garp," Dave replied calmly, locking eyes with the Vice Admiral. "And you know it." Garp's fists trembled, his gaze shifting to the heads of his fallen comrades. "Damn celestial dragons," he muttered under his breath, anger and despair coursing through him. 10, Dave began, ignoring Garp's words. The Vice Admiral's breath hitched as he heard the count. "You're serious, aren't you?" Garp asked in disbelief. Dave didn't respond, continuing. 9. "Kizaru, take everyone and retreat." Garp barked, his voice filled with urgency. Kizaru hesitated for a moment but nodded, preparing to gather the remaining Marines. Just then, something small and red flew toward Garp, a vial glowing with a faint, eerie light. "Drink it," Dave said. "If you want even the smallest chance to save anyone here, you'll need it." Garp caught the vial, staring at it suspiciously. "What is this?" he asked, his tone guarded. "It's your only chance," Dave replied coldly. "Whether it saves you or kills you, that's up to fate. But hesitate, and everyone here dies." Without a moment's hesitation, Garp uncorked the vial and drank its contents. He braced himself for the worst, but instead, a surge of vitality coursed through him. He gasped as his body transformed, his great hair darkened, his wrinkles smoothed, and his strength returned. Garp looked down at his hands in astonishment. He was younger, stronger than he had been in decades. Dave glanced at him with mild approval. "The Marines need someone strong who can protect the innocent. You'll do, for now." 8, Dave continued his count, unbothered by Garp's transformation. Kizaru, seeing the vial's effect on Garp, caught one thrown his way. Without hesitation, he drank it, knowing the CP agents and the world government would try to seize it from him otherwise. The same transformation overtook him, leaving him rejuvenated and far more powerful. "Go," Dave said to them. "Join the new Navy. In a few days, we'll march to the world government and tear down their lies. This world needs a fresh start, and I'll be the one to set it right." Garp hesitated, studying Dave's face. "What are you planning to do after all this?" he asked quietly. Dave smirked faintly. "I didn't introduce myself properly, did I?" He turned, his aura radiating authority. "My name is Dave Garcia, the apprentice of Gold, Roger." A collective gasp rippled through the battlefield. Roger dreamed of a free and happy world, Dave continued. He could hear the voice of the world crying for salvation. But his terminal illness robbed him of the time to act. "I, on the other hand, have no such limitation. I will destroy the rot of this world, the world government." He turned and began to walk away, his steps echoing eerily as Marines and pirates alike parted to let him pass. His aura made it clear that no one dared to challenge him. Ace followed, his expression conflicted as he stared at Dave's back. His mind raced with the revelation of Dave's identity and the weight of his actions. As the execution platform crumbled into ruins, the world knew that a storm unlike any other was brewing. The entire world watched in stunned silence. Across nations, the people glued to their screens saw a glimpse of power so overwhelming it left even the mightiest figures trembling. The broadcast carried the chilling aura of Dave Garcia to every corner of the seas. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, the 5 elders sat around their sacred table, their faces grim and pale. The atmosphere in the grand hall was suffocating. Did any of you see how he moved? A slender elder asked, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Chapter 94, Did any of you see how he moved? A slender elder asked, his voice trembling ever so slightly. The others, usually stoic and composed, slowly shook their heads. None could fathom the sheer speed and precision with which Dave had acted. He seemed to defy even the laws of power they all know. All these elders can be said to be peak of this world, and their lordom can be said to have reached the absolute limit of this world, yet they never saw their lord with this much power they saw in Dave. This is no ordinary threat, another elder muttered, clutching his staff tightly. He's not just a pirate. He's something far worse. The eldest among them spoke, his voice heavy with reluctant resolve. We have no choice. We must inform lordom of this development. A ripple of unease passed through the room at the mention of that name. For centuries, lordom remained the shadow behind the throne, the ultimate authority of the world government. Summoning their master meant admitting that the situation was beyond their control. Do you think even lordom can handle this? The slender elder asked hesitantly. The elder with the sword sighed deeply, his hand resting on its hilt. Whether we believe so or not, there is no other option. Dave Garcia, he's far too powerful for us to deal with alone. Without further debate, one of them stood, signaling the others to follow. Together, they left the chamber, their heavy footsteps echoing through the corridors of Mary Geos as they headed to the room where lordom resided. As the 5 elders approached the dimly lit chamber, the air grew heavier with each step. The grand double doors to lordom's sanctum loomed ahead, intricate carvings depicting the ancient history of the world etched into their surface. Pushing them open required more than just strength, it felt as though the weight of their decisions hung on the very threshold. Inside, a throne shrouded in shadow awaited. The faint glow of an ancient artifact illuminated the figure seated upon it. Lordom's presence was both ethereal and overwhelming, a force that seemed to pierce into their very souls. The elders knelt in unison, their heads bowed low. For a moment, there was only silence, the kind that seemed to stretch into eternity. Finally, a voice emerged, calm yet chilling in its authority. Why do you disturb me? Lordom's voice resonated, as if it spoke not to their ears but directly into their minds. The eldest of the 5 elders raised his head slightly, his voice trembling yet resolute. My lord, we bring news of a grave threat. A man named Dave Garcia has emerged, a figure beyond our comprehension. He possesses strength that defies all we have encountered, even among the Yonko. Im leaned forward slightly, the faint outline of their face catching the dim light. Dave Garcia. The name lingered in the air, as if tested for its weight. Who is he? The elder with the sword spoke, his voice steady despite the growing tension. He claims to be the apprentice of Gold Roger. He has slain Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu in mere moments. Even Garp, who drank an unknown potion given by him, has sworn allegiance to this man. The admirals fled, and now he sets his sights on the world government itself. Another elder interjected, his voice desperate. He declared war on the world government, my lord. His intent is to destroy us and the system we uphold. Lordom remained silent, their expression inscrutable. Then, with an almost imperceptible sigh, they spoke again. It seems the world has birthed another force of chaos. But chaos can be controlled, bent to serve a greater purpose. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. My lord, one of them ventured, what must we do? Im rose slowly from the throne, their form shrouded in shadow and majesty. Prepare the holy knights. Inform CP0 that I will grant them access to the forbidden archive. Every weapon, every secret, use them all. Dave Garcia must not reach Mary Geos alive. The elders bowed deeply. As you command, Lord Im. As they retreated from the chamber, a chilling realization settled among them, they had unleashed the full might of the world government against Dave Garcia. But in their hearts, they feared it might not be enough. Back on the battlefield, Dave stood on the scorched ground of Marineford, his figure towering over the remnants of what was once the pride of the Marines. Ace and his crew stood behind him, their gazes filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. You've declared war on the world government, Ace said, his voice tinged with disbelief. What now? Dave turned to him, his expression calm but resolute. What now? Now, we burn their empire to the ground. The broadcast continued, reaching every corner of the world. People in taverns, villages, and kingdoms watched as Dave's declaration sent shockwaves across the seas. The name Dave Garcia was etched into history as a force that would either liberate or destroy everything in his path. And in the depths of Mary Geos, Lord Im's gaze settled on the map of the world. Their finger traced a path to Marineford, where chaos had been unleashed. This will be entertaining, Im whispered, a faint, unsettling smile spreading across their lips. Past centuries were boring, maybe now it will be a bit entertaining, Lord, I mumbled, a faint chuckle escaping their lips before they closed their eyes again, retreating into their ominous silence. Back on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat towering above the rest, his immense presence impossible to ignore. As Dave returned to the ship alongside Ace, Whitebeard grinned. "Brat," he rumbled, his voice carrying both authority and amusement. "You didn't even let me play." Dave raised an eyebrow in surprise, then let out a hearty laugh. "Play? Who said anything about playing?" He turned to glance back at Marineford, a smirk tugging at his lips. "But hey, since you're feeling left out, how about this? Sink that island." Whitebeard's grin widened, and he shifted his massive naginata onto his shoulder. "Consider it done," he said with a booming laugh. From the Moby Dick, Whitebeard unleashed the power of his tremor fruit. The sea roared, splitting apart as devastating shockwaves rippled through the waters surrounding Marineford. The perfect island began to crumble, its remaining structures collapsing into the sea. The fleeing Marines could only watch in horror from their ships as their once proud base was swallowed by the ocean. Chapter 95, The End. With Marineford abandoned, the Marine forces scattered. Many fled to regroup, but whispers spread of a new navy, the Neo-Marines, under the leadership of Zephyr. Their base, hidden away in an undisclosed location, was said to rival even the grandeur of Marineford at its peak. Unbeknownst to most, Tony Stark had a hand in its construction, sending advanced technology and robotic builders to assist Zephyr. The base was an architectural marvel, fortified with cutting-edge defense systems and designed to withstand even the fiercest of assaults. Dave leaned against the ship's railing, watching the chaos unfold. He turned to Ace, who stood beside him, still processing the events of the day. "Guess the game's just getting started," Dave said with a sly grin. "We've got a lot more to do before this world's set right." Ace nodded, as he asked, "Are you really Roger Apprentice?" "I am," he said as Ace nodded, though from his face it was clear that there is a lot of things he want to ask. The Moby Dick sailed away, leaving the ruins of Marineford as a testament to the dawn of a new era, one where the tides of power were shifting, and the very foundations of the world government would soon tremble. Dave guided the Moby Dick, his calm demeanor commanding the attention of everyone aboard. The crew exchanged glances, still processing the display of power they had witnessed. "To think he's this powerful," Marco sighed, breaking the silence. After countless days of training, he was inching closer to creating the Phoenix Tears, but he knew he was still far from achieving the actual technique. "I know, right?" Jozu added, his tone filled with a mix of awe and relief. "Well, it's a good thing he's on our side," Vista chimed in, earning nods of agreement from the others. Dave remained focused, his eyes fixed on the horizon as he steered the ship toward the Neo-Marine base. His expression was unreadable, but his mind was racing with plans. "Now that I've gained the template of Whitebeard, I'm one step closer," Dave thought. After he rescued Ace, the quest of Whitebeard regret was completed, leading him to obtaining Whitebeard template. "The only thing left is to take down the celestial dragons and increase the synchronization rate of my template." Well, given their number, I think I can get 100% in one go," Dave thought while he laughed devilishly that caused goosebumps to other people around. Now that I think of it, there is that problem," Dave suddenly sighed as he thought of the last visit to Amazon Island. A week earlier, as Dave's crew set sail from the Whitebeard pirates and arrived at Amazon Lily, he encountered an unexpected situation. Dave. As he disembarked to reunite with his group, a familiar figure suddenly leaped into his arms. Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, clung to him tightly, her face flushed with a deep blush as she gazed at him shyly. Dave froze for a moment, taken aback by her uncharacteristic meekness. What happened to her? Wait, don't tell me, he thought, piecing it together as he noticed her bashful demeanor. I guess I replaced Luffy, he muttered under his breath, realizing the implications. He glanced at the rest of his crew for support. Trish was watching the scene with a playful smirk, clearly amused by the situation. Diana, however, was glaring daggers at him, her frustration practically radiating off her. Meanwhile, Emma maintained her usual neutral expression, observing silently as though this was just another one of Dave's predicaments. This is going to be a long week, Dave thought with a sigh as he looked down at Hancock, still clinging to him like her life depended on it. Hero. I mean, Dave, please, stay close to me. Hancock stammered, her voice trembling as she buried her face against his chest. Trish let out a chuckle. Well, looks like you've got another admirer, boss. Diana crossed her arms, her glare not wavering. Are you going to explain this? Or are we just supposed to pretend this is normal? I have no idea what's going on either, Dave replied, trying to gently peel Hancock off without offending her. Hancock tightened her grip. Don't leave me, Dave. I've realized my feelings. You're the only one worthy of my love. Yep. Definitely replaced Luffy, Dave confirmed to himself, already feeling the headache coming on. Emma finally broke her silence. It seems the Empress is smitten. This will complicate things. Dave sighed, resigned to his fate as Hancock clung to him even tighter. It was clear that his arrival had sparked more chaos than he anticipated. "Well," he said, looking at his crew with a mix of exasperation and humor, "looks like we're staying on Amazon Lily for a bit. Let's hope this doesn't escalate." Trish grinned. "Oh, this'll be fun to watch." Diana rolled her eyes but stayed quiet, clearly displeased with the situation. This caused him to leave the girls here as they said they want to spend some more time with Hancock, and Dave left others here too, going alone with Whitebeard to Marineford. "I can't take her with me. I have to buy the all-cure that will cure this Amazon love sickness of hers," he thought as he kept guiding the ship to Neo Marine. As the Moby Dick approached the Neo Marine base, the crew began to see the grand structure coming into view. It was unlike anything they had expected, a massive fortress that rivaled even Marineford, complete with cutting-edge defenses and sleek, futuristic designs. Tony's influence was evident, as several mechanical ships patrolled the perimeter, while drones buzzed around conducting security sweeps. "Impressive," Marco muttered, crossing his arms. "Looks like your mechanic is really something else." "He is more like an scientist, I think," Vista said as others nodded. "Goolalala, brat, tell him to build one such island for me too," Whitebeard said, joining in. Dave smirked. "You'll see more than this soon. The Neo Marines are going to be the cornerstone of the new world." Chapter 96, The End of. Dave smirked. "You'll see more than this soon. The Neo Marines are going to be the cornerstone of the new world." When the ship docked, a group of Neo Marine officers stood ready to greet them, their uniforms pristine and their expressions filled with respect. At the front was Zephyr, the leader of the Neo Marines, flanked by several high-ranking officers. There were Rhodes and Akoiji too. They are the two admirals of this Neo Navy, while Zephyr is Fleet Admiral. "Welcome back, Dave," Zephyr said, his deep voice steady. "I take it the mission was successful." Dave stepped off the ship with Ace following closely behind, his sharp gaze meeting Zephyr's. "More than successful. Ace is free, and the Marines have been dealt a significant blow. Sengoku is dead, and their morale is shattered." The mention of Sengoku's death sent murmurs through the crowd of Neo Marines. Zephyr raised an eyebrow but didn't let his surprise show. "You didn't hold back, did you?" "I gave them a chance," Dave said, his voice calm but firm. "They chose their fate." Hearing of Sengoku's death, a flicker of pain crossed Zephyr's face before he shook his head and sighed. "He deserved it." "He never opened his eyes to see the bigger picture," Zephyr said coldly. Dave simply nodded. "I guess the old Marines have joined you?" he asked, his gaze shifting to Kizaru, who was standing nearby. Noticing Kizaru's now youthful appearance, Dave raised his hand in greeting. "Yo. Zephyr nodded in confirmation. "Yes, though Garp and Tsuru are a little shaken by Sengoku's death. They'll recover quickly, though," Zephyr said firmly. Dave gave a slight smile. "That's good to hear. Anyway, here's the other force I called in, Whitebeard." He gestured toward the towering figure of Edward Newgate, who was accompanied by several of his commanders. Zephyr looked at Whitebeard for a moment, giving a respectful nod. Whitebeard returned the gesture with a confident grin. "Zephyr, the black arm, I guess you also had your arm grown back." "Glad to see you back in your good condition," Whitebeard said with laugh. Zephyr's expression softened slightly as he responded, "Newgate. I'm glad to see we're on the same side now." Dave stepped between the two, bringing the conversation back on track. "As we discussed earlier, Whitebeard will take care of the latter half of the Grand Line, while the Neo Marines will handle the first half." Both Zephyr and Whitebeard nodded in agreement, their towering presences reinforcing the weight of the pact. This alliance was unlike anything the world had ever seen, a united front poised to challenge the corrupt forces ruling the world. Tony Stark emerged from the shadows, casually strolling up to the group with a tablet in hand. "Nice work, Dave. While you were out there shaking things up, I've been busy making some upgrades. The Neo Marine base is fully operational, and we've started recruiting new members who share your vision for a just world. Also, I have also upgraded their ships too. You sure took full advantage of me," he said, the latter half while glancing at him. "Good," Dave said, nodding. "We'll need every resource we can get. The world government won't sit idle after what happened at Marineford." Kizaru, still processing the events, finally spoke up. "So, what's the plan now? You've made your move, but where does this end?" Dave turned to him, as he replied calmly. "This ends when the celestial dragons are no longer in power, and the world government is dismantled. Their corruption has gone unchecked for too long. This will end with their deaths," he said. Zephyr crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his face. "You're ambitious, kid. But if anyone can pull it off, it's you. Up until now you have clearly outdone my expectations," he added. The group began walking toward the fortress, the Neo Marine officers falling in line behind them. Inside, the base was even more advanced, with holographic maps, advanced weaponry, and training grounds bustling with activity. Dave glanced at Zephyr and Tony. We'll regroup here for now. I want every Neo-Marine prepared for war. Once we strike, there's no turning back. And the Whitebeard pirates? Marco asked, stepping forward. You're free to join the fight or return to your territories, Dave said plainly, his piercing gaze scanning the assembled pirates. But if you choose to stand with me, understand that there's no turning back. You might die there too. Whitebeard's crew exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of determination and resolve. Marco stepped forward, nodding firmly. We're with you. We want to repay you for helping our dad, he said, his voice steady and full of conviction. Behind him, Whitebeard let out a soft sigh, shaking his head. I've already decided to join this war, he said, his deep voice resonating with authority. But I won't force my sons to follow me. You're free to make your own decisions. I won't have you burdened by my choice. We're going. The Whitebeard commanders responded in unison, their voices unwavering, just as Whitebeard finished speaking. Gururara. As expected of my sons. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his booming voice bringing a sense of camaraderie. The crew joined in his laughter, their spirits lifted despite the looming conflict. Dave smirked, his confidence unwavering. Then let's prepare. The era of the celestial dragons is about to end. With that, the group dispersed, each member readying themselves for the inevitable war. The Neo-Marine base buzzed with activity, its halls filled with the sound of plans being set into motion. Dave, on the other hand, looked at them calmly, mumbling to himself, no one in this world is now my opponent after obtaining the Whitebeard template. He thought to himself about swiftly eliminating all the celestial dragons to increase his power as much as possible. The only remaining irregular factor is that he mused silently, the hidden true ruler of the world government. The fossil that has been alive for over 800 years. Chapter 97, The End of World. The Neo-Marines and Whitebeard pirates were not the only ones whose attention was drawn to Dave's bold actions. The balance of power in the seas was shifting rapidly, and every major pirate crew felt the ripple effects of Marineford's destruction and Sengoku's death. The Beast Pirates. Kaio of the Beasts, the self-proclaimed strongest creature in the world, had been intrigued by the events at Marineford. While lounging in Wano, drinking heavily, Kaio smashed a barrel of sake in frustration. Whitebeard siding with the Neo-Marines. Pathetic. Kaio roared, his voice shaking the walls of Onigashima. But this Dave, he's interesting. A man who claims he can destroy the celestial dragons. King, his first commander, adjusted his mask and addressed his captain. If they succeed, it could disrupt the entire balance of power. Aligning with them might secure our position. Kaio sneered. Fine. Let's hear what they have to offer. But if they don't amuse me, I'll kill them myself. The Big Mom Pirates. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Lean, Big Mom, was thrilled by the chaos. Mama. A new player in the game. And he's causing such a delightful stir, she giggled, stuffing a slice of wedding cake into her mouth. Katakuri, her most capable son, stood stoically by her side. If the Neo-Marines and Whitebeard are serious, it would be foolish not to listen. But you know Dave won't bow to you. Big Mom's eyes gleamed with a mix of hunger and curiosity. Then we'll see if this Dave is worth allying with. Send a delegation. If his offer is sweet enough, I might just join his little war. The red-haired pirates. Red-haired Shanks was far more measured in his reaction. Seated on the deck of his ship, drinking sake with his crew, he listened to the reports with quiet contemplation. Whitebeard joining the Neo-Marines, that's unexpected, Shanks murmured, swirling his drink. But Dave's war is reckless. He's trying to dismantle a system that has kept the world spinning, for better or worse. Ben Beckman lit a cigarette and leaned against the mast. Are you saying we shouldn't get involved? Shanks nodded slowly. We'll stay neutral. I respect his ambition, but we have our own way of maintaining balance. The world doesn't need us tipping the scales further. Though just as Dave is amassing the army, the world government too, and they decided to call other 4 emperor to join them, giving them an offer they couldn't refuse. The Cypherpole agent's arrival at Onigashima was marked by an air of nervous tension. The fortress of the Beast Pirates loomed ominously, its skull-shaped facade casting a long shadow over the seas. Inside the cavernous hall, Kaio sat on his colossal throne, his immense frame radiating raw power. The air was thick with the scent of sake and the faint tang of blood from a recent skirmish between his subordinates. His piercing golden eyes narrowed as the agent was dragged before him by one of his monstrous subordinates. The agent, clad in the immaculate black suit emblematic of Cypherpole, attempted to compose himself despite the crushing weight of Kaio's presence. He knelt, his forehead nearly touching the ground, as beads of sweat dripped from his temple. Kaio's imposing figure loomed over him, his massive kanabo resting lazily against his shoulder, yet even at rest, it felt as if the weapon itself radiated a sense of impending doom. The agent cleared his throat and began, his voice wavering despite his best efforts to sound confident. Kaido-sama, the world government recognizes your unparalleled strength and influence. We understand the importance of Wano to your operations, and we come with a proposition. Kaido leaned forward, the movement causing the ground beneath the agent to tremble slightly. His lips twisted into a cruel grin, revealing sharp, beast-like teeth. A proposition. From the same fools who hide behind their little walls and send weaklings like you to speak for them. The agent swallowed hard but pressed on. The Neo-Marines and Whitebeard pirates threaten the balance of the world. If they succeed, it could spell chaos for everyone, including you, Kaido-sama. The world government humbly requests your assistance in this matter. Help us crush the Neo-Marines, and we will ensure Wano remains untouched. Your control here will be absolute, without interference. Kaido's laughter erupted like thunder, shaking the hall and making the agent flinch. It was a guttural, mocking sound that reverberated off the walls. He rose to his full height, towering over everyone in the room, his kanabo now gripped firmly in his hand. You think I need your protection? Kaido roared, his voice so powerful it felt like a physical force. He stepped forward, each step causing the ground to quake. The agent instinctively recoiled, his confidence crumbling under the weight of Kaido's sheer presence. Wano is mine. Not because of some agreement with your pathetic government, but because I took it. And if I join this war, it'll be for my own reasons, not because some spineless bureaucrats begged me to. Kaido raised his kanabo and swung it downward with terrifying speed and precision. The agent barely had time to leap out of the way before the weapon smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending shockwaves rippling through the hall. The force of the impact sent the agent sprawling, his pristine suit now covered in dust and debris. Kaido sneered at the trembling men, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Get out of my sight. Tell your masters that Kaido doesn't take orders. If I feel like it, I'll join this little war, but it'll be on my terms. Now, get lost before I decide to squash you like the bug you are. The agent scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly as he backed away. Thank you for your time, Kaido-sama, he stammered before bolting toward the exit. Kaido watched him go, a cruel grin still etched on his face. As the agent disappeared from view, King, standing silently to the side, stepped forward. You let him live. That's rare, he remarked, his tone carefully neutral. Kaido let out a rumbling chuckle and took another swig from his sake jug. Because this war could be fun, King. If I kill every messenger, I might miss the chance to play. He turned back to his throne, his grin widening as he imagined the chaos to come. Chapter 98, The End of World Government. Not only the beast pirates but Big Mom and red-haired pirates go invitation too. The atmosphere in the throne room of Whole Cake Island was as stifling as ever. The air was heavy with the sickly sweet aroma of sugar and the undercurrent of menace that always accompanied Charlotte Lean, better known as Big Mom. Her imposing figure was draped across her ornate candy throne, the light from the chandelier casting eerie shadows across her monstrous grin. The cipher pole envoy stood before her, his back straight and his expression carefully composed, though beads of sweat dotted his brow. Big Mom leaned forward slightly, her eyes narrowing as she studied the agent like a predator assessing its prey. Her fingers, adorned with gaudy rings, drummed against the armrest of her throne with a slow, deliberate rhythm. Each metallic tap echoed ominously through the room. So, she began, her voice syrupy yet laced with danger, you've come all this way, sneaking into my territory, to ask me to fight against Whitebeard and this Dave fellow. Tell me. Her grin widened, revealing sharp, menacing teeth. What could the world government possibly offer me that I don't already have? The agent cleared his throat, summoning every ounce of courage he possessed. Charlotte Lean-sama, the world government acknowledges your unparalleled power and influence over the seas. In exchange for your cooperation, we offer an official pardon for the Big Mom pirates and permanent recognition as a sovereign ruler. Whole Cake Island and your territories will be declared untouchable. The room fell silent for a moment, save for the faint, unsettling crackle of the homies scattered around. A nearby candlestick giggled nervously, while the carpet under the agent's feet seemed to whisper among itself. The tension was palpable. Big Mom tilted her head, her wild pink hair cascading like a lion's mane. Then, abruptly, she threw her head back and let out a thunderous laugh that shook the very walls. Mama. Is that all? Her laughter was so loud and raucous that the agent instinctively took a step back. An official pardon. Recognition. Ha! I don't need your pardon. Who's going to stop me? And as for recognition, I already consider myself a queen. Your little papers mean nothing to me. Her laughter subsided as she leaned forward, her massive frame casting a shadow over the envoy. The grin remained, but now it was twisted, cruel, and menacing. You think you can bribe me into risking my children, my empire, for your war? Nice try. But I think I'll sit back and watch how this little game plays out first. The agent swallowed hard. Big Mom-sama, we are offering a chance to ensure Before he could finish, Big Mom's face darkened, and her voice dropped to a growl. I wasn't finished speaking. She slammed her fist onto the armrest, causing the entire throne room to tremble. You're boring me. And do you know what happens to boring people in my territory? Her gaze turned hungry, a glint in her eyes that promised something far worse than death. Mama, Mama. She sang softly, leaning back with a mockingly sweet smile. Maybe I should turn you into a nice little pie for my tea later. What do you think? Strawberry filling. Or maybe lemon curd. The agent paled, his composure breaking entirely. He bowed deeply, his voice cracking as he stammered, Thank you for your time, Big Mom-sama. I'll take my leave now. Big Mom waved her hand dismissively, her grin still fixed in place. Go on, then. Run along before I change my mind. The agent didn't need to be told twice. He spun on his heel and practically sprinted out of the throne room, his footsteps echoing as he fled. Big Mom watched him go, her laughter ringing out once more, full of malice and amusement. Mama, 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 she cackled, turning her attention to Katakuri, who stood silently nearby. These world government dogs think they can bribe me into doing their dirty work. Pathetic, isn't it? Katakuri nodded, his arms crossed as he observed the agent's retreat. They underestimate your power, Mama. But it's clear they're desperate. Big Mom's laughter softened into a contemplative hum as she picked up a slice of cake and took a massive bite. Desperate, indeed. But this war could be interesting. Let's keep an eye on this Dave and his little rebellion. If it looks like they might win, maybe we'll swoop in and take the spoils for ourselves. After all, why settle for crumbs when I can have the whole feast? The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a golden glow across the sea as the red force gently rocked in the waves. The red-haired pirates lounged on the deck, a mix of relaxation and vigilance evident in their demeanor. Shanks, the crew's charismatic leader, sat cross-legged at the edge of the ship, a bottle of sake in hand. His carefree smile masked the sharp mind that had earned him a reputation as one of the four emperors. The Cypherpole agent stood before him, sharply dressed in the world government's signature black suit and tie. His posture was rigid, his demeanor polite yet cautious. He knew well enough that showing disrespect in the presence of Shanks or his crew could be his last mistake. Red-haired Shanks, the agent began, his voice carefully measured. The world government has taken note of your influence and the respect you command across the seas. We come to you with a proposal: join us, or at the very least, remain uninvolved in the conflict brewing between the Neo-Marines and the world government. Shanks tilted his head slightly, his expression inscrutable. His vibrant red hair caught the sunlight, making him seem almost otherworldly. He swirled the sake bottle lazily, the liquid sloshing inside as if mirroring the tides around them. His crew, though seemingly relaxed, kept a subtle eye on the interaction. Ben Beckman leaned against the mast, his cigarette smoldering as he studied the agent with quiet intensity, while Yassop absent-mindedly cleaned his rifle, though his sharp gaze flickered toward the visitor every now and then. Chapter 99, The End of World Government 2. Shanks tilted his head slightly, his expression inscrutable. His vibrant red hair caught the sunlight, making him seem almost otherworldly. He swirled the sake bottle lazily, the liquid sloshing inside as if mirroring the tides around them. His crew, though seemingly relaxed, kept a subtle eye on the interaction. Ben Beckman leaned against the mast, his cigarette smoldering as he studied the agent with quiet intensity, while Yassop absent-mindedly cleaned his rifle, though his sharp gaze flickered toward the visitor every now and then. You're asking me to pick a side, Shanks said finally, his voice calm but carrying a weight that made the agent flinch ever so slightly. That's not really my style. The agent cleared his throat, choosing his next words carefully. With all due respect, red-haired Sama, the world government values your neutrality, but this situation is unlike any other. If the Neo-Marines and Whitebeard succeed, it could destabilize the entire world. Surely, someone with your sense of responsibility can see the need to prevent such chaos. Shanks chuckled softly, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his saber. Chaos, huh? Funny, that's what the world government's been calling balance for centuries. His gaze sharpened, though his smile didn't falter. Tell me something. What makes you think I'd want to help maintain your version of peace? The agent hesitated, unsure how to respond. Shanks stood, his full height and commanding presence forcing the men to look up at him. Despite his easygoing demeanor, there was an unmistakable edge to Shanks, a quiet authority that could silence even the boldest of men. I've made it clear before, and I'll say it again, Shanks said, his tone firm now. I'm neutral in this matter. I won't join Dave, but I won't side with you either. I've seen enough of your justice to know it's not something I'll fight for. The agent, sensing the finality in Shanks' words, made one last attempt. If I may, red-haired Sama, your neutrality could be interpreted as tacit support for the Neo-Marines. The world government. Shanks cut him off, his smile fading as a subtle but undeniable tension filled the air. Don't mistake my neutrality for weakness, he said, his voice low and unyielding. I stay out of this war because I choose to, not because I fear you or anyone else. If the world government decides to test my patience, you'll find out just how quickly I can end this neutrality. The agent took an involuntary step back, his confidence crumbling under the weight of Shank's words. Ben Beckman exhaled a plume of smoke, his calm voice breaking the silence. You heard him. Best get moving before you overstay your welcome. Recognizing that he had pushed as far as he dared, the agent bowed deeply. Thank you for your time, red-haired Sama. I'll relay your message to my superiors. As the agent turned and departed, the tension on the ship eased. Shank sat back down, resuming his relaxed posture as if nothing had happened. Well, that was interesting, he mused, taking another sip of sake. Ben Beckman chuckled. You handled that better than most would've, Captain. Think they'll actually leave you alone? Shanks grinned, his carefree nature returning. Doubt it. But it doesn't matter. Let them try. If they're foolish enough to come back, we'll show them why it's a bad idea to mess with the red-haired pirates. As the Cipher Pole agents returned with the news that neither of the four emperors agreed to side with them, the elders erupted in anger. Bastard. Kill them all, along with Dave too, one of the elders roared, slamming his fist down as they began preparations for war, the final war, one that would decide the fate of the outside world. The war was going to be fought in a way that everyone knew it would, at Marine Ford. Dave understood this, and that's exactly why he planned to take the fight directly to them. The Whitebeard pirates, led by Marco aboard the iconic Moby Dick, set sail once more. This time, they were not alone, the Neo Marines sailed alongside them. This wasn't just a skirmish, they were preparing for a full-scale war where no one would be treated as cannon fodder. Everyone was ready to march to Mary Geos and face the world government's forces head-on. On the world government's side, remnants of the old Marines who had chosen to stay loyal to the regime prepared to fight alongside them. They were determined to protect the status quo, even as they faced a coalition unlike anything the world had ever seen. The seas churned with tension as fleets from all corners of the world made their way toward what would soon become the battleground of the greatest war in history. Dave, aboard the Neo Marine flagship, stood at the helm, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Beside him, Marco and Zephyr strategized, while Tony Stark monitored the advanced systems that had been installed across the fleet. This was not just a fight, this was the culmination of years of planning and a lifetime of ambition. The Moby Dick, with its iconic whale figurehead, sailed proudly alongside the Neo Marine ships. Marco, now the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, exuded an air of calm resolve. His azure flames danced around his shoulders as he addressed the crew. Remember, this isn't just about us. This is about changing the world, ensuring that no one else suffers under the tyranny of the world government, Marco said, his voice carrying over the deck. The crew responded with cheers, their morale bolstered by the knowledge that they were fighting for something bigger than themselves. Admiral Kizaru, with his characteristic laziness, adjusted his coat and muttered, "Looks like it's going to be a bright and flashy fight, as usual." Despite his nonchalant demeanor, there was an edge to his tone that betrayed the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, the world government was in chaos. The five elders, seated in their grand chamber, issued commands with grim determination. Cipher Pole agents scurried to and fro, relaying orders to the remnants of the Marines and their allied forces. Deploy all available resources. We will not let these rebels undermine 8 centuries of order, one of the elders snarled, slamming his fist on the table. At Mary Geos, the celestial dragons were in a frenzy, demanding extra protection and questioning the competency of the world government. Guards and soldiers rushed to secure the sacred city, fortifying it with everything they had. Chapter 100, The End of World Government 3. Both sides braced for the inevitable clash as Dave's forces reached the gates of Mary Geos. The towering city, glimmering under the sunlight, stood as a fortress that had reigned over the world for centuries. Now, its sanctity was about to be violated by the very revolutionaries it sought to suppress. On one side stood the combined might of the Neo Marines, Whitebeard pirates, and their allies. At the forefront was Dave, his presence exuding confidence and calm authority. Zephyr, with Akiji, Kizaru, and Rhodes at his side, stood tall, embodying the hope of a new era. Behind them, their armies prepared to launch into battle. On the other side, the remnants of the old Marine forces, bolstered by Cipher Pole agents and world government loyalists, formed an unyielding wall. The 5 elders, dressed in regal combat attire, stood defiant, guarding the celestial dragons hidden in their palatial chambers. Above them, on an elevated throne obscured by shadows, sat him, the enigmatic ruler who had silently controlled the world for over 800 years. The tension was palpable. One of the elders stepped forward, his voice carrying across the battlefield like a commandment. "Dave. This is your last chance. Surrender this foolish rebellion, kneel before us, and we will grant you the highest honor, becoming a celestial dragon. You could rule alongside us." Dave didn't flinch. Instead, a faint smirk spread across his lips. His gaze was unwavering as he replied, "Why would I beg for something I can take for myself? The elder's face contorted with rage, but before he could react, Dave moved. In an instant, faster than anyone could follow, he appeared before the elder, sword in hand. With one swift motion, his blade pierced the elder's chest, emerging from his back. The elder's eyes widened in shock as Dave twisted the blade and yanked it free, holding the elder's still beating heart aloft. "You mistake arrogance for strength," Dave said coldly, crushing the heart in his hand. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The remaining elders rushed toward Dave, fury blazing in their eyes. Still seated on his shadowed throne, watched the scene unfold in silence, a glint of interest in his otherwise inscrutable gaze. "So, he truly is different," murmured to himself. "Not just anyone can wield such audacity, or power." His voice was calm, but a subtle tension underlined his words as he considered the growing threat. "You underestimate him at your peril," warned the other elders telepathically. But they ignored him, rushing at Dave in blind rage. The war began in earnest. Tony Stark, equipped with a new Iron Man suit crafted specifically for this battle, unleashed an arsenal of weapons on the battlefield. Beside him, Enel called down devastating bolts of lightning, his powers amplified by the new technology Stark had provided. Kazara's light-based attacks clashed with world government forces, scattering them like ants under a magnifying glass. Rhodes and Akiji held their ground against advancing marines, freezing and shattering enemies with precise coordination. Zephyr barked commands, leading his troops with unmatched resolve, his cybernetic arm carving a path through the chaos. The elders proved formidable, their centuries of combat experience and mastery of forbidden techniques pushing Dave to his limits. However, his enhanced abilities, bolstered by the Whitebeard template and his unrelenting will, allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with these ancient rulers. Amidst the pandemonium, remained still, observing from his throne. For now, he chose not to intervene. But his presence loomed over the battlefield like a storm cloud, his true intentions shrouded in mystery. The war had begun, and the world itself seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the outcome of a battle that would decide the fate of all. The world watched in awe and terror as the war unfolded, broadcast live by Morgans. From his airship, the famed reporter barked commands to his crew, ensuring every possible angle was captured. "This will be the story of the century," Morgans exclaimed, his wings fluttering with excitement as he stared at the screens showing the brutal clash. In the territories of the other emperors, Kaio, Big Mom, and Shanks sat in their respective domains, grim-faced. Each of them had tuned into the broadcast, their usual bravado replaced with a solemn silence. "That brat is dangerous," Kaio muttered, his grip tightening on his kanabo. "He's a wolf among sheep," Big Mom said, her voice laced with a rare hint of unease. Shanks watched quietly, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. He didn't speak, but the tension in his jaw betrayed his concern. Back on the battlefield, Dave stood amidst the carnage. In just minutes, he had slain the 5 elders, cutting them down with brutal efficiency. The world watched in shock as he stood over their lifeless bodies, his blade dripping with blood. It was as if a wolf had descended upon a flock of chickens, tearing through them with ease. Dave turned his attention to him, who had yet to move from his shadowed throne. Calmly, he walked toward the enigmatic figure, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "You know," Dave began, his tone almost casual, "if I wanted, I could destroy this entire world by myself." He gestured around him, as if to emphasize the ease with which he could bring about such devastation. Remained seated, silent but unmoved, observing Dave with an unreadable expression. "But I'm not here to destroy," Dave continued. "I want to give this world a chance to gain its freedom by its own hands." He stopped, standing face to face with him. His piercing gaze bore into the shadowed figure. "You, however, seem foolish enough to cling to your throne even in the face of certain death." Chuckled softly, a sound that sent chills through the battlefield. "You mistake caution for weakness," he said, rising from his seat. "Compared to you, I may appear as a child. But even a child can wield the power to change the tides." Dave smirked at the veiled threat. "Then show me what you've got."